What's up, people? Are you ready, guys? Are you ready? You guys gonna have to see this shit. This is wild. This is wild. All right, check this shit out. See back there? See back there? Cut. Cosmo. 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 Okay, I guess he doesn't want to look at me. This fucking dude. Is he? Are you just sleeping? His head is up. No, he's being lame. He's being lame because he knows that I want him to not be lame. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This fucking idiot. I don't wanna like pick him up or anything, because then he's just gonna leave. But it'd be nice if he at least acknowledged my existence after all I do for him. Cosmo. I've noticed Twitter chat. I don't know if it really works anymore. Doesn't really. Maybe it does. I don't know. Doesn't really matter if it does or not. But I have 109 seconds to kill before I can show my screen. For no specific reason. Cosmo. Oh my god, are you actually totally ignoring me? This motherfucker. This motherfucker. I give this guy so much food. I give him running water because he's too bougie to drink from water. Oh. Okay, he's giving me a side eye now. He won't even acknowledge me. Bro, Sleepy Joe is giving me more respect than you are right now. Sleepy Joe. At least we have Sleepy Joe. Always and forever. There's some wild stuff that has happened. We're going to go over it, because that's what I do. In approximately 14 seconds. For no reason. At all. So what's going on with you, chat? Oh, 3, 2, 1. Download now. Notes folder. Delete that stuff. Oh fuck, it's an EPUB. I don't want an EPUB, but you know what, whatever. Too late now. Okay. Don't ask what that was. East Timor to Mongolia. So Indonesia. We're gonna need China, Malaysia, and Laos. Which one am I missing? Thailand. Wow, that was easy. Azerbaijan to Brunei. Okay, so I'm gonna do like Egypt and Israel and Syria here to give me a baseline, because I know I'm gonna need the connecting ones, obviously. So does it border the DRC? Yes, it does. So South Sudan, and we get that easy. Syria to Azerbaijan. I don't think Iraq. I don't know it borders Azerbaijan. I don't think Iraq borders both. Okay, well, I'm assuming Iran border. I didn't need it. God damn it. Oh, you know what? I bet Turkey borders both, doesn't it? Yeah, damn. Well, that's a lame ass border. Yeah, damn. God, I knew Iraq didn't border it, but I thought it might be Iraq and Iran, but I guess Turkey just borders it. Fuck that shit. Oh, I didn't start streaming on shorts. Whoopsie. Gotta stream on shorts. Dude, the last short stream I did got 700 views. I don't know why. I literally... I have no clue. It did, like, it's done the best out of any of them by far. I think it might have just been because it had the loaner box in the title, honestly. If I go to YouTube Studio. Oh, wait, I just, hold on. You can see this got 702 views. I don't really know why. It had 14 concurrent viewers at one point. Obviously, most of those people swiped away almost immediately. But, you know, hold on. There's a thing I recommended. Soul debated the pager attack too. And this I can farm for React content as well.
Ever since Trump was elected into the party.
Debating lefties about the pager attack. Oh man. Oh boy. How many people was he just dogpiled on it? We're gonna read more about this shit today. That may have perchance... Oh, wait, no, I can't do that one, because no matter whether I choose left or right here, it goes to the right, because it's fucking dumb. I have to choose this one, and this one actually will go to the left. Oh boy, okay. Let's see Sonsol get dogpiled on this.
The fact that they set it off indiscriminately, and that's the part that I have the biggest problem with. Indiscriminate detonation.
That's not even true. The reports came out that said that's not even true, that they had approximate knowledge of where they were, but...
Like these pager attacks and radio attacks that happened 2 days later, I'm not sure if I would label them a terrorist.
And I'm going to actually go out with the hardest take here, even though I'm more pro-Israel than probably anyone here. This not only is terrorism, it may be the most successful terrorist attack.
The first topic is one that I have a little bit of knowledge about, but there's a couple of people in here that I think have some more in-depth knowledge on this, so I'm going to kind of hand it off to them. The first topic is going to be about Israel and the recent events that happened this past week with the exploding electronics. I know a little bit about it, but I'm going to go ahead and let Wes kind of introduce us a little bit to the story, and we'll kind of just open it up for anybody who wants to jump in.
I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm, super well-versed in any of this. I only have what we all know and what we've all seen. I just think that this is worth talking about, and I don't want to get into an Israel-Palestine thing. I just want to talk about these attacks specifically and what it means and what it looks like and what we should be talking about when we're talking about the idea that Israel paid a company to put plastic explosives into pagers. And
I think Israel didn't just pay the company. I think they made the company. That was my understanding.
But some regular citizens as well.
Although I don't know when this was filmed, so maybe they didn't have all this information at the time.
All those people would be in... There's no way to determine where those people would have been. And that's really what I want to talk about, actually, is the fact that, to me, this is 100% a terrorist attack. They're, like, if you cannot determine where your targets are going to be and you're going to set off, like, a couple thousand explosives at I don't know, wherever these people live, then that's just a terrorist attack. That's
Yeah, report Hezbollah pages were detonated individually. According to Time to Israel. So, who knows if who knows if you want to believe
I
them.
can't tell
But
they're the most advanced art.
each of the pages that exploded on Hezbollah owners on Lebanon on Tuesday, injuring thousands of terror groups. Operatives individually detonated, with the attackers knowing who was being targeted, where he was, and whether others were close in proximity. Channel 12 claims. A lengthy report quoting Israel in foreign sources. The TV channel says those behind the attack were determined to ensure that only the person carrying the pager would be hurt by the blast. Each pager had its own arrangement. That's how it's possible to control who was hit and who wasn't. It quotes an unnamed foreign security force saying it. But even if it even if it wasn't individual detonations, you can still argue it wasn't indiscriminate.
You have no idea.
Because it was probably only given to...
They're breaking through a little bit, buddy. Yeah, all good. But yeah, Wes, I think that's the interesting thing is you talked... I know part of this is the idea of whether or not this was a terrorist attack by Israel. And I kind of looked this up a little bit. Let me see if I can find it on my phone. I actually found that the internet... it's difficult to pin down like an international...
Oh, he's gonna mention, yeah, there is no good definition of terrorism. The UN can't agree on a definition of terrorism. People cannot fucking agree on it. But I think even people I think this article goes on to say the attack was, or I know this article, I read it. And this article goes on to say the attack was illegal. Even this says it at least wasn't indiscriminate by nature.
Definition on what is or isn't a terrorist attack, but I did find that one of the international codes. Let me see if I have it pulled up here. I do. It's 4.2 Security Council Resolution 1566. And it looks like they signaled. It says faced with the backlash from human rights bodies and civil society in Resolution 1566 from 2004, Security Council eventually signaled its conception of terrorism as criminal acts including against civilians committed with the intent to cause death or serious bodily injury or taking of hostages with the purpose to provoke a state of terror in the general public or in a group of persons or particular persons, intimidate a population or compel a government or international organization to do or to abstain from doing any act which constitute offenses within the scope of and is defined in international conventions and protocols relating to terrorism. The problem I have is, where do we draw that line, right? Do we draw that line at any civilian?
Yeah, targeting a device that is known to be issued to persons who are lawful targets would not at first glance appear to be an indiscriminate attack. If it was known, however, the pages would likely be in possession of persons who cannot be classed as fighters, for example, individuals. For example, because the individuals in question have exclusively diplomatic, political, and administrative roles for Hezbollah, then they would not be a lawful target. So if they were only given to the military wing, which it seems like, I haven't gotten a source to fully confirm that, but it seems like from everything I've read that they were. But I still have yet to... I haven't seen any source saying they weren't only given to Hezbollah's military wing, but I haven't seen one directly confirming that it was only given to Hezbollah's military wing. But it might not even matter because again, according to Channel 12, which was quoting some foreign security expert or whatever, foreign security advisor, Israel apparently knew where the pages were and could choose whether or not to detonate them.
That has been,
if they weren't given to military operatives, they could
operation,
choose not to detonate them.
Terrorist act.
If I can jump in real quick.
Go ahead, Santu.
Yeah. So labeling something as a terrorist attack, it is really hard to draw clean lines. There's going to be a lot of gray area in what people are going to define as a terrorist attack. I think that the easiest thing that I generally use in terms of a terrorist attack to label something as that is it A, targeting a civilian population predominantly, right? 2, is the goal to spread fear, terror in the population in order to pressure the government, like you were saying, pressure the government to do something or to stop doing something or to never do something. That's what I would look at in terms of a terrorist attack.
I feel like any actual useful definition of terrorism would have to include what I would say is these are two important words. Both of them are often confused. The purposeful targeting of civilians. A terrorist attack would, I think any reasonable definition of terrorism would have to include that one. Purposeful, meaning they're acting with purpose to do it. Not that they were acting recklessly, not that they were acting knowingly, but they were acting purposely. They knew they were going to do it, and that's what they wanted. That was their primary goal. Not just it was indiscriminate, and they happened to kill civilians because they didn't care. That'd be dolus eventialis. That'd be recklessness. Not just that they were attacking a military objective and knew that they were going to have to kill civilians kill militants there as well. That would be dolus indirectus. That would be acting with knowledge. You have to be acting with purpose. Yeah, I would say that's the big thing.
When it comes to these, like these pager attacks and the radio attacks that happen 2 days later, I'm not sure if I would label them a terrorist attack. The way that I've been seeing people talk about it is this was supposed to be something that was like just in case, because these pagers were only purchased like 6-7 months ago, right? The reason that they set them off now seemed to be there was some kind of security leak that could have compromised the actual pager, like the explosive plan in the first place. And it was a use it or lose it type situation. Either we do it now or we'll never be able to use these pager bombs that we've set up in the future. I'm not sure if I would feel comfortable calling it a terrorist attack, because I don't think that the targets specifically were civilian, A. B, I don't think that there's a like specific, like terror aspect associated with this other than like, we know where you are, And then like, lastly, like in terms of...
I don't think it was meant to terrorize the civilian population, yeah. And also, even the pagers themselves are lawful military targets, by the way. Like their communications that the enemy is using, you're allowed to destroy the pagers themselves. Obviously the intent wasn't just to destroy the pagers, it was also to harm Hezbollah militants. But
what is the ultimate goal? Honestly, it seems like these people have been lobbing bombs and missiles at each other back and forth. Like whoever you think started it or whatever, I think that these were targeting specific military targets. And in terms of like what you were talking about, like where do we draw the line? If any civilian gets injured, if any civilian gets hurt, do we call that a terrorist attack? Obviously not. But if there's a military strike and there's collateral damage, like that's really bad and it should be minimized as much as possible, and that should be taken into account. If they didn't take that into account, or if there's like some kind of communication that comes out that's like, we hope that they're in the middle of, like big shopping mall Lebanon #1.
What's up, Bob Marley?
That would be really bad. But I don't think that seems to be what the target of the attacks was.
Yeah, Ancom, where do you sit on this, man? Because I know you haven't spoken on this quite yet. Where do you stand on this?
So I had some issues with my sound, which you heard with the microphone.
Gotcha, yeah.
So I had to reset something. So I missed a little bit of what was said, but I heard most of what Sunsol said there, and I kind of got the gist from Wes before I had the audio issues. So my stance is this. If it was Israel, which there seems to be a consensus within the intelligence community that it is, there's no direct evidence, and as far as I know, Israel has not confirmed. I don't know if they've specifically denied or if they've just not said anything.
It's their policy not to.
Yeah. Okay. So So I think it's a decently safe assumption to say it probably was Israel. The problem I have with this is, much like Wes said, they didn't know where these devices
that sounds so remember from last election cycle. Yeah,
going to be when they set them off. Even if this was an oh shit button or a just in case button, and even if this was a situation where they thought they were going to be discovered, so it was use it or lose it. The fact that they set it off indiscriminately, and that's the part that I have the biggest problem with, indiscriminate detonation. They didn't know where all of these were. They didn't know how many people were going to be harmed. In fact, the fact that they set off the walkie-talkies a day or two after the pagers went off, when there were likely to be funerals and other bereavement actions being taken, tells me that...
What do you think about Soundsell? I like him. I've talked to him one time before briefly. Yeah, he's chill. I don't know.
Casualties were not only likely but almost certain. So the fact that they went that far with such indiscriminate measures says to me, I don't know if you want to call this a terrorist attack. If we define a terrorist attack as a measure which is meant to strike terror into a population to influence governmental change, given that Hezbollah is the ruling government of Lebanon last I checked, that seems fairly decently to be terrorist, or at the very least an indiscriminate state on state violence, as it were. Either way, I don't see how anyone can defend this as, morally or ethically defensible, and I think condemning Israel for such a heinous attack in the strongest possible terms is really the only position I think, most reasonable people can take. Like, my curiosity here is, like, how can we separate this? Okay, I won't, because the intended targets were specifically governmental and military, I won't exactly compare it to the October 7th attack that Hamas made against Israel, but because there were massive...
Are you kidding me? How are these remotely... These are not in the same universe.
...casualties, and there was a very good expectation for Israel to have known that there would be mass civilian casualties.
Knowing, no, not purpose, no. Yes, they knew that there was a risk of civilian casualties. Yes, that's fine, that's okay, good. Yes, it's actually probably preferable that they know that they don't know, because then they can do a proportionality analysis and not just blow them up without knowing how many civilians are going to die. But like,
casualties as a result.
Hamas didn't know civilians were going to die. Hamas purposely killed civilians.
This action,
I
don't
fucking
see
spit
how
on
I
my
can
keyboard.
morally distinguish this from just an indiscriminate terror attack. The fact that it was done by a state and targeted military seems less relevant than the overall impact and the likelihood that they knew what the impact would be.
Really? You can't morally distinguish it from a terrorist attack, despite the fact that you just admitted that they targeted military objectives. Really?
Want to jump in for a second?
Less relevant than the overall impact and the likelihood that they knew. fact that it was done by a state and targeted military seems less relevant than the overall impact.
It was done by state, which I would agree is not super relevant, and targeted
And the
military.
likelihood that they knew what the impact would be.
Again, acting with knowledge is way different than acting with purpose. But maybe it's changed now. But 4 years ago, it never felt me with confidence when Council made an argument on a panel. I mean, I haven't seen most of his old shit. So,
Wes, you want to jump in for a second on that?
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with a lot of what the Anticom is saying right here. Like, that's completely how I feel about it. I feel like it is okay to take that next step and go ahead and call this terrorism, because I think it is so predictable that there would be civilian casualties, and the lack of forethought for that
predictable
is what makes it like terrorism.
Can
Just
I-
like the forethought that is.
What attack wouldn't be a terrorist attack? That every attack has some level of predictable civilian harm. That's why the concept of proportionality exists. You can't do an attack that's disproportionate, that causes excess damage to civilians or civilian objects in relation to the direct and concrete military gain. That doesn't make it terrorism. That makes it disproportionate. I mean, I would argue this attack probably wasn't even disproportionate.
What
But
makes it first-degree murder?
Well, this is the thing I want to jump in on this. Has it been confirmed? And Tiberius, feel free to jump in, buddy, because I know you're probably itching to talk. So I'll let you jump in after I say this real fast. Has there been any confirmation that there has been a civilian that I know has been impacted by this? But I'm talking about in their vicinity. Because, for example, when I watched the one video in the supermarket, there was a person standing right next to.
I think it's confirmed that 3 civilians have died,
and he didn't suffer
more have been injured.
for, like,
But
from what I can tell, any shrapnel.
at most, the number injured is 2,500, which I calculated I tried to calculate the relative risk of I don't know if people ever calculate relative risk for injuries. The relative risk for being killed is like 500, so it's clearly not indiscriminate. I tried my best to calculate the relative risk for being injured, which I don't know if that's a concept that people ever use, but it's kind of hard. One, because the numbers on how many fighters Hezbollah has is differ a little bit, but more importantly, the number of how many people were injured differs a lot. The number of how many people that were injured or militants differ a lot, and we don't have good data on. I saw Tiberius defending. I don't know who Tiberius is defending tariffs yesterday. Cringe momento. But we also don't. I feel like it's fair. It's more fair to calculate the relative risk ratio with only the civilian population in Hezbollah-controlled territories, and we don't have perfect data on that either. What I did, I can show you what I did, is I looked at the Hezbollah-controlled territory. And like, I did I think it was so these line up pretty closely with districts. There's like 8 government districts. I did the 2 down here and 1 up here. I didn't include Beirut because Beirut is like part of a larger district. And it didn't really feel fair because only half of Beirut is controlled by Hezbollah, so I didn't really want to include Beirut when only half of Beirut is controlled by Hezbollah, right? So, yeah, you can see it doesn't really fall within the Beirut thing. But anyway, adding up the numbers from these districts, it gives you a population of 1.3 million. This is like pretty much the most generous relative risk that I can do, because it assumes a somewhat small number of Hezbollah fighters. Some will say Hezbollah has more fighters than 20,000, depending on whether you're counting active military full-time or like people, or some part-time fighters or people in reserves as well. 4K injured is higher than any number I've seen, and 1,500 is, I think, what Hezbollah has said so far were injured. It's like the most charitable relative risk I can do. And it's still 40, which basically means militants were 40 times more likely to be injured than civilians.
It looks like the only one that really got hit the most was the guy that was directly having the pager. So do we have any confirmation that there was any civilian that was within range of these pagers going off that actually ended up suffering any major injuries? Seems like everybody who got them were holding them.
There are at least 3 confirmed dead civilians. I think 2 of them are kids.
But I think 2 of them. Go ahead, Tiberius. Go ahead, jump in.
I got a couple things here. As far as technical details, I haven't heard anything that I either like. I'm going to say no. We can confirm no. There's a bit of speculation in there, but long story short, most of the details are right. It looks like there was a Taiwanese manufacturing company. Somehow, it looks like, not confirmed, Mossad was able to get their hands on about 3,000 pagers plus. They laden them with some low-level passive explosives, and they sent some kind of carrier signal to the pagers that allowed them to have an electric charge, which set off the passive explosive. That's the theory. That is not confirmed. Just putting that out there. As far as like confirmed casualties, I know one of the first confirmed casualties, unfortunately, was an 8-year-old girl. That there's this level where we all probably know that she was literally going, "Daddy, Daddy, your pager's going off," and it blew up on her. Like that's probably exactly how that happened. There's definitely civilian casualties here. And as far as where I'm at, I don't think that the civilian targets or civilian indiscriminate targeting.
Civilian targets? Civilian indiscriminate targeting? Why the fuck are you using the word targeting?
Terrorism. What I think is the actual.
God, targeting, again, like implies acting with purpose. You're not targeting civilians if you happen to kill civilians. You're knowingly you're either knowingly killing civilians or you're recklessly killing civilians. You're not. You're not you're not just reckless. You're not targeting them.
Here. And I'm going to actually go out with the hardest take here, even though I'm more pro-Israel than probably anyone here. This not only is terrorism, it may be the most successful terrorist attack ever. Because what the entire point of terrorism is to get you scared of doing something. And where are we at right now? Now they're making Hezbollah scared to use their communications. That's critical.
Hezbollah, the military wing of Hezbollah. Obviously, Hezbollah also has a this says 16. I'm trying to find a number if more Hezbollah fighters were injured, but what attack wouldn't be terrorism then? Isn't the entire point of a military attack? Well, not the entire point. A part of it is to showcase your strength to the enemy, not the civilians, but the enemy fighters.
Like I'm actually.
Are we saying you can do terrorism against lawful targets? Like,
expecting that we're going to see an invasion here, clearly anyhow, because this is the number one thing you want to do before you take on a military strike on a governmental infrastructure. You make everyone scared to pick up the goddamn phone. So I'm just kind of sitting back waiting to see what happens, but if this was just the preamble to something greater, it is probably the most successful strike I have ever seen before that happens. So I'll be shown if I'm vindicated here within the next couple of days because we'll see something major if I am. But the general part here is that either A, it is blatant terrorism because they don't want the bad guys talking, or B, it is the terroristic attack that leads up into the preamble of, oh, Lebanon's getting invaded again. So that's where I'm at personally. If anyone wants to haggle with me on that, that's fine. But yeah, actually, it's definitely terrorism. Definitely terrorism.
So
yeah, go ahead.
So I actually agree with Tiberius. This, based on what I'm reading, this sort of tactic is most typically done as a prelude into a major military incursion. So the fact that it has been 3 days at this point, and we have not seen a major military action by Israel or anyone else against Lebanon.
I mean, they haven't done an incursion, but like they did do a lot of airstrikes. I think we just read they did like 800 airstrikes. A few days after they destroyed all the communications, right? So
is honestly a little surprising given the nature of the attack and like what it tends to lead up to. And so one of the articles I was reading off the Washington Post was mentioning that there were just a ridiculous number of layers of shell companies upon shell companies to try and disguise the source of the pagers from those in Hezbollah who were purchasing them, which implies that there are probably going to be a lot of middlemen here. And if Hezbollah actually manages to get their organization together quickly enough and starts investigating this, there are probably going to be a lot of these middlemen who probably had no idea what was going on, who are going to end up being targeted because obviously Hezbollah is not going to believe them that they had no idea what was going on here. So if Israel doesn't actually capitalize on this in a military maneuver, then it's very likely there are going to be a very
this was another report from the New York Times. New York Times claimed that rather than merely tampering with the devices, Israel actually manufactured them as part of an elaborate ruse. Obviously, like, they use shell companies to do it, but... Hello, Localist Party. Welcome back.
very large number of civilian casualties for this by Hezbollah, but like I would think that Israel would have a pretty significant, responsibility for this if they cannot stop it beforehand. Like if they don't capitalize on this, then there would seem to be a significant gap in their tactics that are going to lead to a lot more losses of people not responsible. But the numbers that I can find as far as the attacks, the pager attack led to, at least according to this article, which was published earlier today, 2,800 wounded and at least 12 dead in the initial pager attack. And then the second wave with the radios killed at least 25 people and injured 450. I would have a very difficult time believing every single one of those people.
Happy Friday? It's not quite Friday. I have to check every time because I never know what day it is.
A lot of them are children, like we know this for a fact.
Yeah.
So,
oh my God, three of them, but
like 4 children
or 2 of them, right?
Well, we also,
I think it killed 3. I think it killed 3 people. 2 of them were children. They said, right?
We have to keep in mind, and this is something that I kind of wanted to bring up as well, is that Hezbollah is also the government. Like,
It's-
so
okay,
By the way, part of proportionality is the feasibility of other attacks, right? So, like in theory, well, really, the way this would work is if Israel was considering doing an airstrike, they would have to consider the feasibility of doing another attack that would lead to less casualties than the airstrike, which would be this attack, which would be the pager attack. Yeah, part of proportionality is considering the feasibility of other attacks. Like
when you
there's
say that,
a slight difference. There's a slight difference. Hezbollah is not the government. They're the largest party in the government.
Right, they're a
and
governmental
the Lebanese
party.
government seems to have like they're tolerating them because they have so
but
much
Hezbollah also has a military wing, which is like a non-state armed group. Like,
but not they're not like we love Hezbollah.
they're not a state military.
Like the Lebanese government doesn't seem to love Hezbollah. The Lebanese government seems to be subservient to Hezbollah because Hezbollah is backed by Iran, has the second largest stockpile of missiles in the entire world. Even like I think they're second only to the United States in terms of how many missiles they have aimed straight at Israel.
But
there's
the
just a couple of
point-
things I just need to like
The point is that
respond to every part of this.
they control governmental policy, both
You're-
on
okay.
the domestic and the international.
Sansa, were you finished? I want to make
No,
sure.
I'm totally interrupting Wesley here, and I'm
That's okay,
apologize.
yeah.
But there's a couple things that you guys have, like all three of you guys have said that I'm just like not sure if I can get behind. Like we're talking about like this is probably the preamble. I can agree with you. It's probably the preamble to some kind of larger conflict, but not necessarily. Like we can see all of these like.
I don't even think that's relevant to whether or not like this is a terrorist attack or anything. Would you wear this wing? I have such a horrible speech, but would you wear this ring? I don't
Rated back
I don't really wear rings. Check
like,
this
to
out though.
Israel to Hezbollah for Iran for like all of these places around the Houthis.
My grandma got me this necklace. Grandma W moment, not necklace, bracelet.
This is something that has been going on, and when we look at international relations, something that you notice, especially over the past like nearly a year since the Israeli-Gaza war started, there's constant like little back and forth without ever officially declaring war, without explicitly escalating to the point where you're invading. There's little tits for tats in foreign policy and in international relation. Okay, well,
I think Israel did. I haven't read up on it. I don't really care that much about it because it's irrelevant to the points I actually care about, which is people losing their minds over what indiscriminate means, and proportional means, and terrorism means, and targeting means. I think Israel did reject the ceasefire that the U.S. and I think other states as well proposed with Hezbollah. But
some Iranian-backed duders launch some missiles at the United States. We blow the f up out of those dudes, right? And that's a tit for tat. No one was concerned that we were going to invade Iran necessarily because of that instance, right? Now, this is obviously a larger attack, and I can't really get behind the idea that this is a terrorist attack just because of the imagery that brings about and the goals that are implicit within that. And the last thing, the very last thing, is Israel didn't bomb Lebanon first. It was Lebanon that bombed Israel first, to the point where they had to evacuate like, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands.
I mean,
after Israel.
it depends how far back you go, but yes, true.
Hezbollah
Yeah.
started this whole thing. Let's not pretend like Israel is just like this.
And I mean, they started bombing Israel more heavily on October 8th after Israel started its counter offensive in Gaza. But yeah.
Big, like
I mean, if you think there's a genocide going on in Gaza, then you probably think Hezbollah has a justification for attacking Israel.
With Lebanon, like they started literally every single part of the escalation that's happened with Israel. So I'm totally interrupting, but like I'm getting
It's okay. No, I was gonna say like we're going a little bit far because the whole history thing is like I try to get away from that because I know what rabbit hole that goes down. And so when I look at just this specific one, I want Tiberius to jump in right after get my word in on this.
Well, I interrupted Wesley. I'm sorry.
I know Tiberius is probably itching to talk. Tiberius, something else I want to mention too is I noticed your audio was a little scuffed when you were talking. I don't know if it's because you're on your car speaker or whatnot, but I just want to mention that. The other thing I want to say is that when I look at this, the idea, and this ties into what Wes was saying, when it comes to Hezbollah being part of the government, I think we're kind of ignoring the big glaring part, which is that, like Sansel said, to piggyback off of him, they're lobbing missiles at Israel. So it's not like they're just some kind of like MAGA party, right? They're an active aggressor.
I don't care about Israel that much. I don't support Israel like that much. Like I'm critical where I think they deserve to be criticized, but like I think people have just lost their mind on. I think a lot of people are morally blind when it comes to like discrimination and targeting and terrorism versus lawful military actions.
I hate to interrupt you, but as Sansel correctly said, he did interrupt me, and I never even got to finish my point.
Let's go ahead.
I'm going to ban you some terrorists. I'm going to do it.
I'm always happy to hear it, but I wanted to finish my point, which is that they are a governmental party, and I want us all to think about what this would be like, no matter what you think. Let's say it's the leftists of America. Let's say it's the conservatives of America. If you put pagers into one of the political parties of America, and those pagers ended up blowing off, let's say it's Republican senators' arms. And
let's be very careful on how close we get to the sun on this too, because I don't know. This topic already is pretty. Yeah.
No, this is all hypothetical. But if this were to happen in America to one of their political parties, because you got to keep in mind that Hezbollah is a political party. So when you say that someone is Hezbollah,
but they are a political party, and they also have a military wing. That military wing is a non-state military wing. It's an organized armed group. Like,
you're not necessarily talking about a terrorist. You could be talking about a city comptroller, someone in like a low-level administration type job. So like the fact that this was just targeted at very broadly, at Hezbollah and not at specific military. Like, we use the term collateral damage, but like collateral damage is like when somebody's wife and kids are on a military base, when you attack that military base and you accidentally kill the wife and kids that were on that military base. This is completely different. Like, this is literally just targeting random government employees, basically.
Okay, first of all, again, my understanding is that these were probably only given to Hezbollah's military wing. Second of all, collateral damage is any incidental loss of civilian life or damage to civilian objects caused by a military strike. What if you're exploding something? If you have a small explosive on someone's body, like Israel had in this case, and you blow it up, and someone else gets injured, a civilian, that's still a collateral damage.
And not determining that they are at a military function. They're not doing anything militarily related. You're just blowing up people in that governmental party.
He's not wrong. If they were blowing people up in Hezbollah's political wing who didn't have a continuous combat function, he would be correct. But my understanding is that these people had all the people with the pagers had a continuous combat function. I doubt it, but maybe. Who knows?
Hi all. Today I'll be...
Yeah, it's really not. Okay, thanks, dude.
And like that's why I wanted to bring up like Hezbollah being a part of the government. It's more than that. It's just the fact that like when you start targeting that entire part of the government, you're not targeting just the terrorists. You're targeting random people too. Like Hamas has a
target. Do they know what the word targeting means? The target of the attack is like the primary goal of the attack is to kill that person when you're targeting them. You're not targeting incidental civilian. If you do an airstrike and you kill 7 militants and 1 civilian, you weren't targeting that 1 civilian. You were targeting the 7 militants, and the 1 militant is incidental. Or sorry, the 1 civilian is incidental loss of life. Like whatever one you're acting with purpose to kill is the one you're targeting. Like you're not targeting that civilian. Oh, I mean, I guess technically, we could imagine a hypothetical case where you wanted to kill civilians and there happened to be militants nearby. That is hypothetically possible, but I think it's clearly the case that Israel is not purposely killing civilians and incidentally killing militants with this attack.
Function of their government that is to count the dead and to like keep track of health records. And like you can kill those people, but you're just killing bean counters. Like you're not killing terrorists. And yes, they might be part of.
I don't even know. I would need a source on if any like political people, political party Hezbollah members were harmed from this. People without a continuous combat function. I don't know. I may see myself as being pro-war in Gaza. What do you mean by that? That pro-war on which side? Both sides are kind of pro-war, so.
But like they're not militants.
I want Tiberius to jump in, and I might have something to say right after this. So go ahead, Tiberius. I know you haven't had your chance to speak. So go ahead and say what you need to say, buddy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm going to try to sit back for a minute. I know my mic is scuffed. It's just
I support the war slash. Yeah, and Hamas supporters support the war slash fighting. They just support Hamas doing the war slash fighting.
I apologize for that.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, as far as where I'm at, I think the problem here, and this really goes. Sorry, let me just frame it this way. The general problem here with this conversation is that do you believe in political corporatism? Do you believe that by guilt of association that you are a target of a militaristic attack? Should that be?
I haven't seen any evidence that these pages were given to Hezbollah's non-military wing. I've only seen evidence that they were given to Hezbollah's military wing. I don't know for sure because, again, I haven't seen a source specifically saying that they were only given to Hezbollah's military wing. But I've not seen any evidence. I've not seen any evidence that they were given to all of Hezbollah, not just the military wing. I don't like.
It's very clear here that at least the Israelis were intending to go after Hezbollah, but of course there were other people who were going to get caught beside these. Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with the fact that all of these people are?
Yeah, I don't think he understands what he just said. Precludes it being an indiscriminate attack and precludes it being like a terrorist attack. If they were going after Hezbollah and simply had knowledge, were acting with dolus indirectus intent that civilians would get harmed, that's not a terrorist attack. That's not an indiscriminate attack either. That's just an attack that had collateral damage. Like You either fail in distinction or you fail in actually. Well, indiscriminate attacks usually fail in proportionality. Usually, to fail in distinction, you kind of have to be acting with actual purpose to kill civilians. Like I said, but I don't.
Pagers could have gone to Hezbollah, and then Hezbollah gave it out to anyone that they liked. Doesn't mean they're all legitimate targets. I'm going to let you all figure that one out in your own politics because that's a serious moral quandary. What the problem is here is that I don't want to openly outright agree with Samsel, but this is Tuesday in the Middle East again. This is just the same old tit for tat that we've been seeing. I have seen it literally since I was a kid, where you had the Intifadas, and then you had the last time Lebanon got invaded back in, 2006 or 2008. It's just, for me, this is kind of normal. I would put it in that regard, but it's just normalized to me. But the question is, like, do you believe that X people are legitimate targets, and from there, do you support a particular side? I'm 100% on board with the conversation that Israel isn't really our friends, but I'm definitely not on board with the conversation that anybody else in the region are people that we like.
Yeah, and I want to. So what I wanted to, are you done there, Tiberius? I want to make sure I don't cut you off there, bud. Okay.
No, you're good. Thank
Okay, cool. Yeah. So something I wanted to mention that I think that, let me ask you this, Wes. If the facts change, and this goes to ANCOM as well, so kind of right now it looks like there's the dividing line right there with Wes and ANCOM and us three. But I wanted to ask you guys, when it comes to what if that shipment, okay, was part of the military section or military sect of Hezbollah?
Oh,
right?
yes,
I
thank
get what
you.
we're saying
Yes.
here, and I understand now what you're trying to say, Wes, which is, oh, well, Hezbollah has kind of different factions. Sure, but what if those pagers were meant for the delivery to
Only
this
the
military
military
faction
wing.
of Hezbollah? And it
Yes,
wasn't just like,
thank
hey, these
you.
are your governmental pagers, guys, just hand them out to everybody, but it was actually targeted specifically to that particular group of Hezbollah. Those the military part of that. Would that change your equation a little bit?
I'll even give Israel the benefit of the doubt here, which I almost never do. But I will even say that, I don't know, let's say that they tried that or that was the goal. I don't care. It didn't work. Like,
Really? What do you mean it didn't work?
And in regards to the like, oh, use it or lose it, like we might not be able to do this in a month from
I don't. What does he mean? What does he mean it didn't work? It had so low collateral damage.
now, so we just did it. That's
Are you
not an
still
excuse to-
ANCOM?
Like,
Anarcho-communist?
I
What?
want to give ANCOM a
No.
moment to speak here. ANCOM, do you have anything you want to comment on all these? Yeah, go ahead.
So your hypothetical to me doesn't really change things because at the end of the day,
Are
it's
you
less
kidding
about who
me?
was targeted and more about who was impacted. So even if
I don't get it. 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 It's not about who is targeted. Really? Really? That's your moral system? That's your moral system? It doesn't matter at all whether you're purposely killing civilians or incidentally harming civilians, which are the exact same thing. If you are literally fucking evil and just want to maximize civilian suffering versus if you are defending yourself from a group of people who do want to maximize civilian suffering and you happen to kill civilians. Those are the same thing? Morally, those are the same thing? That seems wild to me.
Israel or whoever, I'll even go so far as to say Israel has not been conclusively proven to be the aggressor in this case, right? So I'll just go ahead and say whoever arranged this, even if they had gone to every possible length to make sure only military or militant targets had received the particular electronics in question, they still executed the attack in such a way as it was very likely many civilians were going to be harmed, right?
Many civilians? 3 civilians were... I guess we don't know how many civilians were injured, but like... Compare civilians were harmed compared to what? Again, you have to consider the feasibility of other attacks as well. Like, this is like... I guess it's pretty reasonable to expect that a small explosive literally on the person is probably not going to cause much collateral damage. I think that's a reasonable expectation, which is how these are examined. They're not even examined based on the results. The results don't even matter. They're examined ex ante based on the reasonable information that the commander could have been expected to have.
That is the
Are you a river to the sea? No.
problem with having a large number of these devices spread all around. Let's even just say they were somehow limited just to Beirut, right? It was still, you had hundreds of these devices, possibly thousands. I don't remember the exact number, spread all around the city. You have to assume that some significant fraction of them are likely to be in locations where there are a lot of civilians. I think you mentioned, Doghouse, earlier that we have a video of this going off in the middle of a grocery store,
really?
right?
Correct.
It's not as if whoever set this up had tracking on every single one of those and knew exactly when every single one was going to be located in a military target. Right?
Exactly.
Can I want to bump in here for a little bit, and Sanso, feel free to jump into it at any point.
Oh, localist party on Twitter. That's
I
crazy.
think for me, though, I've watched the videos. In 2 instances, we saw one where there was a man looked like he was trying to pick some fruit, and he ended up, I think he was holding his bag or satchel or something in his front part, and there was a gentleman standing right next to him. And when that pager went off, it didn't even impact the guy that was literally standing right next to him. And there was another video where the guy was at a checkout line. And I say humorous, but it's really not that humorous. His pager goes off, he looks down at it, and kaboom. But the thing is just like the fruit stand video, there was another gentleman there standing right there. And so it seems as if these charges were very small, enough to cause, not obviously like an IED or anything where it just completely obliterates the person, but enough to kind of send that shrapnel just within range, where if it's right on your person, it's going to actually explode onto you and cause that shrapnel. So that's the thing I get is when I'm like listening to these things about the civilians, my question is okay, let's add this to the equation. What if those that were injured via only because of the pager being on them, as opposed to civilians that were, for example, like a bombing, right? We've seen this many times where
do you support pagers from the river to the sea? Yeah, I do. Yep.
Bomb a building, right? That one you could argue is far more indiscriminate as opposed to having a pager on you, and the only person who is injured in that attack is the individual that has the pager on them, as opposed to the civilian around them.
Right, so if we
just to the point that we like
Go ahead.
be attacking like comptrollers and stuff. Like I'm reading through like 4 articles right here, and like the only thing that I can find in terms of like I'm not saying anything about there being like civilian wings of Hezbollah being targeted. It seems like it's like here's like the operative sentence that I'm looking at. There's a whole paragraph that Hezbollah officers he ordered had to carry pagers at all times, and in the event of war, pagers would be used to tell fighters where to go. So it seems like these pagers were like given to military staff. I don't know if a comptroller would be like ordered to go to war, and if he was, then he would be part of the combatant like group of people.
That's not saying that that's where all of them went, though.
I mean,
Like,
do you have anything that
Wait,
goes-
sorry. Did he specify where they went?
It's like here's like the operative sentence that I'm looking at. There's a whole paragraph that Hezbollah officers he ordered had to carry pagers at all times, and in the event of war, pagers would be used to tell fighters where to go. So it seems like these pagers were like given
Only
to
given
military
if-
staff.
yeah.
I don't know if a comptroller would be like ordered to go to war, and if he was, then he would be part of the combatant like group of people.
That's not saying that that's where all of them went, though.
I mean,
Like,
do
I'm
you have
looking
anything
at
that
the
goes?
same article as you, but the language that you just gave me is
Well,
very
it says
vague.
Hezbollah officers. No, actually, it's.
I don't think
incredibly
AOC
not
is
vague. It says
married,
Hezbollah
no.
officers, which would imply some kind of military office, right? Ordered had to carry pagers at all times, and in the
Okay.
event of hold on, the second
let's
half of the
let it-
sentence,
let's
in the
let it go.
event of war, pagers would be used to tell fighters where to go. Like, do you have something that like talks
That
about there being?
doesn't mean that in the event of an emergency, that city comptrollers wouldn't be notified via pager. Like,
Why would a
I'm
cop
not
be
saying you're
told where to
wrong.
go? Well,
Like,
do you have
I'm not
anything
saying
that
you're
would
wrong,
say
but what you're
right?
saying is
I
like,
mean, it
Well,
doesn't necessarily preclude that not only the fighters had the pagers and would be told where to go if the war started, but do you think I could seduce her in Minecraft? I bet localists. But like again, I haven't really seen any evidence that it wasn't given to
I would 100% agree with you.
only the military
It's just
wing.
like, do you have anything that would like say? Do you have anything that says that there were like civilian wings of Hezbollah that had these?
Oh
pagers?
yes,
Because,
thank
like,
you.
I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm fairly pro-Israel in terms of like the October 7th war. But I have like heavy criticisms of the way that they've engaged in Gaza. There could be something to criticize here. I haven't been like following the story super closely, except for like how they possibly could have done it, right? In terms of like the outcomes or anything. Like, I could be easily pushed to like say like, yeah, this was probably a really bad like attack. This was a really bad thing that they
I
did.
mean, we need to be cognizant of
Yeah, go ahead.
Hasbara and that we're constantly like victims of Hasbara.
I'm literally just reading New York Times and Washington Post and
Yeah,
Yeah, that's Hasbara.
press.
none of those are going to give you like
Okay,
those are
okay,
all
okay, so-
filtered through Hasbara.
Let me
I
let's
don't
do
know
this.
if that is.
Yeah, go ahead, Ty. Go ahead. I want you to jump
Okay,
in.
so like unironically, the steel man from the Israelis is largely what Sansa was saying, where the steel man from Hezbollah is largely what Wes is saying. So let me kind of cut the bullshit out for a minute. This is not a surgical strike. I wish I could say it was, and even if you said that it had a 90% effectiveness in getting to the people it was supposed to go to, which there's a damn decent chance of that, and I could go into the details on that later. Is this discriminate enough to not to actually count as any kind of surgical strike?
if it's 90% effective,
I don't think it is. It's still incredibly indiscriminate. The issue is that is the general like narrative that Israel's putting out correct, where they know that most people who are using these pagers, were at least associated with Hezbollah in one way or another, because that's who was giving out the pagers, right? That's where they gave them to. There really is a part here where do you consider someone affiliated with Hezbollah that might be in a civilian office as a legitimate military target? I personally do. West does not. That's where we're going to disagree. I don't know where Sansa is on this one.
I mean, like in terms of like surgical strikes, I'm not going to say that this is a surgical strike. There's thousands of these pages, it seems like, or hundreds at least. Like it's certainly not surgical, but it's closer to surgical than like trying to like bomb any. Like if they had instead of putting explosives on
True.
GPS, like they could have like if they put GPS and then like try to shoot missiles at each one of these positions, it probably would have been significantly worse. But like until I'm given a reason to believe that this was worse than what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from people that have both on the ground reporting and like first or second hand accounts or interviews and stuff like that, like, I'm probably not going to be moved off the position unless I'm given some kind of like let's say that like of the 2,800 people that were injured in the first strike, if 90% of those people that were injured were Hezbollah officers, I'm not sure if I cared that much, right? Like Wesley brought the example, like what if it was like the Republican Party? I mean, I don't think that it would be good. I'd probably be pretty mad that someone attacks people.
if the Republican Party had an organized armed group as part of its organization and it was attacking somebody, then yeah, they would be considered a lawful target by or that the military wing of it would be considered a lawful target under IHL, is my understanding. Like,
in my country, but if the situation was like exactly the same, we've been trading missiles back and forth. I would just see it as a military attack, like based off of everything. Yeah.
And I can give a similar analogy here to and I'm going to watch how I use this word on 3 different platforms, and I have no idea the US. But there is a particular party from the 1940s in a particular country that had, I hope that was clear to everybody who understands where I'm going with this, in Germany, who ended up having different military sects of their political party, which was pretty hotly combative. So what I'm trying to get at is we have a political group similar to that example, and we have a very military sect of that party. And I think that if we look at it, I think to me, I don't know how you can get much more surgical than this. If you were to have, like Sansa was saying, if we were to have what Israel likes to do, which is throw 1,000-pound bombs or whatever you want to call them at a building, I would say that's far more indiscriminate than a little tiny pager that's on somebody's person that it seems like, from all the accounts I can tell, it doesn't seem like anybody around them, at least from the videos I've seen and accounts I've heard, has been affected other than the person who was essentially having the pager on them. So I think it's kind of like if anybody's seen the movies where they have like those little buttons and they click it and then it's on their neck and then it like kills them. It's similar. That's what it feels like to this. Yeah, go ahead, Wes. I'll let you go. Yeah.
Because I just don't think that that's a valid comparison. Like, you've both talked about like 1,000-pound bombs on cities, or like how they are handling like Gaza or even the West Bank now, and that's not valid comparison. Like, yeah, sure, it's better than dropping 1,000-pound bombs on civilian cities, but anything is better.
But that's also indiscriminate.
So, like,
does he think that's also indiscriminate?
Like, to sit here and be like, oh yeah, well, like it's more strategic than dropping bombs on civilian blocks.
One thing I want to say is more strategic, just because the contention here, at least with what Doghouse is saying, is the limited nature of the collateral damage, right? What I'm seeing, and mind you, I have not seen the specific videos which you've been referencing. Sure. However, the descriptions I'm seeing in the New York Times indicate that these were powerful enough to send adult men flying off motorcycles and slamming into a wall. So, like, the specific instances where you saw a video where, you know, it was in someone's pocket or bag, or maybe they were holding it and there was something standing right next to them, they just didn't happen to have a serious injury in the video. Again, I haven't seen it.
No, I get it. I get it. If that's what you're hearing, that they blew somebody off a motorcycle, I would absolutely agree with you. And I think that's important too. Yeah, go ahead.
Do we think an attack is like disproportionate if it blows someone off of a motorcycle? This is our standard?
It doesn't take that much to blow someone off.
Yeah, the person in this case who was riding the motorcycle very well may have been a militant. I don't know. The point is less about who specifically had the pagers to me, and it's more about the fact that, granted, I don't know what kind of explosive was used. New York Times says like they were laced with a few ounces of explosive, but depending on the kind of explosive, that can still be a huge explosion. And it's not just about the shrapnel; it's about the pressure wave that the explosion creates and how much internal damage that can do, even at a fairly close range. You know, if you're 10 feet away from a fairly powerful explosive, even if it's just a few ounces, you may not have any outward evidence of injury, but you could absolutely have like a ruptured spleen or a burst lung, whatever, because that's how pressure waves work.
Nice.
So the fact that like maybe they looked fine in the video doesn't mean that there weren't invisible injuries that they later realized and like had to be dealt with, and those are being counted. The problem is like we don't have a lot of information, but it seems highly likely.
I mean, I think we have,
from my perspective, that regardless
information
of
on how many. Why did he put this text here? Three full minutes, dude.
There were almost certainly unintended civilian casualties, or I say unintended. I should go with unintended. But that the likelihood of such civilian casualties in such a widespread attack is high enough that I consider it morally reprehensible to have created the attack in this particular way. With the radios, it seems there were fewer of them. They were more highly targeted. There was less overall damage outside of the targeting. Not saying that that's necessarily better, but it's less bad, I guess. But the pagers, okay, so I don't know why this comparison is coming up in my head. I don't even remember which one it was from, but I remember reading a Star Wars novel, like one of the extended universe novels.
Oh my god.
Decades ago.
Really?
And in it, one of the major plot points was the big bad of the story had rigged droids all across the galaxy to explode. And that was like a way of taking out
all
these
across the galaxy
governmental things of the New Republic. I think it was. I don't remember the exact details, but the point is that like the kind of attack is extremely similar, swap droids for pagers, and it's not that much different. And like the massive amount of damage.
If the droids were only given to the military wing
distributed attack,
of the resistance,
highly effective if you don't give a shit about civilian targets. But like you're comparing it to like dropping a 1 kiloton bomb. Well, if all of these,
kilotons is pretty big. Okay, that's like
I'm
fucking fat man shit.
My apologies. I meant to say 1 ton. My brain's a kiloton.
All good.
My apologies. If you were dropping a bomb that has the equivalent of 1 ton of TNT, you could probably say with modern explosives, the few ounces of explosive in these pagers was at least 1 pound of TNT each, and there were thousands.
Oh, it was far less than that. Yeah, I'll tell you.
TNT is going to do way more shit.
That dude would be gone. He'd be very price. I'll tell you. I think what it was like 1 ounce or 2 ounces. I think it was like very relatively small.
That's not a lot, but the thing that I think
he's saying depending on the explosive, it can be.
Because they were so indiscriminate with when and how this got set off, that you could be driving home with your family in your station wagon, and your pager gets exploded, and you kill your entire family in a car crash.
Okay, so hold on. So here's what we're gonna do. I would love to continue this conversation. Okay, but we spent almost 53 minutes on this conversation, and I think that so I think what we're going to do is we are going to move on. We are going to move on to the next topic.
We're gonna go over some of the IHL stuff today. I downloaded 2 textbooks on it. We're gonna figure some shit out. But again, I'm pretty sure. According to Channel 12 News, which, I mean, who knows, but. Interviewed in a report, an investigative reporter from the New York Times says the whole scheme was dreamed up by a brilliant female. Okay, don't care. Oh, sorry. Quotes an unnamed foreign security saying tens of thousands of pages were produced, manufactured with the knowledge that the client would check them carefully. Therefore, pagers had to work properly, betray no identification, that they were primed with explosives. Their appearance and weight had to remain unchanged. Report says they knew they knew who he was with and where he was, so that the vegetable seller in the supermarket would not be hurt. When a pager exploded, a man alongside him. There's a reference to the footage. A pager exploding. A man is apparently blown up by the pager. Fruit or vegetable stand. Why? Why what? Oh, I don't even know. It's probably not in English. Is this a liberal stream? I wonder, buddy. Unfortunately. Citing Israel's foreign sources, the channel said Jerusalem went to great lengths to show only his balloons. One day it's a decentralized stream. Maybe we'll get there. One day. Listen, I've changed non-fun is on the Trump train. True. I think I've only gotten more right-leaning over time, because I used to be more socialist-leaning. So, who knows? If the trend continues, then maybe. You hate Kamala too? No, I don't hate her. I think she's alright. Okay, we'll be back to that stuff later. Oh, EPUB, I can't open it in my browser. Okay, something interesting that did happen. Kamala is oathbreaker, treason, true, unlike Trump. But okay, we're not getting. We can't get dragged into that yet. Okay. JD Vance's. The Dems keep trying to kill Trump. True. JD, that doesn't make him a good candidate, even if that's true. But JD Vance's VP screening, JD Vance research dossier, I don't know how to pronounce it, was leaked by supposedly Iran. Reportedly comes from an alleged Iranian government hack of the Trump campaigns, and since June, the news media has been sitting on it and other documents, declining to publish it in fear, finding itself at odds with the government's campaign against foreign malice influence. I disagree. The dossier has been offered to me, and I would say to publish it because it's of keen public interest in an election season. It's a 271-page research paper on the Trump campaign. The Trump campaign prepared to vet now vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. As far as I can tell, it hasn't been altered, but even if it was, the contents are publicly verifiable. I'll let it speak for itself. The terror regime in Iran loves the weakness and stupidity of Kamala Harris and is terrified of the strength and resolve of President Donald J. Trump. Stephen Chung, communications director for the Trump campaign, responded when I asked him about the hack. If the document had been hacked by some anonymous like hacker group, the news media would be all over it. I'm just not a believer of the news media as an arm of government doing its work, combating foreign influence, nor should it be a gatekeeper of what the public should know. On August 19th, the U.S. intelligence community issued a statement on Iranian election interference, including cyber operations attempting to gain sensitive information. This includes the recently reported activities to compromise former President Trump's campaign, the IC attributes to Iran. Sounds like dossier. Oh, it's a dumb pronunciation. On September 18th, the intelligence community issued another statement going into further detail about Iran's efforts. Iranians' malicious cyber actors were still undertaking efforts since June, the press release says, to send stolen, non-public material associated with former President Donald Trump and Trump's campaign to U.S. media organizations. The intelligence community would not confirm to me whether the stolen campaign materials included advanced dossier, whatever the fuck. We don't have anything beyond what's noted in September 18th joint statement. Lauren Frost, the spokesperson for the Office of Director of National Intelligence, told me this week. Robert offered the document to me in an email from an AOL address. That's the space monkey are used by individuals. The individual that reportedly provided the internal campaign materials to media outlets. When I pressed Robert on the motives behind releasing the documents and their provenance, his reply was coarse. It doesn't matter. Let the media and authorities go ahead with their own guesses and bullshit. I just want to shine some light into the dark room. The rumors are very dark. In fact, I've argued while Iran, Russia, China are attempting to stoke chaos in an already chaotic American political scene. There's no evidence that any of these often hard-brained efforts could actually swing an election outcome. These are the same active measures that have been undertaken since the Cold War. The United States does it as well. For the intelligence community, the FBI is a cat and mouse game to catch up with the other guys. But for the American people and the 2024 election, it's unremarkable. In July, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a report saying that the IC has observed Iran working to influence the presidential election, probably because Iranian leaders want to avoid an outcome they perceive will increase tension with the United States. But tensions with Iran and the United States are already at a fever pitch and likely to remain so regardless of who is elected. This is not the Steely dossier of 2016. It's golden showers and anti-Trump fan fiction like the Steely dossier. Dude, I gotta learn English better, man. Which is both fraudulent and discredited. The Vance dossier is intelligent, whatever the fuck, is a factually and intelligent written. No Jason Bourne style capers appear, and there's no sillies. Instead, the Vance enumerates pretty reasonable liabilities, and then contender for VP nominee, including Vance has been one of the chief obstructionists to U.S. efforts for providing assistance to Ukraine. Vance criticized public health experts and elected officials for supporting BLM while condemning anti-lockdown protests. That was not like super bad. Vance embraced non-interventionism. In 2020, Vance criticized President Trump airstriking, killing Iranian General Soleimani, worrying it would continue to bog down America in the Middle East to the advantage of China. Vance suggested that the country had been engaged in wars in the Middle East, so financial elites could profit from the rise of China. So the document is clearly newsworthy, providing Republican Party and conservative doctrine into what the Trump campaign perceives to be Vance's liabilities and weaknesses. Those perceptions provide clues about what a campaigner of remarkably little substance might actually think. While the news media has paraphrased some of the contents of it, what they haven't done is provide the American people with the underlying document in the language in which it appeared, so they can decide for themselves what they think. You decide for yourself. I think I already downloaded it. Yeah. It's obviously we're not reading the whole thing. It's like 200 pages. It's just funny. Vance's anti-Trump record and establishment ties. Vance wrote that he loathed Trump's obvious personal character flaws. Vance said he fought against Trump. During the 2016 campaign, Vance was described as a never-Trumper. It was reported that Vance tweeted, "What percentage of the American population has real Donald Trump sexually assaulted?" I didn't know about that one, man. Jesus fuck. In 2018, Vance was still an opponent of Trump, citing his race-based policies. Vance suggested there was no sign of voter fraud in the 2016 election. Vance once implied that Trump is prone to lying. Vance appeared to be critical of Trump's comments surrounding the events in Charlottesville. Early in the Trump presidency, Vance indicated Trump was falling on his legislative priorities. I can't believe. Did Vance fall for the very fine people hoax? What the hell? Following Trump's protest, Vance said Trump really missed an opportunity to name this phenomenon and give people a sense of where it comes from and show them more leadership. Vance said Trump was ambivalent or too cautious about coming out and criticizing racism as Nazis. Okay. Maybe he didn't quite fall for the very fine people hoax. What the hell? Vance at times dismissed efforts to highlight fraud in the 2020 election. Vance said people questioning the 2020 election results would not become violent, and also said Biden would be inaugurated. TDS falls for every hook. Dude, I can't believe J.D. Vance had TDS until a few months ago, man. Vance previously heaped praise upon Hillary Clinton. An op-ed Vance recalled a time in his life when he admired President Clinton. Vance has previously heaped praise upon Barack Obama. He said he would miss him upon leaving office. Damn. He praised Democratic Socialist Bernie Sanders. Vance said Bernie Sanders was his favorite Democrat running in the 2020 Democrat primary. Oh, that kind of makes sense because they're both just anti-establishment fuckers. Dumb shits. Get owned. Vance predicted that Trump was part of a political realignment that would position Trump and Bernie Sanders on the same side in 20 years. Oh, you know what? He's not entirely wrong about this one, man. J.D. Vance believes in horseshoe theory. Can you believe it? Vance appears to have indicated that Joe Biden could have beat Trump in 2016. Vance has privileged single support for distorting free market with federal subsidies. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, he's pro-tariff now, so he's still in favor. I guess he's not in favor of subsidies now. He's in favor of federal taxes. He's distorting the free market with substantial federal taxes. What is it? What the fuck is it? Is this like how much money he spent campaigning? Oh, is this he contributed to? Earmarked $25 to his campaign. Wow, nice one, buddy. This website, what the hell? Does it mean it's loading? I don't know. It's fucked. Decentralization even self-sufficiency is a decent horseshoe across the entire political spectrum. Well, obviously you think that, but horseshoe theory wins again. Following the attack on the Capitol, Levin criticized Trump in the dispatch and wrote that Trump almost fully inhabits a boorish, narcissistic psychodrama playing in his head. Yeah, wild. What's the news about Mark Robinson? That's the leaked audio. I don't think anything's on the leaked.
News
I wanted to talk about out of North Carolina with Mark Robinson. I'm sure you've heard about it. Governor Walz is also in this area. He just mentioned it at a rally this afternoon. I don't know that you've gotten a chance to talk about it. So I wanted to ask you, are you comfortable with Mark Robinson as
God, he looks so
the
awkward,
Republican
dude.
nominee for governor in North Carolina?
Well, look, the allegations are pretty far out there, of course, but I know that allegations aren't necessarily reality. And what I'd say is, it's all
they
up
aren't.
to Mark Robinson in North Carolina, whether he's going to be their governor and whether he wants to stay in the race. I'll let them make that decision. I'm here in Pennsylvania to try to make the case that Kamala Harris's policies have failed, and Donald Trump, I think, will be a much better president for the people of Pennsylvania, and that's what we're here to do.
Do you believe him that those were not his posts?
I don't not believe him. I don't believe him. I just think that you have to let these things sometimes play out in the court of public opinion. He's going to make whatever arguments he wants to make. I'm sure the news media and others are going to investigate these comments further. I just think that fundamentally it's Mark Robinson and the people of North Carolina that get to decide whether he's their governor, and that's what we're going to focus on.
Last thing on that,
Sure.
will you campaign with him, or are you comfortable campaigning with him at this point?
We don't have any plans to campaign with him.
Oh no! Oh no! They've abandoned him. They've abandoned him. Mark Robinson. I saw the GOP has pulled their ad money from him in North Carolina because he's radio fucking active now. He's toxic. He has been compromised.
We hold our own event.
I like JD Vance because I think the media treats him unfairly.
And try to focus.
Do you think maybe that's just because he's like an awkward, uncharismatic, loyalist dude? He's obviously just loyal to Trump now, and that's why he's switched on all his previous positions. He's
driving home the
seems to be pretty clear. I don't think he actually suddenly changed his mind on Trump being bad. I think he's probably just in it for himself, that he thinks he can
Harris has driven up the price of groceries
get
and
power
housing,
from
and
this.
Donald Trump actually delivered really solid prosperity, but also low inflation. We'll keep on talking about those issues, but we don't have any plans to campaign with him.
They've abandoned him. It's over. It's over. Josh Stein sweep. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How's Republicans for Stein doing? Why does it keeps popping up, but okay, well, I'll open the continued browsing thing. He's gotten a lot of GOP endorsements because Mark Robinson is so unbelievably insane. Stein sucks compared to Mark Robinson. Stein, he's a North Carolina Democrat. He's not a super progressive dude or anything. He's a run of the mill normie dem. Said Stein was predatory. Only show up at the campaign every 4 years. Owned. Oh, this is Jill Stein. I meant Jill Stein. Oh, yeah, Jill Stein. Yeah, Jill Stein is not running for governor of North Carolina. Unfortunately, coulda voted for her. My true political beliefs. Oh, where'd my cat go? Damn. I don't think it likes me. Damn. I kind of want to see if I can get. I don't know if you guys know who Avi Bitterman is. I wonder if he'll come on stream. I shouldn't have paused there. I think he knows a lot of the IHL stuff, and he'd be able to explain it to me, or at least point me in the right direction for a lot of this stuff. Uganda to Armenia. I don't fucking know. Okay, I know I'll need Egypt and Sudan and South Sudan. All right, easy. All right, Israel, Syria, Turkey borders both. Thank God. Okay. Easy. Okay, let me see. Probably read some of these things. And then I have some Piers Morgan react. What is this? Jill Stein. Who is Jill Stein? Do you think I'm a Green Party voter?
Starting with the economy. Jill Stein's campaign focuses on creating an economy that benefits working people rather than the wealthy elite. She proposes an economic bill of rights, ensuring access to a living wage job, guaranteed livable income, housing, healthcare, childcare, education, retirement security.
I mean, I think the guaranteed livable income thing is good, but
her administration plans to reduce taxes for households earning below the median income and strengthen Social Security by eliminating tax caps for the wealthy. Additionally,
it all sounds nice,
Stein
but
aims
isn't
to
crazy.
guarantee affordable utilities through
How?
public ownership, provide
public
free,
ownership,
high-speed
awesome.
internet, and transform large banks.
I mean, a lot of utilities are already publicly owned. I don't necessarily. The livable income is probably. I mean, I'm assuming this means like UBI or negative income tax. That's probably chill. Nationalizing some public utilities can be fine.
Public utilities to prevent financial monopolies. Her administration plans to introduce a $25 minimum wage indexed to inflation and productivity, guarantee livable
$25 minimum
incomes
wage?
above poverty levels, and ensure housing as a human right.
It doesn't address anything.
Next is healthcare.
What doesn't? Livable
Stein
income?
emphasizes the need for a comprehensive healthcare reform in the U.S., noting that despite high expenditures, the country has poor health outcomes, including
True.
low life expectancy and high rates of chronic diseases. She highlights the insurance industry's profiteering and the inadequate access to healthcare that led to significant excess deaths during the COVID-19 pandemic. Stein's platform declares healthcare as a human right, advocating for a universal healthcare system that is free at the point of service. Her administration plans to implement National Improved Medicare for All, cancel medical debt, and advance reproductive rights.
That's fine.
Jill Stein's platform asserts that U.S. democracy is failing, with a government dominated by corporate.
I don't have strong opinions on what type of universal healthcare we should have. There are good and bad ways to do it, I'm sure, but I don't have strong opinions on which are the best
rather than
ways.
the people's will. To restore true
I think she'd probably do it in the worst way, though.
democracy, she advocates for a range of reforms aimed at empowering citizens and ensuring fair representation. Key proposals include implementing ranked choice voting and proportional representation
That's
to dismantle
fine.
the two-party
I'm
system,
fine with ranked choice
overturning
voting.
Citizens United, and abolishing corporate personhood through a
That
constitutional amendment.
could be
Stein
good
also
or bad,
supports
I
public
don't know.
financing of
I don't
elections
really-
to eliminate private money's corrupting influence and aims to
I don't really think money in politics is as big of a problem as Jill Stein thinks it is. Eventually, we'll become evil in campaign finance and read the Cato Institute arguing that we should not overturn Citizens
abolish the
United.
Electoral College in favor of a national popular vote. Now let's
That's
look at social
fine.
issues. Stein emphasizes the need for comprehensive social justice reforms to address
I'm
systemic
sure.
discrimination and inequities faced by various marginalized groups in the U.S. Her platform includes support for the Equality Act, prohibiting
I don't know what that
discrimination
does.
against the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and enacting measures to protect their rights. She advocates for inclusive public education, housing relief for the 2S LGBTQIA+ youth, and ending harmful practices like conversion therapy. For the disability
Well, that
community,
one's
Stein
good.
proposes expanding Social Security benefits, updating the Americans with Disabilities Act, and ensuring accessible technology and education. Her administration also aims to end disparities in pay and benefits, defend civil liberties, and provide economic opportunities for people with disabilities. She advocates for the full legalization of cannabis and the decriminalization of drug possession, viewing drug
That's
misuse
fine.
as a health issue rather than a criminal one. Next is women's rights. Jill Stein is committed to establishing and safeguarding comprehensive women's rights, recognizing them as fundamental human
would
rights.
imagine.
Her administration will aim to codify these rights and ensure that they are protected against ongoing threats from extremist groups. Key initiatives include publishing the Equal Rights Amendment, passing the Paycheck Fairness Act to eliminate wage discrimination, and enacting the Violence Against Women Act of 2021. Stein also plans to
I
ensure
don't
that
know what that
domestic
one
abusers
does.
cannot own or purchase firearms, federally fund and expedite rape kit testing, and codify Roe v. Wade to secure full reproductive rights and bodily autonomy for women. Additionally, her administration will fund free birth control and menstruation
Free
products,
birth
repeal
control.
restrictive legislation like the Hyde Amendment, and decriminalize sex work.
It's
to protect
called
vulnerable
League of
populations.
Legends, bro.
Jill Stein's
It's called OBS. Download OBS and stream on
immigration policy
Twitch.
centered on the principle that immigrants' rights are human rights, recognizing their significant contributions to the United States amid persistent exploitation and discrimination. Her administration will overhaul the current immigration system, emphasizing ethical, transparent, and dignified paths to citizenship. This includes abolishing Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) and replacing it with an Office of Citizenship, Refugees, and Immigration Services under the Department of Labor. Stein plans to redirect ICE
Under
funding
the
to processing
Department of
centers,
Labor?
offering housing, work, and healthcare resources. She advocates for repealing restrictive immigration laws, granting amnesty to undocumented individuals, and expediting visa petition processes to minimize family separation. Now let's look at climate and energy. Jill Stein's approach to the climate crisis is rooted in an urgent and comprehensive Real Green New Deal aimed at transitioning to 100% clean energy and zero emissions by 2035. She highlights the failures of current climate policies, advocating for a more radical shift away from fossil fuels and corporate interests. Her administration would declare a climate emergency, utilizing presidential powers to expedite climate action and fund renewable energy projects, creating millions of union jobs in the process. Stein plans to ban fracking, phase out nuclear power, and end fossil fuel subsidies, while prioritizing investments in renewable
We're phasing out nuclear power? Why? Really?
energy infrastructure and public ownership of the energy sector. Lastly,
I mean, if you want clean energy,
let's
that's
look at
probably the
foreign
best way to do it.
Jill Stein's foreign policy emphasizes diplomacy,
Oh, boy.
international law, and human rights, aiming to dismantle the
Does it?
military-industrial complex that fuels global conflict and domestic impoverishment. Her administration will end existing wars, cut military spending by up to 75%, and reinvest in a global Green
75%.
New Deal to combat climate change and ensure basic human needs are met worldwide. Stein plans to close the majority of the 700-plus foreign U.S. military bases, cease support for human rights abusers,
Oh, we don't
and
need
lead
them.
global nuclear disarmament efforts. She advocates for ending economic sanctions that harm civilian populations and disbanding NATO in favor of
Which
an
should be,
inclusive
oh,
security framework.
disbanding NATO.
Stein's administration will also prioritize veterans programs and benefits, ensuring support for military service members transitioning to civilian life. Did you find this video about
Awesome. Oh no, I think she's based on immigration. Let them all in. Let them in. Let them in. All of them. Unironically. That's how you save. That's how you save the dying American towns. Unironically. Okay. Historical development, international humanitarian law, the contemporary legal basis, international humanitarian law. 3 types of armed conflicts. Every position sucks. I don't think every position sucks. 4 individual status in armed conflict, combatants, non-combatants, direct participation in hostilities, and prisoners of war. Protection of the wounded, sick, and shipwrecked. The law of occupation and protection of civilians, targeting means and method of warfare. How many pages is this? Yeah, why would it tell me? Page slider? How do I just... I think ranked choice voting is probably fine. Are you really against ranked choice voting? Or at least some other type of voting besides first past the post. I don't know if ranked choice voting is the best. I think you can make arguments for approval voting or star voting, but I haven't gone down the voting systems rabbit hole to know which one is the best. Why doesn't it, how do I tell how many pages it is? Ranked choice voting is fine, but democracy is when government is closer to people. Okay, sure. So you prefer ranked choice voting just on the local level. It doesn't tell me how many pages it is. I want to know. I want to know roughly how many pages it is, so like I can divide my time between these two. But why would it tell me that? Surround democracy, develop political decision making closer to people they affect. Yeah, no, you've gone over it. How many times has it mentioned booby traps? Booby traps, mine's booby traps. Wait, what if I open it in Calibri? Does it have page numbers? No. Knock knock. Or you're just not open. That's cool too. Does that book open? Yeah, you know, I didn't want to open the book anyway. Why would I do that? Why would I want to do that? Oh, one of them opened. Uh-oh. Is it going to open? Oh, no. It's going to open 500 of them, isn't it? Uh-oh. I messed up. Targeting. Okay, 53%. Okay, it's 10% of the book, but how many pages is that? Wow, nice table of contents. Oh, that's just table of contents. Preferences. Position and chapter. There's progress. Did you watch the article 4 video? Nope. You sent that while I was editing, and I did not care to look at it because I was busy editing. Okay, so now if I go here, it doesn't even have, it just still has, it still has this. Two point 5.1. Oh, wait, here we go. So it's 79 pages, I think, but okay. Also, a really popular good video came out today and a national popular vote. What do you mean? We already have a popular vote in most of the states. Yeah, I'm aware. Okay, so if I just do IHL, We'll do slash toggle heading 3. Or no, maybe we should do toggle heading 2. Targeting. Okay. This is IHL by Emily Crawford. The law of targeting is, as Michael Schmidt puts it, the sine qua non non-warfare. Reduced to its essence, war is about attacking the enemy. The law of targeting consequently lies at the very heart of the law of war. The law of targeting comprises complex and detailed rules regarding when objects may be lawfully targeted by parties to a conflict and when such objects are immune from targeting. In addition to these rules, IHL also places limits on the kinds of attacks that can be launched, the means and methods that may be employed in such attacks, and outlines additional precautions that parties to a conflict must take before attacking a target. The first part of the chapter examines the general rules in targeting, including the provisions in Article 52 regarding defining a lawful target. The second part of the chapter examines the more specific rules that have developed regarding certain types of objects and the permissible targets of such objects, such as cultural property, the environment, and objects necessary for the survival of the civilian population. Finally, the last chapter will look at the contentious issue of what have been called dual-use objects, which have both military and civilian use, complicating targeting assessments, and the law of targeting as it applies to non-international armed conflicts. Philosophical underpinning of the law of target. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. What if we make this heading 2 as well? Or I don't know. We'll make it heading 3, I guess. Man, I'm making it not bold because otherwise it just blends in. Law of targeting. Define which objects may be lawfully targeted. And places limits on the kinds of attacks that can be launched. As well as the means and methods that may be employed in such attacks. Also outlines additional precautions that parties to a conflict must take before attacking to a target. The philosophical underpinning of the laws of targeting. Going to be the doctrine of the double effect, which is I don't remember something philosophy. Where my fucking I dropped my thing. God damn it! I was fidgeting with it. Where'd it go? Okay, well I lost it. God damn. Oh, I put it right here. Wow, genius shared moment there. The fundamental principle that underpin the modern law of targeting are drawn from the fundamental principles that underpin all the laws of armed conflict. That the means and method of warfare available to parties to the conflict are not unlimited. That a distinction must be made between between military and civilian objects, that the only legitimate military act is one that is aimed at bringing about the submission to the adverse party through weakening their military potential. These principles, distinction, military necessity, proportionality, humanity, all speak to the notion of being restrained in war. What happened? I was gone for a sec? Not much. However, the idea that even wars have limits is not an approach that has always been unequivocally supported. Theorists from that guy to that guy, Clausewitz, were skeptical, if not outright dismissive, of the possibility that warfare could be regulated and limited. In his famous work on war, Clausewitz argued that an act of violence, war is an act of violence to compel our opponent to fulfill our will. Self-imposed restrictions almost imperturbably, I don't know how to fucking say it, and hardly worth mentioning, term the use of international law, accompany it without essential impairing its power, and that, oh, I can't scroll down without going to the next page, really. I thought I could do that on this. Philanthropists may easily imagine that there's a skillful method of disarming and overcoming an enemy without causing great bloodshed, and that this is the proper tendency of the art of war. However plausible this may appear, still it is error which may be extirpated. I don't know how to pronounce it. For in such dangerous things as war, the errors which proceed from a spirit of benevolence are just the worst. Indeed, the increased involvement of civilians in the war effort throughout the earlier 20th century promoted some states to focus their attentions on the civilian population in the belief that only through targeting the civilian population one could hope to achieve absolute victory. The First World War demonstrated the importance of the home front on the general war effort and the benefit that could accrue from a more liberal targeting strategy, as Chickering and Forster point out in 20th century warfare. Civilians were critical to the supply of weapons, munitions, and other essential materials of combat, and they provided moral backing, without which the war could not be sustained. However, civilians were also more vulnerable to both subversion and military attack. Maybe we'll study that one day. This is more relevant right now. For they were less acclimated to the terrorists, deprivations, and demoralizing the war. The German military leadership genuinely believed that the moral collapse of the home front in 1918 has wrecked what would otherwise have been a victorious military campaign. They concluded that in a future war, the civilian front would again constitute the weakest dimension of any belligerent war effort, hence the most vulnerable and inviting target of an enemy's attention. However, the Geneva Conventions were adopted in 1949. The idea that all parts of the state, including its civilian population, were targetable was rejected as a guiding principle. This was likely due in no small part to the devastation experienced by parties to the Second World War, where the practice of targeting the civilian population was frequently the norm rather than the exception. When additional protocols were accepted, the modern law of armed conflict rejected outright total war, with express prohibitions on the deliberate targeting civilians and objects, and prohibitions on attacks which might be expected to cause disproportionate damage to the civilian population. The modern law of armed conflict permits only military objectives to be targeted. However, the distinction between objects that can be targeted and those that cannot is not always straightforward and requires a complex series of evaluations. It is these evaluations which is explored in the next section. Okay. Same fundamental principles. Underpin all the laws of armed conflict. LOIC. I think I've seen that abbreviated before, right? Yeah, law of armed conflict. Distinction, military necessity, proportionality. Those being distinction, military necessity, proportionality, humanity. So distinction is only targeting military assets. The distinction must be made between civilian and military persons and objects. And then military necessity, which is only attacks that target military objects are legitimate. Or the only legitimate military act is one that is aimed at bringing about the submission of the adverse party through weakening their military potential. Only attacks that aim to bring about the submission of the adverse party through weakening their military potential are legitimate. Proportionality. Oh, they only do the two things here. Do three. 1, 2, 3. But they mentioned 4 things, but I mean, really, there's a better definition of proportionality, but whatever. The basic rule, Article 48 of Additional Protocol 1. Any targeting assessment, the first step to comply with is the fundamental principle of distinction as outlined in Article 48 of Additional Protocol 1. Must comply with and any targeting assessment is the fundamental principle of distinction outlined in Article 48 of Additional Protocol 1. In order to ensure respect for and protection of the civilian populations and civilian objects, the parties to the conflict shall at all times distinguish between the civilian population and combatants in between civilian objects and military objects, and accordingly shall direct their operatives against only military objectives. Article 48 is considered customary international law and is reinforced by Article 57, Section 2 of Protocol 1, which states that in the planning of an attack, parties to a conflict must do everything feasible to verify that the objective to be attacked are neither civilian nor civilian objects. Article 48 reflects customary international law. What if it's impossible to distinguish between military and civilian? Well, they'll get into that later, but I mean, it's a feasibility thing, right? So you have to do as much as feasible. But I mean, if you can't do it, then it's just simply not feasible. And like the thing is, like, we don't want to give people an incentive to break IHL, right? So you don't want to give the enemy a military advantage for doing things like using human shields. So like, even if your enemy is using human shields and you can't feasibly distinguish between military and civilian objectives, then you kind of do have, for the most part, a right to still strike that objective that you think is military. It still has to comply with proportionality, but proportionality is also limited by feasibility. Reinforced by Article 57 of Additional Protocol 1. What's up, Bubby? Which states that in a planning of the attack, parties of the conflict must do everything feasible to verify the objectives to be attacked are neither civilian nor military objects. We're doing Hasbro right now, Bubby. We're reading international law because I think if people have probably lost their mind on it. So. Let's go Hasbro time. I told Bimmy I probably want to debate him on the Lebanon pager thing at some point. So if you want to watch that, or if you want to participate in that even, that might happen at some point. Article 48 contains a number of terms which require definitions. Civilian combatant, military objectives. The terms of civilian combatant are explored in detail in the chapters in the book about those areas of the law. This chapter will now look at how to define a military objective. Goddamn, I don't have the time to read this whole fucking book, but we're gonna have to go back to certain parts of it to understand. Oh, you know what we should read at some point? We have to, which just struck this morning. I saw. At some point we have to read. I think it was chapter 3 of this one, and it's chapter 1 of them in this one. About the different types of armed conflict, whether it's international, non-international, and what the implications of those are. Because I don't have a super good understanding of that. I just know sometimes different rules apply, but I know customary international law applies to all of them. So. I'd have to check out the debate, but you already know someone like Boomy's going to go nowhere productive. Yeah. But starting point for determining the scope of the term military objective is Article 52. Article 52, Section 2 of Protocol 1, which provides attacks shall be limited only to military objectives. I don't really understand the principle of proportionality. Goal of any any army military operation is going to accomplish a mission at all costs. Trying to set limits on it seems silly. I don't know if the goal of every military is to try to accomplish it at all cost. I mean, yeah, like the principle of proportionality is to try to minimize the cost, right? It's to say the cost to civilians can't be too large for an attack that doesn't have a direct and concrete great enough direct and concrete military gain. Like, a lot of militaries do warning. Israel does warnings. Whether you believe they only do warnings to make it seem like they're not genociding Palestinians is up to you, but like the US does warnings. Even Russia, I'm pretty sure, warned some cities to evacuate before they invaded, at least. Okay. Attacks shall be limited strictly to military objectives. Insofar as objects are concerned, military objectives are limited to those objects by which their nature, location, purpose, or use make an effective contribution to military action and whose total or partial destruction, capture, and neutralization in the circumstances relating to time offers a definite military advantage. ups the scope of what can be considered a military objective. Look at that spelling. Genius level. 90, 900 IQ. I mean, 90 IQ. Might actually be 90 IQ. Probably am 90 IQ. 90 IQ isn't like that low, but I feel like 90 IQ is probably where I'm at. Textually limited, strictly military objectives, insufficient objects are considered. Military objectives are limited to those objects which by their nature, location, or purpose, or use make an effective contribution to military action, and whose total or partial destruction, capture, neutralization, and circumstances relating to time offers a definite military advantage. This is, by the way, the word or use here is what gives justification for striking things such as hospitals if they are in fact being used as military. As a military military base, or are used for military operations. I can't spell either. I was never good at grade school, and autocorrect has destroyed my ability. Yeah, I did really bad, and I feel like for the strike people, I've just shut off their brain, but it's to be expected by now. Yeah. But I mentioned it in Bimmy's chat. I just asked him what he thought about it, and he just played a video of the CIA director saying if it's terrorism. It's just like literally appealing to authority. He was like, "You're a Twitch chatter. I'm a Twitch chatter. This is a CIA director." The CIA director didn't actually really make any argument for it. If he just like, there are ways to do appeals to authority that aren't like the logical fallacy way of doing appeals to authority. I feel like this happens a lot with Israel-Palestine. If, like, for example, the occupation, I'll say, well, I don't really think Gaza is occupied under IHL. And they'll say, the UN says it's occupied. That, like, I disagree with the UN. I think the people commenting on that are wrong. If you want to give me their argument for why they think it, you can say, oh, an expert at the UN said so-and-so, and like you have to actually explain the argument. You can't just say that they said it. I disagree with it. You have to explain why they said it. Like, people talk about Lebanon like they're still in the late 1970s. Whole countries just using pagers and walkie-talkies to communicate with each other. As far as I know, I like, these were only given to Hezbollah's military wing. I've not seen any evidence to the contrary that they were only given to Hezbollah's military wing. That is my understanding. I've not seen any evidence to the contrary. And according to a report by Channel 12, which is Israeli media, maybe they're just doing Hasbara, Israel had approximate knowledge and had the approximate location and knowledge of who was carrying the pagers and could choose which ones to detonate based on whether they thought they were a Hezbollah militant or not. I mean, maybe we're just doing Hasbara, but I don't know. I can't find the original report because it's probably in Hebrew, and Times of Israel just translated the report or translated segments of it to English. I can't find the full original report. I don't know. Maybe I can get Sample to see if we can find it. He speaks Hebrew. Article 52, Section 2 does not contain examples of what constitutes a military objective, despite early attempts by the ICRC to outline such examples. This reflects the mutable nature of modern warfare. Civilian objects can be militarized through use or location, while certain military objects may not offer definite military advantage and thus may not be worth attacking. It was exclusively used by Hezbollah, but everyone on the anti-Israel side seemed to think that everyone in Lebanon is using trading and sharing pagers. I know that they were only used by Hezbollah. However, Hezbollah also has, like, a bureaucratic and political wing. Some of those people are not lawful, aren't necessarily lawful military targets because they don't necessarily have a continuous combat function. That's the issue that people bring up. But I just haven't seen any evidence that that's the case even. I think Hezbollah claimed that at least 1,500 of their militants were injured. And the worst, I calculated the relative risk for it, for injuries, which usually you calculate relative risk for deaths. Does get messy when you factor in his bullet policy. Yeah, but I don't even know. I don't even think they necessarily cave it to the Hezbollah political wing. I think I haven't seen any evidence of it. The worst number I have seen in terms of the number of people injured is 4K. That's the absolute worst I've seen is nearly 4K, not even 4K, nearly 4,000. Hezbollah has claimed at least 1,500 of them. There's somewhere between like 10K and 20K Hezbollah fighters. I saw multiple different numbers. It says more than 20,000 full-time fighters, approximately 20,000 reservists. CIA is estimated to have 45,000, roughly 20,000 of them full-time. This says up to 20,000 active personnel. So, the IDF says 20,000 to 25,000 full-time fighters. So, only including it says Hezbollah fighters are between 40,000 and 50,000 or more. But this probably doesn't include, this probably more than just active fighters. Taking the low end of that estimate, 20,000, and taking the low end of the number of civilians, I didn't count all the civilians in Lebanon. I counted only the civilians in Hezbollah-controlled territory, but not the ones in Beirut. The way I did it, I showed it earlier. I just took the districts that Hezbollah had majority control of in Lebanon and added up the populations from those. I think it was the population in 2017 too. It's probably grown since then. I didn't include Beirut because the Hezbollah controls like half of Beirut, and like it overlapped between two districts, neither of which they have majority control over. But yeah, I took these two down here, and this one, which is where Hezbollah controls almost all of that territory. But they also control Beirut here. You can see they control most of this territory. I added up all the civilians in there, and that's about 1.3 million. Doing the math there, that's a relative risk ratio of 41.77, which means militants were 40 times more likely to be injured than civilians. That's basically what that means. My understanding. But usually relative risk is used for deaths. And if the deaths number, the relative risk is like fucking 500 or something. So higher number means more discriminate towards militant. Beirut is messy because there's a lot of Christian holdouts. Wherever there's a major war in Lebanon, Beirut usually becomes a neighbor versus neighbor war. Yeah. So I didn't include Beirut because there's no good way to do it. There's no like database I could find on how many civilians live in Hezbollah controlled areas. So okay, does not contain examples. We read that. There are a number of key concepts outlined in Article 52, Section 2. First of these is the distinction between military objects and military objectives. Under the law, targeting a military object might not in and of itself be a lawful military objective. Hold on. Okay, so I don't know why that was down there. I feel like I had that up there already. But yeah. Okay, so I'll just add No examples are given. Key distinction lies between military objects and military objectives. I think there are even some vids on Reddit of right now Shiite Muslims who support Hezbollah fighters with Christians in the streets since the war if Israel's intensified. Not sure if the video is in Beirut though. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Object and objective. Military object is not necessarily a lawful military objective. Second, Article 52, Section 2 mentions nature, location, purpose, or use as determinative factors in ascertaining whether something can be a lawful military objective. This suggests that certain objects may have variable status, which, depending on a variety of factors, might make the object immune from target one day, but not targetable the following day. Oh, sorry, but targetable the following day. Third, the element of circuit. Okay, so. The use of nature, location, purpose of use as determinative factors in, let's use deciding. I don't need to use the fancy words. How do you spell deciding? Deciding whether something can be a lawful military objective. Implies objectives or objects can have a variable status. This means, depending on a variety of factors, an object might be immune one day but targetable the following day. Might be targeted one day, but targetable the next day. I don't need this. Third, the element of circumstances ruling at the time implies that any post hoc assessment of the lawfulness of targeting decisions must look at those decisions in context. That is to say, the decision must be viewed in light of circumstances surrounding the targeting decision at the time the decision was made, rather than with the hindsight or informed later intelligence. Yeah, so it's just they're examined ex ante. They're based on what the commander could have reasonably known at the time. Lawfulness of target is decided ex ante. Want to use my microphone. What the fuck did I hit to make it use that? Based on circumstances really at the time. This means any post hoc assessment of the lawfulness of the decision must look at the decision in context. The decision must be viewed in the light of circumstances surrounding the target decision at the time, rather than with hindsight or informed by later intelligence. Finally, the idea of definite military advantage warrants investigation. How much can one quantify definite advantage? Does the necessarily preclude the legality of an indefinite advantage? These issues will be explored in the next section. How do I want to take notes in this? The notion of definite military advantage. Requires investigation. How does one quantify, or if I do a colon, I don't need to capitalize it, right? Quantify definite advantage. Does this necessarily preclude the legality of an indefinite advantage? Which will be explored in the next section. A. Objects and objectives. Oh, shoot. I think I'm going to do this. As noted earlier in this section, the law of armed conflict makes a distinction between military objects and military objectives. An object is a military in nature which may not be lawfully targeted because it fails to meet the criteria for a military objective. For instance, if it's a... What's up, Sweet Swank? Welcome to the stream. What you fellas talking about? Right now we're reading about... Oh wait, I should switch to my reading cam, I forgot. Right now we're reading about international law. An objective is military in nature, which might not be lawfully targetable because it fails to meet the criteria for a military objective. For instance, if its destruction, neutralization, or capture fails to offer a definite military advantage. Furthermore, additional rules on permissible attacks under law of armed conflict, such as dose and proportionality and indiscriminate attack, may also prevent an attack on a military object. Thus, for example, a military barracks, which house low-level administrative facilities but happens to be located in a densely populated civilian area, may not be a lawful military objective, even though its nature and use is military. The destruction of such facility could violate the principle of proportionality, thus the attack would be illegal. Figuring out how to conquer Atlantis. Okay. Object that is military in nature may not meet the requirements to be a lawful military objective if it fails to meet. Does Atlantis support Israel or Hamas? I do not particularly care. I'm hoping for a nuclear winter. Well, right now we're kind of doing Hasbro. I would say I side in the current war. I would say I side mostly with Israel, at least in Gaza. And as with Lebanon, it's probably more complicated. But I don't have strong opinions on that. I mean, basically, what I'm trying to find out right now is whether the pages were a war crime or not. My suspicion is that they probably were not, but yeah. If it fails to meet. There are other criteria. How do you spell criteria? Not sure they even know about topside politics. Whatever side they support, I'm sure we'll find an issue with it. Criteria. Okay. For instance, if it fails to offer a definite military advantage, or it failed, or it as long as the U.S. send 100 billion to Israel in response, we are good. Israel should send $100 billion to me. I'm doing all this work for free. Actually, we're almost monetizing YouTube, guys. Almost there. Almost there. So close. So close. I'm actually already there. They just need to update it. You can see, if I go to my analytics, and I go to last 365 days, I am at 3.3k watch hours. I only need 3k to get the lower tier monetization, which doesn't include ad revenue, but it lets me get super chats, which there's not really a point of, because people can already donate if they want to, and it gets me memberships, which if you wanted to be a YouTube member, you could just go to either Twitch or Kick and be a sub there, or again, just donate. The link to donate is in the description, and they take less of a cut than YouTube does. So, you know, it's not super useful to get monetized on YouTube, but eventually we'll get the 4,000 watch hours, and then I'll get ad revenue. Have you considered showing your balls in camera to get the money? Listen, I have been on the record about this multiple times before. Okay? If it was between having a regular job, or going to college and having a regular job, or being a streamer with OnlyFans on the side, I would do the streamer with OnlyFans on the side. I would do it. Now, I don't think there's much demand for my OnlyFans, so, you know, that doesn't really work out. But I would do it, just for the record, just so we're all on the same page here. Feels offer a definite military advantage, or it additional rules such as proportionality and integrated attacks, which may also prevent an attack on a military objective. Side note, A, are people lawful military targets? This is relevant. Article 52, Section 2 does not make explicit reference to combatants or persons taking direct part in hostilities as being lawful military objectives. Rather conjecture with the basic rule in Article 48, which allows for the targeting of military objectives, it would seem that only objects, not persons, may be lawfully targeted. A superficial reading of Article 52, cheap viewers. Article 52, Section 2 would seem to place participants in an armed conflict in the untenable status of being able to target military objectives, but only if there were no people or on or near the objective. However, as the Booth commentary to Additional Protocol 1 notes, quote, it would of course be manifestly absurd to conclude that from this somewhat imprecise drafting, that combatants are not legitimate objects of attack. This seemingly anomaly in the law can be attributed to misgivings held by delegates during the diplomatic conferences for the Additional Protocols who were concerned that affirmatively suggesting violence even against combatants is not appropriate in a humanitarian instrument. However, a reading of a number of articles in Additional Protocol 1, such as Articles 37, 41, 42, 43, section 2, 44, section 3, 51, section 3, and 52, section 2, support and interpretation of military objectives, including combatants. As including combatants. Okay, so Article 52, Section 2, and Article 48. Right on its face. May seem to imply that only objects and not persons are lawful military objectives. This is obviously absurd, as it would place participants Osman Gizboom tries to refer to the UN during the debate. The UN Security Council has actually ruled that Hezbollah military presence in Lebanon is illegal. And yeah, I haven't read into that, but I've heard that, yeah, I'm fairly certain that Hezbollah has violated that UN Security Council resolution, but I don't know enough about it. But that's not what I'm going to talk to him about if I talk to him about it. Like the only thing I want to try to get through to him, he's just kept calling it like terrorism. Okay, I don't even care about international law that much here. The only thing I want to try to get through to him is that I think a useful definition of terrorism would have to. These two words are important. He's going to get really upset that I use these two words because he hates when I use specific language. Just like in the our wealth tax debate, like he hates so much that I do like the nerdy stuff or whatever. But these two words are important. Purposefully targeting civilians. I would say any reasonable definition of terrorism probably has to include some element of that. Purposely means acting with a dullest, directest level of intent. Not simply you're acting recklessly, you're doing an attack recklessly, you're not considering that it could harm civilians, and you do it so recklessly that it does end up harming civilians. That is a dullest, eventialis level of intent. You are acting recklessly. Not that you know that you're going to kill civilians, not that you have this airstrike planned out and you know there are militants in the room as well as civilians, and you will, if you do this airstrike, you will kill civilians. You know for a fact that these civilians will die. That is acting with dullest indirectus. You are acting with a knowledge level of intent. Dullest directus is acting with purpose. Your primary purpose of the attack is to kill these civilians. You are not incidentally killing them. You are, I don't even know if I can back him into a logical corner. He's so, I don't know. A, I don't think I'm like super good at rhetoric, so I'm not like able to navigate the conversation that well sometimes. But like B, I think I'm getting better. I think I did. Like I compared my performance recently, and like some of the first debates I did to like the most recent free will debate. I think I have improved. I was impressed with myself. I was proud of myself. But anyway, and then targeting. You have to be, again, the target has to be the civilians. Not, you know you're going to kill the civilians. The target has to be the civilians. I think it's pretty clear Israel was not purposefully targeting civilians with this attack. If they were, they did a unbelievably shitty job at that. You're saying that the Israeli military is so incompetent that they managed to, that when trying to kill civilians, they managed to kill 37 Hezbollah operatives and only 3 civilians. That they accidentally killed 37 Hezbollah operatives, but purposely killed the 3 civilians who did not have the bombs on them. Only the Hezbollah militants had the bombs on them. I think that's pretty clearly not the case. That's what I want to try to get through to him. See if that happens. Accidentally, yeah, I know. This is like, it's absurd to me. It's people like... when people use words, are not disproportionate. Well, people also don't know what proportionality means, but I don't know. People use like a lot of IHL terms. They imply that Israel is like incidentally harming civilians while purposefully harming militants. On your objective. What does this have to do with Ukraine? We're not talking about Ukraine right now. Although Bambi's upset, no one will debate him on Ukraine. I don't know what his exact position on Ukraine. I don't know if I fully disagree with his position on Ukraine. I don't think he thinks Russia was justified in invading. I think he probably has a little bit of a cringe belief in that Ukraine should just give up, but I don't know. I'm not the person for that debate. He should just reach out to Dylan. I'm sure Dylan Burns would probably debate him. Actually, well, he's a banned streamer, so actually I don't know. If he wasn't banned on Twitch, I'm sure Dylan Burns would, but... But this could be attributed to misgivings held by delegates at the diplomatic conferences for the additional protocols who were concerned. Where does this go? 18 IBID, see official records. But any charges using a pager seemed like they were kind of underpowered since most of the affected survived the attack. The actual lethality rates for the target seemed pretty low. Yeah, I think it was like, what, 4,000 to 5,000 pagers blew up and 37 died? Yeah. Got a lot of Hezbollah guys rocking the machine die on iPads. I didn't know he had an eye patch. I mean, he was in the military, right? So I guess it makes sense. Well, he does. When did he lose his eye? June 7, 1941, that night before the invasion of Syria, Lebanon campaign, Diane's unit crossed the border and secured 2 bridges. During the time, Diane served under the command of British, blah, blah, blah. When they were not restricted, the unit proceeded, blah, 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 blah. A few hours later, Diane was on the roof. Even binoculars scan. And the binoculars were struck by a French rifle. Several hundred yards away, propelling metal. Fragments into his left eye because severe damage. 6 hours passed before he could be evacuated. Diane lost eye. In addition, damage to the extraocular muscle. Diane could not be fitted with a glass eye, and he was compelled to adopt the black eye patch that became his trademark. I think he lost his eye in Lebanon too, yeah. Why is my Wi-Fi just lagged for a little bit? Like, it shouldn't be, because I pay $50 a month for a restream. And I'm about to spend all my money on a teleprompter too. I'm weighing whether or not I should spend $270 on Elgato's teleprompter. It would be really useful for filming reels, but I don't even make that many reels, so I don't know if it's worth it. One steely nerd, man. Okay. Okay, but instead of that, it's page 235, paragraph 17. Oh wait, no, it says see also. Whoa. Updated our Steam subscriber agreement. Errors encountered. Okay, well. Can it go back to... Why can I click... Would you box Destiny? Who would win? He would. He's like 30 years old, and I'm an 18-year-old fucking scrawny 90 pound individual. He would fucking crush me, dude. Well, I was able to click on it to go down here, but oh wait. Oh, thank God I can click the arrow. Okay. Okay. The reading of a number of other articles in Protocol 1. Such articles, although it supports interpretation, that military objectives or of military objectives, as including combatant. Oops, no, fuck. Swift leg. You're 90 pounds? I'm a little bit more than 90 pounds. I'm probably between 100 and 110 pounds. I'm pretty light. Okay, really... I don't know if I want it to be that far over, though. Nah. Nature, location, purpose, use. Should probably label them. What's up, Golden State? Welcome back. Nah, fine, you're underselling yourself. You destroyed Destiny, but the downside is you forever ruin Akira because, you know, Destiny is just a girl name and he shouldn't hit a woman. That's true, I didn't consider that one. Getting what is easy, you'll be heavier than 90 pounds without even realizing it. Well, I mean... especially past like 25-ish. I mean, like I don't really feel the need to gain weight. I'm vegetarian, which is probably part of the reason why I'm skinny. But I don't even exercise that much or anything. Like, I think I just got lucky with my genetics for the most part. I don't like eat healthy food. I eat a lot of junk food. I've tried. What did I have today? I had I went to Chili's and I had a burger and fries, a veggie burger and fries, their black bean patty. And then I had dessert there too. I had their whatever like lava cake with ice cream on it. And I had a Twix bar at home. I think that's all I've had today. This needs a lot of meat. Chili's enjoying nice. Chili's is awesome, bro. Nature, location, purpose, use. Article 52, Section 2 recognizes the challengeable nature of objects in times of armed conflict and how different objects may be put to different uses according to dictates of military necessity. The nature, location, purpose, or use categories can affect one another. For example, an object's use may fundamentally alter its nature, purpose, and thus changing its status from targetable to immune, or vice versa. Not when I say your diet and regular. Basically, I live off microwave meals and yeah. End of sentence. And Cheez-Its. I like Cheez-Its. That's what's really stopping me from going vegan, is Cheez-Its. There's got to be a vegan Cheez-It alternative, actually. I can't click on Amazon because it'll dox me. Cheese Doodle vegans. Hungry man. Velveeta. These don't look that. These don't look like a solid substitute for Cheez-Its, to be honest. This does. Is this actually vegan? I can't tell. Oh yeah, it's got a vegan logo on it. This website doesn't dox me. Listen, if I can get this, then maybe I can do it. No fruits, cheeses, or gas, and no veggies. Do you think I don't eat? I mean, I eat fruits and veggies when they're in my microwave meals. You know, sometimes I get like the steam fresh bags that are like pasta, like steam fresh broccoli cheddar pasta bags. You know, that's a vegetable. Look, steam fresh broccoli, pasta. This vegetables. Okay. Article 52 second. Article 52 section 2. Accounts for the changeable nature of objects. Changeable nature of objects. I don't know. Maybe usually according to the decades of military necessity. Do you think immigration will be good for our economy or mass UBI dependent economy? Or for our mass UBI dependent economy? Yeah, probably. Immigrants are probably good for that. I mean, on the margin, obviously there'd be some margin where immigrants would be a net negative, but I don't know, like 3 million immigrants a year would probably be fine for that. Especially if they, depending on, there's going to be some amount of immigrants that come here, depending on how the immigration system works, that come here to work for just a little bit before moving back to Mexico or Guatemala to be with their family again. Those people would probably pay into UBI and never even receive it, right? They'd probably be way better for the fiscal health of UBI. Also, ideally, UBI would be funded by consumption taxation, like a value-added tax, which immigrants would pay even if they were undocumented, because anytime they buy something, they still pay consumption tax. So, yeah, probably. 3 million people per year replaces our... What do you mean replaces our population? Again, some of them would leave, but most immigrants assimilate. I don't know even by replace our population. Our population is shrinking anyway, so no raw fruit though, and home cooked meals. I mean, I eat raw fruit sometimes. Sometimes I have bananas and peaches. Those are the raw fruits I eat sometimes, occasionally, on occasion. Why can't the population get bigger rather than be replaced? Because, well, people just don't have kids, and there's not a very good way to incentivize people to have kids. Like South Korea tried this, it didn't work. Italy tried this, it didn't work. Doubling the population marginalizes the existing population. What do you marginalizes? Would that double the population within 53 times? Maybe, sure. Well, I mean, they die off too, I guess, but... But it won't be double because we already don't have their replacement birth rates. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, yeah. It's not like all those immigrants will stay alive for 50 years either, but a lot of them are already like 50 years old, so. Count for the times of armed conflict. And how different objects may be put to different uses according to dictates of military necessity. Nature, location, purpose or use. Categories, influence, can affect one another. For example, an object may fundamentally alter its purpose and thus change the status from non-targetable. Okay. Object use may fundamentally alter its nature or purpose. Thus, flipping. It's targetable. Status. Nature. Now, how am I going to do this? And then I have to do that? That's cringe, though. It's so far. So far towards the center. So far moved over. An object's nature is its essential character, inherent and intrinsic qualities. A warship, an army, barracks, a tank. All these are military in nature without need for further consideration of their use. However, prima facie, non-military objects can also become military in nature if their use makes it so. Thus, a commercial car manufacturer, which starts manufacturing exclusively military vehicles at the start of an armed conflict, has changed the nature of a facility from civilian to military. You don't like a lot of fruit or you don't have a choice in the matter. I just don't, I mean, it's not that I don't like fruit, it's just that I usually just don't. I just don't, like, eat a lot. Like, I'm never, like, when I want something to eat, I almost never just want, like, raw fruit. Like, either I want a snack, in which case I eat Cheez-Its, or I want a meal, in which case I'm not just going to eat raw fruits. I mean, we can design a flowchart pretty easily here, right? Here we have, you know, me being hungry. Okay, and then we have, do we want a snack? If it's yes, then Cheez-Its. If we don't have any, then maybe it'll be fruit, or I just don't eat. And if it's not, then we simply go to microwave. Just eat meat, fam. Why? Meals. There we go. There's a flowchart. You're welcome. Nature. Nature of an object is its essential character, its inherent intrinsic qualities. You take multivitamins daily? No. Meat is good for you and the economy and the ecosystem. I don't necessarily think it's good for the ecosystem, and I don't think it it being good for me outweighs the harm it does to the animals. I don't know. I mean, the economy, I don't necessarily think it has that big of an effect. Because like my demand for food just goes to other sectors. So like I'm hurting the beef sector, but I'm also helping the bean sector. So I don't think it has any effect. I'm actually helping finance new technology when it comes to lab-grown meat by buying substitute meat. Not even B12s, no. Or warship. There is no negative effects. That's you know, I don't know how you get meat without any, claiming there are no negative effects to the animal is some leap of an animal has to die to get meat from it, right? That's not, like the animal's alive, and then in order to eat it, you have to kill it in order to eat it. You know how this works. You know how that works. It's not like it has to die so you can eat it. It has to be killed, not just die. It has to be killed. We kill it. And often, especially in factory farms, they're kept in cruel conditions. As long as it lives a good life, what's the issue? Do you think you can kill a person if they live a good life and you can just kill them to eat them? If I have a person and they live 10 years of a good life, can I just kill them and eat them? And also, again, I'm going to point out many of them don't exactly live good lives. I don't even know how much of this I can show on YouTube. Because I think it's probably age restricted. Yeah, it's age restricted. But like, a lot of these animals aren't exactly living good lives before they're killed.
An empire of suffering.
As a documentary, it's obviously a little bit dramatic music and stuff, but... Chicken and a human don't have similar value. A human has social identity. Yeah, but it's going to be we're going to go down the name that trait rabbit hole. I don't disagree that they have different values. I just believe animals have enough value to justify them not being able to be killed just for human consumption. I think unnecessary suffering is wrong, and eating meat essentially causes unnecessary suffering. It's the only way you get a vitamin plant, I think, or something. To make vitamin your body doesn't naturally produce. Okay. I might be wrong on that. I mean, I don't know. I think we have vitamins that my parents take. I've taken them before. I don't do them. What if I unlocks the whale language and we communicate with them and they have a complicated language? Oh, true. I don't know. Where's Ed NATO? He can he'll go down the vegan rabbit hole with you. Raising chickens that have a good life, only to be killed and eaten, is better than a chicken never being born. I don't think so. If the chicken being born literally just to suffer, like, that's better than not being born at all. Like, there's only more suffering in the case where it exists. In the case where it doesn't exist, it doesn't suffer at all. And we can go down an antinatalist rabbit hole if you want to with that one, but... Are objects that are military in nature without any consideration for their farmer use. I forget exactly what this stands for. Based on first impression. Doesn't necessarily suffering. The chicken will die at some point anyway. Yeah, but you're ending its life, right? You're prematurely ending its life. And first of all, I'm going to mention again that these are not like kept in. Are you able to join VC localists? I'm sure at NATO would do the vegan debate with you if you wanted to go down it. Like you would never accept this for a human. And I understand you're going to say they have less value. Again, I believe they have less value. I believe we shouldn't give them rights. But like, I think they have enough value to justify not killing them. To not cause unjust suffering to them. I'm against centralized mass-scale factory farming. So would you support a federal ban on factory farming? Humans have a social identity. I don't even like, why are we assigning value based on social? That's a weird one. I haven't heard the social identity one before. But you think just because something, what if I have a human? If I have a human who's just as sentient as a regular human, but it doesn't have a social identity, whatever exactly that means. No, because not whatever coming true. Do you think I can just kill that human then? Based on first impression. Can you define what social identity means? If I have a human and I keep them locked in a room from birth and they never interact with another human ever, do they not have a social identity? Can I just kill them then? A human without a social identity is just a monkey. Can you what is a social identity? Again, like just answer the hypothetical. But also can you engage with the hypothetical of what if a human didn't have a social identity? I don't know exactly what it means. So there's two hypotheticals for you to answer there. Unmilitary objects can also become military in nature if their use makes it so, i.e. if a civilian car manufacturer switches to producing exclusively military equipment at the onset of an armed conflict. Yeah, I don't even know what he means by social identity because we probably think of animals that have, like, a lot of animals have social structures and stuff. B12 is the only vitamin you can't get from plants. You have to take supplements for them or eat meat. Animals produced by. I mean, I eat eggs and dairy, but. Like, we could probably imagine, and again, an animal, we could probably imagine a monkey which has a stronger social identity than a human isolated completely from birth, right? Like, we could probably imagine a hypothetical. Would that make it okay to kill the human, and not okay to kill the monkey in that scenario? Did a NATO leave my fucking server? What the hell? Excuse me. Road? He was a mod, bro. Can't believe it. Went okay, don't know how to switch in B12. Okay. I mean, I haven't died yet, so, and I've been vegetarian for a number of years. He did leave my server. Damn. Would become military in nature. Location. Location refers to the military importance that attaches to physical local of a specific object, for example, an airfield or bridge. Capturing or destroying or otherwise denying the enemy access to that location thus carries military significance and makes such locations military objectives. As such, an object need not be military in nature. Indeed, as noted by the U.S. Colonel Jarway's civilian house, which may not be used in the military in any way, but maybe interrupting a tank advance, can by its location be a military objective. Solis clarifies this by further stating that if military necessity dictates the civilian house be seized or destroyed to clear field of fire, or block an enemy avenue of approach, the houses cease to be a civilian object and considered a military object. Humans live in advanced social context, animals are not. Wow, you did not answer either of my hypotheticals. Great one, dude. So there are two hypotheticals that I want you to engage with. One, what if we had a human that we isolated from birth and therefore did not have a social identity, right? Oh, fuck, I forgot the other hypothetical. Yeah, like, what if we, like, couldn't we imagine a human that literally does not have a social identity? From the moment they're born, they never interact with any human ever. They are born out of nothing. They don't even come on another mother's pussy, okay? They literally pop into existence, okay? Never interact with a human ever. Would it ever be okay to treat that human like you would a chicken or monkey and kill them and eat them? Or keep them in a cage and make them lay eggs. Would that ever be okay? What was the other hypothetical? Ironically, case 3 might have better be 12. There was another hypothetical too. I don't know. Yeah. What if you literally could probably imagine a human without a social identity? Would that make it okay to kill a human? Like... refers to the military importance that attaches to the physical locale of a specific object. For example, bridge that humans are too advanced to be humanely confined. Okay, well, that's a different argument that you made before. Now you're making a different argument. You're not answering the hypothetical. First of all, you did not answer the hypothetical. Second of all, now you're switching to a different trait. You're no longer talking about social identity. Now you're talking about advanced, whatever advanced means. So answer the hypothetical. And then also, you should acknowledge that you switched traits here. Now you're not talking about social identity. Now you're talking about whatever advanced means. You asked if a human didn't live in a social context, would it be okay for them to be... Yes, I asked if they didn't have the trait that you said gave them moral significance. If they didn't have the trait, social identity, which you said gives them moral significance, would it be okay to kill that human? That's what I asked. You said the reason we can kill chickens or cows or monkeys or whatever is they don't have a social identity. So I asked, hypothetically, if we imagine a human without a social identity, would it be okay to kill that human? The answer to that seems to be no, based on some other trait. So the social identity thing is irrelevant because it's not actually the trait that you care about. Apparently you care about advanced, whatever advanced means. Oh, you need dirty water to get B12. I can just drink dirty water. That's fine. What's a little bit of dysentery here and there? Destroying otherwise denying enemy access to. Capturing and destroying otherwise just denying the enemy access to that location carries military significance. Capturing and destroying otherwise denying enemy access to that location carries military significance. I can make it. I can make such locations. For example, I'll add the objects do not need to be military in nature. Humans possess inherently dignity, moral worth simply by being human and their potential for socialization. But see, now you are so retarded. You are not answering the hypotheticals at all. You're not engaging with them at all. And now you're bringing up a different trait, which is the potential for socialization and also inherent dignity and moral worth simply by being human, I'm human, so I have a bias for preservation of my own species. Oh, great argument, dude. That's fine. You can have that bias, but like I'm trying to use logic here to get rid of that bias, right? Like I'm not... Can you answer the hypothetical? If a human did not have a social identity, would it be okay to kill them? Can you just answer that hypothetical? I'm not going to respond to anything else until you answer that hypothetical. Even a civilian house, which may not be used by the military, but maybe in order to take advance, can by its location be a military objective. Purpose. It's not okay to kill a human simply because they have no friends. Okay, so you admit that your point about the social identity thing was dumb. Although, now you're saying no friends before you referred to it as social identity. I don't know what you're defining as social identity, but... assuming my hypothetical means they have no social identity, then you were wrong in that. Then that was a dumb... that's not the trait that you care about. You care about some other trait. I think the human consciousness is the best argument. Probably, but he's not making it. Purpose of an object refers to its intended future use or possible use. Purpose is employed both in contradiction and interconnection with use, where use relates to how something is actually being utilized, while purpose relates to the possible future uses of that object. Thus, a recently built but yet unopened and uninhabited military base has a military purpose, even if it has not been used as such. This applies to civilian object and installations if intelligence indicates that the civilian factory is preparing to build tanks and the purpose requirement would be satisfied and the factory would become a lawful target. Purpose refers to its intended use or possible future use. 2 to 5 years before depleting reserves. That means it can take a long time. Oh, Google AI. I'm pretty sure I had like a B12 shot before. I feel like I've had that. Contradiction? How do you pronounce this? Distinction drawn on the basis of contrast.
Contradistinction.
Contradistinction. Chickens don't have a social identity like human. Oh, great way to answer my hypothetical. They don't have communication and social interactions. I mean, what do you count as a social interaction? There are animals like whales and monkeys that do have social communications and social interactions, but you would probably still say it's okay to kill them. Sociology, structure, social contracts, hamburgers, abstract cuisine, etc. They deserve to be killed and eaten. But again, you already basically admitted that you don't care about social identity, because I said, what if we have a human who doesn't have a social identity? Can you kill them? And you said no. So I don't know why you're now going back to social identity. Because remember, you switched to value. Or sorry, you switched to advancedness, and then you gave up on advancedness, and then you switched to humans have inherent dignity that other animals don't. All that's really necessary from our argument is that you grant that animals have the capacity to suffer, and that suffering's unnecessary. If you have a dog with no friends, can you kill the dog? Well, why? Do you think you can kill dogs? If you have a dog with no friends, can you kill it? I mean, I don't think you should kill the... No, I don't think you can kill dogs. I also don't think you should be just killing cows or killing cats or killing geese or killing rabbits or any of that. Soda... Do you think you can kill dogs? Do you think it's okay to eat dogs? I'm curious. Chicken suffering is necessary for my 6-piece chicken nugget. But your 6-piece chicken nugget is not necessary for you to live or anything. It's not necessary that you have a 6-piece chicken nugget. It's entirely possible for you to live without eating them. Wild. So you're pro-geese, pro-Haitian immigrant. So consistent. True. That wasn't even a picture of a Haitian immigrant eating the goose. You know that, right? But there's just, what, 2 911 calls, I think, of the geese thing. Neither of which were even confirmed. Not a standard of evidence that you would accept for anything else. But that doesn't change. Can you just engage with anything I said? Purpose employ both in contradiction and connection with use, or use relates to. Oh, yeah, actually, I saw on television. Oh, yeah. Just like you saw that TikTok that turned out to be a complete lie. Use relates how something is actually being utilized, while purpose relates to possible future use of an object. Okay. For use relates to how something is actually... Do I need the purpose is... This is just like a confusing sentence that I don't even think I need. Would it be more if we genetically engineer them with no pain receptors? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you literally genetically engineer them to have no non-fam, no suffering at all, If you like, I'm pro lab grown meat. Like, I think it's fine to eat lab grown meat because there's no unnecessary suffering for that. I mean, if they literally did not have the capacity to suffer, then yeah, it'd be immoral. Saul Haitian, we're gonna eat a monkey on a stick, no cap. Are you against eating monkeys now? Thought you were pro eating monkeys. Because they don't have a social identity. So, for example, a recently built but unopened and uninhabited. When it says or, but an uninhabited military base has a military purpose, even if it's not used as such. Monkeys possess inherent dignity and moral worth simply by being monkey, and they have potential for socialization. Okay, before you literally said monkeys don't have a social identity. You said a human without a social identity is just a monkey. But like, okay, so monkeys have this potential for socialization, so we can't eat them, and inherent dignity simply by being a monkey. Where do you draw the line for potential for socialization? You'd have to define that. Do dogs have the potential for socialization? Also, again, you're contradicting yourself. So you admit you were wrong before when you said that monkeys, a human without a social identity is just a monkey. Monkeys have potential for driving a golf cart. I've seen that video, yeah. Apply the human civilian object of intelligence. Factory preparing to build tanks, and a purpose requirement would be satisfied. Then a factory would come along for target. For example, if all creatures have social contracts, even plants. Is it okay to kill crickets? I don't really have an issue with it because I don't think crickets really have the capacity to suffer. I don't know. I mean, I don't think crickets are that advanced. Purpose requirement would be satisfied. Factory would become a lawful target. If I tear a cricket apart limb to limb, will it be suffering? I don't think crickets have any like conscious experience capable of experiencing suffering. Like they may have noception or whatever it's called, but I don't think they can actually suffer like the same way. Even like dogs and stuff. Also, can you answer my question of if it's okay to eat dogs? Or do dogs have the potential for socialization? Is a cricket just a robot? Probably. I mean, like, probably. How many neurons are in a cricket's brain? But like, best case scenario here, you prove that crickets have a capacity to suffer, in which case it's immoral to eat them. Like, You can eat my dog, so good fam. Okay, so dogs don't have a potential for socialization then, I guess you're saying. I don't know what potential for socialization means, considering dogs can be friendly with each other. Like, well, what do you mean by socialization? I'm just using his terms. I have no clue what he even means by potential for socialization. Because, like, a lot of animals have different social structures. Like, chickens literally have a fucking pecking order. It's more to eat a dog because they're chill and friendly. So this is a totally... You're trolling now. I don't know if you're being unironic. I think you're just trolling. That's a totally different thing than what you said before. I mean, we could imagine dogs that are mean, right? We could imagine people that are mean and aren't chill and friendly. Is it okay to eat them? Objects use can be, it can render it also military. It can also render it a military objective. Chickens don't have a society. So, what's your definition of potential for socialization? I don't know what you mean by. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you count as society? Do you think monkeys have a society? Because apparently we can't eat monkeys, and apparently we can't eat dogs. Do dogs have a society? Chicken, social, hierarchy. Chicken's hierarchy, or pecking order, helps to maintain social order. Like, literally, where we get the term pecking order. Like, they have a social structure. The hierarchy, chicken coop, and how to stay. Like, monkey definitely have a society. I don't know what definition of society you're using, but can you define potential for socialization, whatever that means? Dogs do have a society, yes. Okay, that seems absurd. All creatures have society. I don't... What the fuck... I'm losing my mind. You've changed what you value like 10 times. You know that, right? Like you've gone from potential for socialization to advancedness to having a society to being chill and friendly. I don't think you have a. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand what you value. Do you agree, Localist, that unnecessary suffering is wrong? Accurate of people living together. This is people. Organization or club form for a particular activity. Specify sex in a community. Organization or club. Situation of being in company of other people. All these say people in them. Object use. This is a case even if the object appearing facing immune from targeting, such as school, hospital. Object use can make it lawful target, even if it is very fussy immune from targeting, such as school, hospitals. Unnecessary suffering is not good, man, which is why we need to kill the chickens without a suffer. So you don't think chickens have the capacity to suffer, is what you're saying. That's your argument now. These objectives traditionally immune from targeting, lose their immunity if used for military purpose. However, such determinations must be made in light of outlined in Article 52, Section 3 of the Medicinal Protocol 1, which states that in case of doubt of whether an object is normally dedicated to civilian purposes or as such a place of worship, house, dwelling, or school is being used to make an effective military action, it should presume not to be used. Article 52, Section 3. No, I'm not saying... no, I'm saying you can kill a chicken without a suffer. Can you kill a person without him suffering? You're equating deaths to suffering. Can you kill a person without them suffering? Can you kill a person? Stop. Well, why do you never engage with anything, dude? Piglets, happy lives, and then were secretly executed. No pain and suffering. There was no pain and suffering, no fear. Would it be moral for this pigs to be on a farm? I mean, you're stipulating that there's no suffering. If there's no suffering, then like it's moral. Okay, so Localist, is it moral to kill a person then? Can I kill a person without them suffering and eat them? The morality isn't based on being capable to suffer. Well, then we have a fundamental disagreement on what morality should be based on. But you don't even know what your morality is based on. You've switched like 10 times, dude. You said advancedness. You said inherent dignity as a human or monkey. You said capacity for or potential for socialization. You said like literally four different things in total. So you don't pretend like you have a grounded out moral position here, bro. So you're not against eating meat. You're against eating meat right now because of horrible conditions. I'm against oncology. Like, if you stipulate that there's literally no suffering involved with meat production, like with lab-grown meat, then I would say there's nothing immoral about it. The moral part of like meat production is the suffering. I don't believe there's any way to like kill an animal without them suffering, because like the loss of future conscious experience is in some way suffering. Like, we were never accepted for a human. I'm just saying, a happy farm? No, a happy farm, no, because there's no way. You would never accept this for humans. You would never say we can just give a human a happy life and then kill them later. I made it simple and clear that morality is based on psychosocial capability and ability to chill. Okay, so literally, if we just imagine a human who is a psychopath, can we just kill them and eat them? For example, during the U.S. advance in Iraqi city in Najaf in 2003, Iraqi armed forces were allegedly using a mosque and military base. Such uses rendered the mosque targetable. Destruction, capture, or neutralization. The definition of suffering includes future deprivation. Yeah, I would say so. Psychopaths still have psychosocial capabilities. Yeah, but you said ability to chill and ability to chill. You said they have to have both. If you used or, then you'd be... Did you mean or? If they have either or? A psychopath does not have the ability to chill. Or, like, we can imagine a human without the, quote, ability to chill, whatever that means exactly. Just to open dot. Okay, yes. Destruction, capture, or neutralization. Article 52, Section 2 covers the spectrum of attacks from total or partial destruction to capture or neutralization. They can still chill, man. We can imagine a hypothetical where a human does not have the capacity to chill, right? So are you anti-abortion because of the deprivation of future? Well, I don't believe there is any subjective experience there to deprive of a future until about 20 weeks. True non-fun is anti-abortion. You have to have a subjective experience in the first place to suffer from not having that future experience. Like, I don't value you until you have had sentience at some point. I mean, there's no you until you have sentience, but... Alright, cover the spectrum of attacks from total or partial destruction to capture and neutralization. It's okay to kill animals because women have anti-right to choose to do with their property. I've never done like the my body, my choice, right to choose thing. I think that's a dumb argument. But the terms neutralization and capture were not originally found in the draft protocol submitted by the ICRC. Committee added the terms during the diplomatic conferences. The articles thus make it clear that lawful targeting may involve the partial total destruction of an object, as well as capturing, disabling, or neutralizing the objective. As such, endeavors to disable and neutralize an object are still covered by light targeting as much as outright destruction attacks. Covers spectrum of attacks from total, partial destruction to capture and neutralization. Terms of visualization were not originally found. Article makes it clear the lawful targeting may involve both the photo. This part of Article 52, Section 2 builds on a military objective that's saying not only was oh my god. Lefty said my body, my choice until masking. Oh, true, dude. Great argument. I think one of the funny things in international law is your opponent's losing a hospital for cover. I think you have an obligation to bomb it. I don't know if you have the right to bomb it. I don't know if you necessarily have the I mean, you might have a moral obligation to. I don't know if you have an international law obligation to do it. I haven't gotten to that part yet. Build on a military objective test, that is to say, not only must the military objective make it effective contribution to the adverse party's military action, its destruction, capture, and utilization must also offer a definite military advantage to the attacker, like an obligation as to minimize civilian deaths in the long run. Oh, okay, sure. Well, I mean, you are, part of proportionality is actually, you are allowed to value your own civilian protection in proportionality. So, like, if you think like Hamas is planning an attack that's going to kill 100 of your own civilians, then you're allowed to kill a larger number of civilians to stop that attack from happening. Not a larger than 100 necessarily, but a larger number of civilians when striking Hamas than you otherwise would be if they weren't planning that attack. You need a vax card to go anywhere in NYC still? Oh, so you used to. Oh. Wild. Don't think that's true? Really? What do you mean? That is true. Targeting and distinction. Civilian protection as an element of military advantage in determining proportionality. What the fuck did I do? I think when you're opening wars, when you open a war as long for a pretty good chance achieving strategic advantage, you can bomb whatever you want as long as the civilian death toll isn't like. Well, I'm saying, yeah, what you're saying is the principle of proportionality. As long as the civilian death toll isn't the same compared to the value, your own civilian protection increases the value of that attack and therefore allows you to kill more civilians. Additional Protocol 1 requires forces to take constant care for the protection of civilians. Protecting civilians from harm must be considered in military gain part of proportionality analysis. Hamas's goal in launching the October 7th attacks was to terrorize the civilian population in Israel. Accordingly, Israel's primary military objective is to secure the civilian population from further attacks by Hamas. Any attacks to stop the terrorizing of the civilian population could therefore be considered military necessity. Repugnance considers civilian harm caused by attack and determining proportionality, while at the same time excluding civilian harm prevented by that attack. This would tend to amount to declaring that only the lives of some civilians have value. What is this localist? Do you think I don't know what proportionality? Oh, in the EU. Any thoughts on Israel using AI in some of these calculations? AI DSS is probably fine. People think the AI thing is way worse than it is. Israel uses the AI DSS, AI Decision Support System. So, it's what it says, a decision support system. It finds targets to recommend to military commanders. Those military commanders are still required to run proportionality analyses on those suggested targets. They still have to consider the civilian harm. It's not like they automatically target these things. They still have to go through the same processes. Hamas, part of the issue people had is that they were targeting people in their homes. I mean, Hamas members are liable for status-based targeting. They can be killed in their homes. They can be killed in their sleep in their homes. It doesn't matter. Under IHL. Also, Hamas, co-locates with civilians. They fail in passive precautions. So it could very well be the case that if a Hamas militant is hiding in a tunnel and then goes home at the end of the day, you could end up with less collateral damage by killing them in their home than by trying to blow up the tunnel that they are in during the day, because blowing up the tunnel would mean blowing up the buildings around it as well, versus blowing up their home with their family in it only means blowing up one building. It's very possible that many of the attacks on the people in their home are done to limit the amount of collateral damage. All the attacks are still subject to all the requirements regarding warnings. You have to warn people as much as feasible. Like all of these things. Yeah. AI DSS is probably fine. And also remember, it's not a war crime the first time you do it. It's never a war crime the first time. Okay, that's bad. That's bad. I'm sorry, chat. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. True, he received. Yeah, exactly. It's never a war crime the first time. Because there's no. It's like, you know, there's no laws against it. It's like, wasn't like, I think Charles Ponzi, the guy who did the first Ponzi scheme, got away with it because there weren't any laws against it. It's like that. Oh no, he's arrested. Maybe I might be thinking of like a hacker or something. Hacker let go because no laws against it at the time. Is it true that virtual or criminal hackers get caught provided something seriously wrong? The best way to get... Oh, that's not what I want at all. I don't know. Like, there are examples that we could imagine of this. Convicted hacker. He's known for his high profile. 5 years in prison. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I remember a story like some fraudster or some hacker like doing something that is now illegal, but like it wasn't illegal at the time, so they couldn't. Pretty sure I've heard these stories. Yeah, so they couldn't prosecute him. I mean, you can maybe get him on tax fraud or something. Just like Bitcoin, yeah. Okay, where were we? This part, Article 52, Section 2, builds on a military objective to say not only must the military objective make an effective contribution to adverse party's action, its destruction, capture, neutralization must offer a military advantage to the attacker. It expands on the military objective test. By making it get it clear. Not only must a military objective make an effective contribution, but its neutralization. How fucking... I just add the British spelling to the dictionary because that's going to come up again. And if it's in a quote, I probably don't want to change it. Why are you reading so much about war crimes? Obviously the world just goes off of the know it when you see it type of evaluations. I mean... That's the issue. I just think people have gone insane. I think people have gone insane. That's the issue. I think a lot of it is America's fault. What do you mean by that? Americans have higher standards, so even Americans have a higher standard for everyone else, even though it's not against the law. Maybe. I don't know. So one of the most anti-Israel people you find are American veterans. Really? I don't know. In some respects, it seems like Israel does better than us. We didn't do... I mean, obviously, the situation itself is harder because the Hamas is so embedded with the civilian infrastructure. But... like, they do more advanced warnings than we did. Usually. The short streams have been doing really well recently. I don't really know why, but it's nice. Thus, there's interaction between military never can attach this object per se, and a military never can attach to destruction of the object. If one of these factors is missing, the object may not be lawfully targeted. There's an interaction between the military significance that attaches an object per se and the military attached to destruction or neutralization of the object. If one of these is missing, it may not be lawfully targeted. Circumstances ruling at the time. Did you hashtag like I said? I mean, the short stream always has hashtags, but this one hasn't done this as well as the last one, although I am just reading. Could be fights, maybe. I don't know what it is, but it's nice. I think it's just because I've been uploading more consistently, so it's probably just recommending me to more people. What is this? Free fucking watch time. Free exposure and free watch time. Bummer might argue with that one. For attack to be lawful, must offer definite military advantage. The IRGC, I keep doing the Iranian fucking, what is it? Iranian Guard Corps, whatever. But it's not. It's the International Committee for the Red Cross or something. ICRC commentary states the military advantage can only consist in ground gained and in annihilating or weakening the enemy armed forces. More guidance can be gleaned from additional sources of law, which such as the St. Petersburg Declaration, which states that the only legitimate object which states should endeavor to accomplish during war is to weaken the military forces of the enemy. However, the idea of a definite military advantage is complicated to unravel what amounts to a definite advantage and what is only an indefinite advantage. The Working Group Committee. The Working Group of Committee 3 at the 1974 to 1977, the Meta Conference tasked with debating this provision rejected a number of synonymous adjectives such as distinct, clear, immediate, obvious, specific, and substantial. However, neither the official records, the rapporteur for the working group, nor the Brother ICRC commentaries can provide any indication of why these terms were rejected in favor of definite. In interpreting definite, the Booth Committee states that the destruction of the target must offer a concrete and perceptible advantage rather than a hypothetical and speculative one. An attack. When are you chatting with Bimmy? I don't know. I don't even know for sure if it'll be tonight, considering when he fucking streams at fucking 2 a.m. But I don't know. We'll see. Dude, this book is actually really good. I like this book. I kind of want to read the whole thing. It's really long. We're on 54%. Although if I was actually reading and not arguing with Chad, we would have gotten through a lot more of it. Although, I mean, I did a decent amount. It must offer definite military advantage. Why are you with us? You're always right. Or meaning I found new work system. I can make videos so fast. I work as an editor. Oh, aren't you Sound Soul's editor? right? Tron. You should. I edit my own videos, so you got to tell me. Yep, yeah. I'm seeing, I mean, I get SoundSoul's videos of my recommended. You are pumping them out pretty quickly. I see you. I notice you. I respect the game. 2 hours ago, 12 hours ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, like in Doghouse Show. I didn't know you did that as well, but yeah. How much do you charge? I can pay you 30 cents a video. Let's just check. We gotta check something real quick. Turned in 1 hour, 40 minutes through to 6 videos yesterday. Based. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm beating him. I am an influencer. I will compare myself to others. I'm gonna buy this, so I need to.
I've been using the Elgato prompter
watch this later. Wow, get fucked. Last 28 days, 7K views. Last 38 days, 13.5K views. Get fucked. I'm a better editor, clearly. This is how I judge my self-worth. Yeah. Wow. Whoa. Oops. F. She. I'm joking. It's because I reacted Jubilee. That's the only reason. ICRC commentary states it is not legitimate to launch an attack which only offers potential indiscriminate advantage. Indeterminate advantage, just as specified and defined outcome, must result in an attack. For example, if the destruction of a bridge might potentially hinder the enemy, say if the bridge was not the only way to transfer to a river, destruction may not meet the threshold of Article 2. What about watch time? Oh, I mean, I don't know. I don't have access to his watch time metrics via this. It just does views on subscribers. You might beat me a watch time though. That wouldn't surprise me. I would say it's likely that it beat me. Does it show you average watch time? On specific videos it shows the average watch time, but not like overall. 568. 835. Let's go. Whoa. Yeah. Easy. Whoa. 28 days. Yeah, I'm doing 28 days, buddy. All by myself, independent content creator. Let's go. How many of it is from this one short stream? Oh, only 1.7 from the short stream. But like some of these are, I don't know. Like this is just like a Jubilee reaction video, and I got 91 watch hours because like it's fucking Jubilee. I guarantee the average view duration is only the intro. Yeah, or the average view duration is 5 minutes. So let's see, like okay. You can see right after the intro, like the majority of people leave. See how it's just wrong? See how it's just... I'm joking, Tron. Tron, I will hire you one day when I have money. So if, for example, destruction of a bridge, the Morse critical woo, yeah, exactly, bro. You know what? I bet Sound Soul does better than me on Twitch, though, if I go to Twitch Tracker. I think I've compared our stats before, actually. Compare. Average viewers. 7. He does a little better, but... Hours streamed. Oh, this is all time, so obviously higher. Average viewers 6, 10. Damn. Peak viewers 8. That when did he get a raid from Destiny or something? 8,000. Can I do it only within the last few months? He was banned. He was averaging like 20 before. He used to average like 40, and then obviously he got banned. I know nothing. And okay, life. Yes, I'm the boss. Average viewers. Me 6 and okay 11. The boss 14. When did the boss get 73 viewers? Corpse Inc. I don't think it's capitalized. I don't even know if it matters, but. If you point me at some timestamps, I wouldn't cost much. Oh, well, the part listen, here's the thing is like, number one, like literally the part I hate most about editing is doing the chapters. And 2, I would need like I don't even know, like, in order for me to justify not editing my own stuff, I would need it. I got AI for chapters. I haven't found what AI do you use for chapters? I haven't found a good AI for chapters. The best thing I found to do is like get a transcript of it and then use ChatGPT, but let me write that down. This 7-day free trial. Oh, AI generated. Is this what you use for your thumbnails? I can tell if thumbnails are AI generated. Not that it's like a bad thing or anything, but. I don't know. If I would ever get an editor, which I'm sure I will one day, it'd be a lot of work because I would want if in order for me to justify paying an editor, okay, I would need a fucking full-time editor because I would start streaming 12-hour days and you would turn every minute into content, bro. Do you use AI for shorts? What do you use for shorts? Because I know those people have shorts as well. Yeah. What do you use? Yeah. Opus clips. Oh, I've used Opus before. I use Opus for captioning my stuff. may only potentially. And then the event enemy may not meet the threshold of Article 52. It's so time consuming, so I haven't in a while. I hate editing shorts so much. I hate editing shorts from long form content. I do like I do like explanatory shorts sometimes. But I hate editing shorts from my long form content like I do this stuff.
A trade-off between efficiency and equity, but here's one that doesn't.
Like, this is not from a stream, it's just me ranting. This is what I need a teleprompter for. This stuff, like you can see, the Twitter algorithm basically incentivizes people to A, like if I make a video for them to retweet it, and B, for them to repost it multiple times. Like, this is like I think this is the second time this Twitter account has like posted this. Like, these shorts actually do pretty well on Twitter. They don't do that well on Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts, but they do okay on TikTok, and they do good on Twitter. We already tax land. We don't, though. Or we tax property. We have taxes. We have estate taxes, which I guess can tax land. There might be some district that taxes land in the U.S. I don't know, actually, but I don't think there is. But
A land value.
I can chop up 30-minute video. I want 30-minute video in 2 hours. You don't, I also need my high-quality Destiny ripped intros.
The fact that they set it off
I mean, you have a intro, but
indiscriminately, and that's the part that I have the biggest problem with. Indiscriminate detonation.
When it comes to these, like these pager attacks,
doesn't even have the same background music as Destiny. What the hell? What the hell? Not a good Destiny clone? I read background music before I flip-flop on it. I just have my template that I drag everything into now because it makes it faster. So I've not experimented with it at all. As specified and defined outcome as a result of an attack. The requirement of having an attack a definite military advantage is the reason that attacks designed solely to achieve propaganda or political aims are unlawful. As Broth knows, air attacks have a definite impact on the morality of the top entire population, and in political and military decision makers. But this type of advantage is political, not military. The morale of the population and a political decision makers is not a contribution to military action. Thus, it cannot be used as legitimate targeting decisions. What's up, PPG for King of the Earth? New day, new account for you, huh? Possible ban evader motto to rank. Wait, is this the real PPG or is it the guy who makes a new account? Is it Whistly Willy / Revenge of the Beeper? All those people. I love how Twitch automatically tags it as a possible ban evader. Wonder why. That's why I have an intro. It's after the teaser. Oh, okay. Fuck. Therefore, definite military advantage is gained in targeting the economic infrastructure state. Indeed. Oh, wait. How is some sort of argued purely economic targets may be lawful? Okay, so. These assholes at Twitch be tagging my account. It's designed solely to achieve propaganda or political aims are unlawful. As they do not achieve a definite military advantage. Well, population is not military action. However, some states have argued that purely economic targets may be lawful targets, and that a state's economic capacities form a crucial part of the war effort. Therefore, a definite military advantage is gained in targeting the economic infrastructure of a state. Indeed, the report on the U.S. practice makes it clear that, makes reference to the enemy warfighting of enemies warfighting or war-sustaining capability, evidencing from a broad interpretation of lawful targets, as including. Is Putin a fair target? For who? For Ukraine? Probably. War supporting economic facilities. Some publicists have rightly pointed out that such a broad approach could not support attacking most economic targets, as one must fulfill the requirement of a definite military advantage to justify targeting, and that the causal link may be too tenuous to make out, as argued by Rogers. If a country relies almost entirely on, say, the export of coffee beans or bananas for income, and even if the income is used to the great extent to supply warfare, or not really legitimate to attack banana or coffee plantations or warehouses, the reason for this is that such plans do not make an effective contribution to military action, nor would the structure offer definite military advantage. As such, purely economic targets are likely illegal. Purely economic targets are controversial. But are most likely not lawful targets. U.S. practice makes reference to the enemy or the report on U.S. practice. Not sure if political leaders are fair targets. If they're serving a combat function, which, like, I assume Putin is commander-in-chief, I'm pretty sure they are. A strictly political figure, no. But if they're serving as a... I'm assuming Putin is commander-in-chief. So, if he's in a military chain of command, I'm pretty sure he's a lawful target. Putin, continuous combat function. Does Putin have a continuous combat function? Based on the research, there's no direct information about Putin having a continuous combat function. Is Putin commander-in-chief? Am I right, fellas? Up top. Senator, Russian equivalent passes war funding as a target. I don't, if they're not in a chain of command, I don't think they would be. Like, based on what we're reading now, they have to, we haven't read the part about the continuous combat function yet, but I think you either have to have a continuous combat function, or you have to have a continuous combat function, be taking direct part in hostilities, or in attacking U.S. to offer, like, a direct military advantage, a definite military advantage, concrete and perceptible military advantage, rather than a hypothetical and speculative one. My guess would be assassinating a political target would fall under a hypothetical and speculative one, because you're just saying, oh, you know, they vote on a war funding, potentially they won't vote on war funding in the future, you know. I doubt they would be a lawful target, unless they're in a chain of command, which I believe Putin is. I think continuous combat function might be a relatively new concept, because I think that probably comes from the case law of, like, Afghanistan and non-state actors. Because I've only heard continuous combat function in reference to non-state actors. But I've also really only read about international law in reference to non-state actors, so maybe that's the reason why. Make reference to enemies warfighting, state capacity, anything in broad interpretation, or serving capacities. But others point out. That link is too tenuous to justify or to amount to a definite military advantage. Funny to know YouTube was banned in the red flag and yellow stars. Can you not say it? I'm not sure if I typed in anywhere the country. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, but they have their own version, right? You know, Restream, let's Restream on. Dude, one day they'll have AI translators, like automatic AI translators, that'll be able to translate my stream in real time, and then I can stream to fucking all these, like, Billy, Not Alive, Africa TV, and Trovo has a lot of Russian and Arabic speakers, so I'll be able to stream to all these platforms and get so many Korean viewers who are really interested in U.S. politics, but only speak Korean. Also, the streaming on Trovo, it's not even working. I don't know why, but it don't really matter. Nobody fucking watches on Trovo. Can't forget LinkedIn. I stream on Facebook. I don't know if I want to stream on LinkedIn. I don't think anyone would watch on LinkedIn. Not that anyone watches on Facebook, but well, actually, apparently, my grandma and my grandma's friends have seen my streams on Facebook, which is somewhat concerning, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They support me. They support the grind. They respect the hustle, the 30 cent a day hustle. You know, soon it could be like, maybe 40 cents a day. I've heard people get less money from YouTube than they do from Twitch when live streaming. So, even with the same number of viewers, which I think I average slightly higher view. Well, it depends on the account shorts. $1 a day before the election. maybe. I was going to say, I average more viewers on Twitch, but what's the Twitch CPI? I don't know. Can I check? I can show you how much revenue I make. I make like 30 cents a day on ads at most. If you don't count the short stream, then I average more on Twitch still. But and the short stream technically has a lot of raw views, and there's almost always 1 or 2 concurrent viewers. I watch all the ads. Thank you, Bubby. Based. But those are viewers that, you know, go in and out really quickly. They don't stick around for very long. Shout out Shorts viewer coming in right now, watching me right now, watching me talk about you, and swiping away as I speak. Swiping away right now. That's what they're doing. They're all swiping away. They come in, they stay for 5 seconds, and they swipe away. That's the Shorts game. But a view is a view. And click them and buy the products. When am I going to get a sponsor? I don't think I'm ever going to be. Well, I don't. People sponsor like Ben Shapiro, so maybe I could. I don't think I'm that controversial. Not any more controversial than Ben Shapiro is. So. That's like really okay. Quick start streaming about how the opposition party is all bad. If you grow, you could easily get a sponsor. Not unhinged. Hopefully. Yet. One day we'll get there. One day. One day. Does Ben say the R word? I don't know if companies care about that too much. I don't think he does though. No. I've never seen him say it at least. I don't think I don't know. I don't think he swears that much. But like I watched this video on like the Hezbollah pager attack, and like I'm pretty sure he had his sponsor on there. So that's like him at like his most unhinged, saying, literally laughing at, you know, balls being blown off of people, which is like, I mean, they're Hezbollah militants, they're like there, so like whatever. I don't like necessarily have an issue with him doing that, but like that's a not necessarily super sponsor friendly material, and they still sponsored him in that. Have you heard about Raid Shadow Legends? Yeah, I will take Raid Shadow Legends sponsors if they come away. I know. I mean, he gets that gold sponsorship a lot. He's like, Kamala Harris's economy is so bad, and one way you can help diversify is by investing in precious metals. It's awesome. Okay, wild. So introduction, the philosophical underpinning, the basic rule, military and military objectives, and then I can finally do this. Quick knowledge check, define terrorist. I mean, I've done it before, right? I would say that the most important thing about terrorism to me is the purposeful targeting of civilians. Usually, it's an attempt to terrorize the population to get, like, political gains, right? There is no universally accepted definition of terrorism. The UN can't agree on one. People don't agree on the definition of terrorism. But I would say the definition of terrorism ought to involve that. The purposeful targeting of civilians. And terrorist would be, you know, a member of an organization that does that. One that engages in terrorism. Failed unsubscribed? What's the definition of terrorism is everything the IDF does. But not everything Hamas does, clearly. The UN, the global clown show. But like I said, the UN can't even agree on not state actors, that's the most important part. But people disagree about that, because people either say, like, well, some people will say state-sponsored terrorism, and some people will say that states can engage in terrorism. Like, nobody thinks about the Nazis as terrorists, they were just government doing war crimes. I mean, yeah, I don't know, but people disagree about that. The unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in pursuit of political aims. This includes unlawful in here. Yeah, state can sponsor terrorism. Are you saying they can't do it? I don't know. People disagree about that. This is the issue. Like, if the UN resolution was passed declaring that a fire is hot, I would have to double check. This is the FBI. Violent criminal acts committed by individuals and/or groups who are inspired or associated with foreign terror. Let's say sponsored. Domestic terrorism is just people that do it. It's not really terrorism. Definition. UN. The UN has not formally agreed on one, I think, but its resolution 1566 of October 2004 elaborates on the definition that terrorist acts are criminal acts, including against civilians, committed with the intent to cause death or serious bodily injury, or taking hostages with the purpose to provoke a state of terror. Oh, but even if these more broad definitions, I don't even know if I would consider pager attack terrorism at all. But Joint terrorism sounds like my kind of thing. I'll terrorize the shit out of these joints. What does FBI define as terrorist? Well, the FBI definition is a little weird. I have to pee, so you guys can look it up. It's a video I can do with Hassan too. Ryan Macbeth.
This video was
Here you go.
originally for a guy named Sam, who's a high school student who's doing an independent research project. So if you just want information kill chain, skip to this time up here. Let's get started with the video. So Sam from high school reached out to me about an independent research paper he was doing on misinformation, deception, and propaganda online. Then he asked me a bunch of questions on this topic, about 10 questions, and I figured I would answer them here so everybody can benefit. I have a little time before my morning run, so you figure let's have a cigar, have a drink, and let's get to some of these questions. And Sam, if any of your teachers watch this, I want to speak directly to your teachers and say, yes, me having chili stains on my shirt is absolutely normal. So let's start off with the first question. What are some common examples of misinformation, deception, and propaganda online? So you're actually missing two things from this. There's misinformation, there's disinformation, and there's truthiness or emotional truth. So when you're actually, a lot of things can be deceptive. Usually disinformation is kind of the deceptive part of any kind of campaign to influence somebody. There's a difference in the sense that misinformation is getting the facts wrong. Disinformation is intentionally misleading people. And this plays on something that Stephen Colbert from the Colbert Report used to call truthiness. I like to call it emotional truth. Now there's a couple of components to this. Probably the biggest that we see now is DIP, or deceptive imagery persuasion. You see it with infographics. You see it with pictures that are shown out of context. And DIP is essentially where you put deceptive text on top of a realistic picture that is taken out of context. So one example that I like to give regarding DIP is, it is a classic example. It's when people said that Israel was dropping cans of booby-trapped meat on innocent Gazans, and the cans would open and explode when you open the cans. And this wasn't true. This was an absolute 100% lie. But because most people don't know what a landmine fuse container looks like, they saw this and went, oh my God, Israel is dropping tins of meat on people. So, yeah, another common example is changing a video so that you only have a contextual limited number of seconds. You see this constantly, both in Ukraine and Gaza. You see it in, you saw it recently in Lebanon where people were saying, oh my God, Israel nuked Lebanon. You know, it's such a shame that cameras can't
Bro, he did this shit for Sam? Can I get Ryan Macbeth on my stream? Actually, I don't know if there's any interesting conversation I could really have with him. I don't know. His videos are good to react to learn. He can't really, he like works for, he's mentioned this before, he like works for government like contractors, so he can't even really get that political. I don't know what conversation I would have with him. That wouldn't be, that would be especially interesting that he hasn't already discussed in his videos or anything. Eventually, like I said, we will get that Jubilee guy on. He did agree to come on. Only one of them did. I reached out to two so far. I think I might reach out to another one, but I didn't have a good way to contact him. He'll be on at some point. I don't fucking need to DM Micah back, but Hogan misinformation comes about a complex either campaign or presidency. Dude, no, that's toxic. That like, as soon as she utters the words combat misinformation, MAGA will lose their mind. Oh my God, they will lose their mind. Maybe you can ask him for his definition. I mean, I will, but if we do it tonight, oh, it's getting late, so I might just stay out. Additional rules on targeting military objectives. In addition to Article 48 and Article 52, rules on lawful objectives, targeted citizens must also comply with a number of additional rules, including the rule of proportionality and a prohibition on indiscriminate attacks. Attacks on lawful objectives must still comply with additional rules such as proportionality and a prohibition on indiscriminate attacks. A. Indiscriminate attacks. Okay, we can just do this. Under Article 51, Section 4 of Additional Protocol 1, indiscriminate attacks are prohibited. Indiscriminate attacks are A. Those which are not directed at a specific military objective. B. Those which employ a means or method of combat which cannot be directed at a specific military objective. Or C. Those which employ a method or means of combat, the effects of which cannot be limited as required by the protocol. Indiscriminate attacks are prohibited. Hold on, so quick knowledge test. What is the value strict definition of war crimes? Oh, I don't know. That's a good one. I don't know. Value strict definition of war crimes? I don't know. I would not have a good answer, actually. When it violates international humanitarian law or some law of armed conflict. Uh-oh. Am I still streaming on Twitch? Uh-oh. I just saw it went, like, blank for a second. Am I good? Did it cut out for you guys? The timer's still there. Where are the strict definitions that we can identify and shame countries you don't want? No video? I don't know what happened. I just saw, like, my OBS just, like, went... Like, I saw, like, the little bars all turn red, but, yeah, I mean... I think we're good. I don't know if it only happened on Twitch or if it happened on other places, too. Oh, thanks for the follow, Red. Tron. Oh, yeah, crazy. You weren't following me before. I mean, you're in YouTube chat most of the time, I guess, but... I appreciate it still very much. Almost at 200 followers. And are defined as such. Isaac Rhodes shared a video. Does he want it on stream? Am I streaming on Twitch or not? I really can't tell. This says my dashboard says I'm fine. Okay, yeah, hopefully it'll fucking fix itself. I don't know. Every other platform seems fine. YouTube chatters, did I ever cut out for you guys? I'm just good on Rumble. I don't know what happened. My Wi-Fi broke, but it must actually been restreamed because it only broke for Twitch, I think. Back? Okay, thank you, Tron. I don't know what happened. That was weird. I think Restream bugged. Consequently, in such case, there is a nature to strike military objectives and civilian objects without distinction. I'm back. I remember the first time I used a computer. Oof, my Aslan video is failing. I think I need to change hashtags. Wait, do you hashtag your regular videos? There aren't hashtags here. I understand the struggle, brother. I hate when my videos do. Just like Luffy. Watch the description. Oh, okay. I gotta try adding hashtags into the description as well then. Possible innovator. Just be careful. If you put Trump, you will get nothing but downloads. And oh, dude, I don't know what it is with YouTube. I think it's a common. It's got to be the combination of these two things. One, you know, I don't have like a super large audience of my own, so like a lot of the people who get recommended my stuff are new people who have never seen me before. And there's probably a negativity bias with those people who see me for the first time and like mildly enjoy it probably aren't going to do anything. But the people who see me for the first time and don't like it are probably much more likely to leave a dislike and comment. So I get a lot of dislikes and hate comments on some of the popular videos. But like sometimes I'll get like more subscribers from a video than dislikes. So I mean that kind of shows to me like negativity bias. I'm thinking a lot about video format structure. Yeah, but also, like, I think YouTube just recommends my content to too many conservatives and not enough liberals. It's not letting me grow my own echo chamber. I've seen you, do, like, the thing where you'll take one debate and you'll make it multiple different videos. You name nonpartisan thumbnail hook. Okay, I'll try. But what if I want it? What if I am a partisan hack? But start a video trying to make it look like you're going to explore these topics with them. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I think it's better to do that to, like, if I have a long debate, to split it up into multiple shorter debates. It's more editing work on me when I do that. But it might make sense. Ben to facts plus data. Ben going to facts plus data. What? And consequently, in each such case, are of a nature to strike military objectives and civilian objects without distinction. Then a partisan opinion. Okay. Military objectives. Basically trying to trick Trump people into not clicking away right away. A view is a view. Share videos, everything. Okay. Oh, click away. We're not getting the. Oh yeah, not clicking on thumbnail harms it. Yeah, that's true. What about, can you answer my thing on that? If I, like the other day, I've seen you do this with Council's videos. When he has longer debates, you'll upload it in multiple segments. Usually I just upload them in one large chunk. And I chapter them. Like this. This is a 2-hour debate. I don't know if it would have been better to, like, split each chapter up into its own video. All of this is, like, like if I could have an immigration video, and, like, a Federal Reserve video, and an inflation video. Or at least upload some of them. Probably not all of them, because probably not all of them would make sense to have as a separate video. I'm not sure. Okay. mic stand's loud. I get a new one. Fancy one. Tomorrow, though. Technically tomorrow, because today is Friday. It's coming Saturday. The connection and the principles of distinction in subparagraphs A and B and the principle of proportionality in attack in subparagraph C are evident. Any attack which violates either principle of distinction or the principle of proportionality is an indiscriminate attack. Alright. Okay, wait. The connection to. Into proportionality. In. Oops. Are evident in any attack which violates either principle is nice spelling, dude. Is an indiscriminate attack. I think some people give a fuck about the southern border, but they don't give a fuck. Ukraine. Bye? You're leaving me? Or did my stream go out again, or? One other thing, debates are awesome for the teaser reel. Try to make both sides look good. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the advice. I appreciate you giving me your secrets so I can outperform you even harder. Ugh. Fuck yeah. I'm just kidding. I appreciate you. Thanks. Thanks. You're really helpful. Yes. Thank you. You want Trump people to watch the whole thing. Article 51, Section 5 provides further clarification as to what constitutes an indiscriminate attack, including A, an attack by bombardment by any methods or means which treat a single military objective, a number of clearly separated and distinct military objectives located in a town, village, or other area containing a concentration of civilian objects, and B, an attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the direct and concrete military gain anticipated. The rule against indiscriminate attacks is considered customary international law in both international and non-international armed conflicts. I wish YouTube would at least flag words that are wrong. I know it's dumb. Maybe in concepts what I'm commenting that are harmful against the US. What, like Twitch gives me this nice thing where it says blocked message. Do you want to show it? And it tells me which words it didn't allow, and I can either hit allow or not allow. The rule against indiscriminate. Okay, there is, however, no explicit rule against indiscriminate attacks in either Common Article 3 or Additional Protocol 2. Article 51, Section 5, further clarifies indiscriminate attack and an indiscriminate attack. An indiscriminate attack is attack by bombardment. Attack by bombardment by any methods or means which treats a single military objective, a number of clearly separated and distinct military objectives located in a city, town, or village. This sentence is confusing to me. The way it's phrased is confusing. Did they phrase it wrong? Any attack, whether by aerial bombardment or other means, that treats as a single military objective a number clearly. Oh, okay, there we go. They're missing as. which treats as a single... No, they're not. Okay, I just didn't read it. I just read it fucking wrong because I'm retarded. Treats as a single military objective a number clearly separated and distinct military objectives located in a city, town, village, or... Okay. The rules, or just a rule against an indiscriminate attack is considered customary international law. In both international and non-international armed conflict. The rule in indiscriminate attack seeks to prevent such attacks by prohibiting a number of different kinds of behavior. The first kind of indiscriminate attack involves a failure to identify a specific military target as the objective. An example of such behavior would be the act of not aiming the chosen weapon, for instance, carpet bombing, or blind firing at a particular target. While this may not breach the rule in indiscriminate attacks if the target was a single military objective located in the middle of an otherwise empty desert, more care must be taken when the more likely scenario is encountered, the placement of a military objective in close proximity to civilians and civilian objects. Thus, the kinds of aerial attacks that are common prior and during the Second World War would be unlawful under modern IHL. The carpet bombings of the cities of London and Dresden are such examples of indiscriminate attacks. The Iraqi practice of launching Scud missiles indiscriminately at Saudi Arabia and Israel during the 1991 Gulf War is also such an example. Okay, so the first kind of indiscriminate attack. Example would be carpet bombing. Or blind firing. A second kind of indiscriminate attack is the use of a weapon that lacks the capability of being directed at a military objective. The use of non-guided weapons, such as certain kinds of cluster munitions or other weapons that cannot be controlled once released, such as certain chemical or biological weapons like mustard gas, would fall within this provision. Indeed, the ICTY, International Tribunal for Yugoslavia, International Criminal Trial Yugoslavia, in the Marta case, held that firing unguided missiles containing cluster munitions was an indiscriminate attack. I think this is the Yugoslavia tribunals, right? International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Okay. Same definition of terrorism, plus or minus a few things. Are you referring to this, or are you referring to a message that YouTube did not let you send? The second would be the use of a weapon that lacks the capability of being directed at a military objective. For example, unguided munitions that cannot be controlled once released. Such as cluster bombs. I sent 3 messages. That's the only one I went through. Damn. Oops. Indiscriminate attacks are to be distinguished from a violation of the principle of distinction. A person launching an indiscriminate attack does not intentionally seek out civilians to target, but rather does not consider whether civilians might be injured or killed in an attack. Bold this because it is important. Well, slightly different than what I read earlier, but okay. B, proportionality. What if terrorism blocked depending on the format I use it in? It could be because YouTube's. I don't think YouTube likes any potential application for terrorist activities, so it would not surprise me. Article 51, Section 5b on indiscriminate attacks also refers to a type of attack which connects to another fundamental principle of IHL, the principle of proportionality. Article 51, Section 5b prohibits indiscriminate attacks. Prohibits as indiscriminate attacks. An attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be in excess in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. This attack violates the... Am I missing something fun? The UN, NATO? What? And the FAI all seem to have the... same definition of terrorism, plus or minus a few things. I don't think the UN has an agreed upon definition of terrorism. These kind of attacks are also known as disproportionate attacks. Though there is no explicit treaty or rule on proportionality in non-international armed conflicts, the rule of proportionality is considered to be customary international law. In both international and non-international armed conflicts. Example of crime under the Rome Statute. The Article 51, Section 5b, Rule on Proportionality, is supplemented by Article 57, Section 2a, Article 57, Subsection 2, Paragraph A, Section 3 of Additional Protocol 1, which states that those who plan or decide upon an attack shall refrain from deciding to launch an attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilian, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excess in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. Also clarifies those proportionality assessments on impact. Proportionality assessment impacts on all stages of the targeting process, selection of the target, the choice of the weapon, and the overall execution attack. An attack in which civilians are killed is not prima facie disproportionate. Rather, the real proportionality is instead a balancing test, whereby the anticipated direct military gain is to be balanced against the anticipated loss of civilian life and damage to civilian objects. Only when the scale tips towards the civilian damage being excessive or retaliation to military benefit does the attack become disproportionate. Much like the general rule, general rules in targeting in relation to circumstances relating to time. So too must proportionality systems be weighed in the context, as Booth notes the role of proportionality. Proportionality is also examined ex ante. There, type the normal and. Probably not. And based on and get a click. I'm not doing that. And an attack which kills civilians is not necessarily. It's not, though. It's the thing. It's not going to be. I 100% guarantee you. Oh, that's crazy. It's not. Don't know if it's a trap. Slash time out. Then Terrius 1. 10. Oh wait, that's 10 seconds. Oops. Forgot it was in seconds. Sanitarius 1. 600. It's not necessarily disproportionate. Run out of room proportionality attacks instead of balancing tests whereby anticipated about direct most again is balanced against anticipated loss of plane life and damage to civilian objects. The notes of proportionality recognizes that a modern warfare adjustment is made in advance. The attack must necessarily concern itself with the military advantage that is anticipated with the civilian injury, which may be expected. The decision maker is not therefore dealing with certainties. On the other hand, concrete and direct military advantage cannot be based on a hope of speculation. The direct decision maker is making an assessment on the basis of available information. More may well be known after the event, but this is information that was not available at the time. Or sorry, it's information that available at the time that matters. Precautions in attack and defense. That's B. Oh, it was indiscriminate attacks A. Yeah, okay. Precautions in attack and defense. Parties to an armed conflict must also abide by certain other general guidelines when undertaking assessments, including taking certain precautionary measures from both an offensive and defensive perspective. For those planning and directing attack, those precautions are outlined in Article 57 of Additional Protocol 1. For those defending against attacks, the precautions are outlined in Article 58. Parties to an armed conflict must take both active and passive precautions to protect civilians from harm. For those planning attacks, state precautions outlined in Article 57. For those defending, precautions outlined in Article 58. Precautions in attack.
Article 57 begins by outlining that, quote, in the conduct of military operations, constant care must be taken to spare the civilian population and civilian objects. The article goes on to state that those who plan and decide upon attack shall, quote, do everything feasible to verify that the objectives to be attacked are neither civilian nor civilian objects and are not subject to special protection, but are military objectives within the meaning of paragraph 2, article 52, and that is not prohibited by the provisions of this protocol to attack them. Article 57 begins by describing the duty of constant care, stating that in the conduct of military operation, constant care should be taken to civilians. Article goes on to state that those planning an attack shall do everything feasible. The remainder Article 57, Section 2A deals with proportionality and is discussed above. In addition, targeting decisions must be cancelled or suspended if it becomes apparent that the objective is not a military one, or the subject is subject to special protections, or that the attack may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injuries to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in retaliation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. This requirement builds further on the principles of distinction and proportionality. Article 57, Section 2C obliges the parties to the conflict to give effective advance warning. We've read about this before. Duty to warn, that is. Requires parties to give effective advance warning of attacks which may affect the civilian population unless circumstances do not permit. Thus, prior to launching an attack which may impact the civilian population, an attacker must, unless circumstances preclude, warn the civilian population of the impending attack. This can be done in the form of transmitting radio broadcasts or dropping leaflets. The Israeli Defense Force, for example, has used leaflet drops, television, radio, and other forms of communications, such as SMS text messages to mobile/cellular phones, to warn the civilians of Gaza of impending attacks. The key term in Article 57, Section 2C is effective, which implies the need for a warning to be understandable to those most directed by the attack and delivered in such a way that reaches those most likely to be affected. In looking at the scope of the world affected, the Goldstone report stated that a warning to be effective, okay, so i.e. unless an attack would be rendered unfeasible by such warning. The attacker must warn the civilian population of the impending attack. This can be done by a multitude of methods. including transmitting radio broadcasts, dropping leaflets, television, radio, out of form digital communications, as well as text, cellular phones, etc. Okay. Article 57, Section 2, C, requires warnings to be effective, meaning the warning must be understandable. To those most likely to be directed at activity in such a way to be most likely reach to directly affect it. Okay, as the Goldstone report says, it must reach those who are likely to be in danger to plan attack. It must give them sufficient time to react to the warning. It must clearly explain what they should do to avoid harm, and it must be a credible warning. The warning also has to be clear so that the civilians are not in doubt that it is indeed addressed to them. As far as possible, warnings should state the location to be affected and where the civilians should seek safety. Credible warning means that civilians should be in no doubt that it is intended to act upon as a false alarm hoax may undermine future warnings, putting civilians at risk. The Goldstone report states, however, some publicists, such as Boothby, have criticized the Goldstone test for effective warning, arguing that it puts forward the ideal, which for a variety of situations may be unachievable. Indeed, the need for secrecy in the planning of certain attacks against lawful targets is taken into consideration in Article 7, which obliges parties to warn unless circumstances do not permit. As Boothby notes, the circumstances may legitimately preclude giving the giving of a warning, including military ones. Accordingly, if, for example, the attack is intended to take the adversary by surprise, this may be deemed a valid reason for giving a warning. The need to, or the need for secrecy in planning for attacks is taken into account in Article 7. Which obliges the party to warn unless circumstances do not permit. If attack is intended to take an adversary by surprise, this may be a valid reason for giving no warning. The main Article 57 obliges the party to the conflict to choose military objectives opposed to least danger to civilians. Article 57, Section 3 states that when a choice is possible between several military objectives for obtaining a similar military advantage, the objective shall be selected that the attack on which may be expected to cause the least danger to civilian and civilian objects. Thus, if given a choice between an army barracks located near a major city and an army in a remote or sparsely inhabited area, the remote base would be the objective most compliant with Article 57, Section 3. This laudable provision is, however, dependent on the equivalency of the potential targets in terms of military advantage. The provision is also dependent on there being a choice of targets in the first instance. Requires attackers to choose attack expected to cause? The least amount of harm to civilians and civilian objects. If military advantage is identical. If the military advantage of such attacks final provision, Article 57, reiterates that in the conduct of military operations at sea and air, parties to the conflict must take all reasonable precautions to avoid losses of civilian lives and damage to civilian objects. The commentary to the protocols notes that this provision relates to any attack launched from the air or sea that might conceivably endanger the civilian population, also inhabiting the battle space, i.e. civilian aircraft and watercraft. Article 49, Section 4 of Additional Protocol 1 already confirms the applicability of the protocol regarding the protection of civilians and civilian objects on land, at sea, or in the air. Thus, this part of Article 57 is superfluous. The both commentary to the protocols clarifies the situation, stating that the provision was included during the diplomatic conference in 1977 to satisfy the delegation which felt uneasy about the limitation of the scope of the section of Protocol 1 to the effects of attacks on objectives on land. Final provision, Article 87. Ensure that in the conduct of military, parties to the conflict must still take all reasonable precautions to avoid loss of civilian lives and damage to civilian objects. This applies to all civilian objects in the i.e. civilian boats and planes. Precautions in defense is what Hamas fails in. Oops, hold on. Okay, that. Well, I take a screenshot of this. Was there anything good in the JD Vance leaks? I mean, not like really, because all of the information is like already public. Like, it's just stuff that publicly JD Vance did or said. It's just funny. I don't know. It's not like any particularly new information or anything. It's just like funny. There was one thing that I didn't know he did before. He praised Hillary Clinton, I think it was. Yeah, he had previously praised Hillary Clinton. He said that Biden could have beaten Trump in the 2016 election had Biden won, not Hillary. Why is Elon being a Twitter Nazi then? Because two things. One, the document was probably leaked by Iran and provided to the guy who leaked it by Iran. Like, they hacked the Trump campaign and and it provided the document to the guy who released it. That was probably Iran. Second, it included personal information about JD Vance, so he'll say it's doxing. Now, Elon Musk doesn't actually care about doxing. There's plenty of left-wing people who get doxed. You know, I'm pretty sure Libs of TikTok doxed someone. I know Brian Krasenstein has been doxed. I know Destiny has been doxed on Twitter. Elon doesn't care about that. When that's directly on Twitter. That is directly on Twitter. Versus this guy linked to his Substack, which then linked to the document, which doxed JD Vance. So, one of these is clearly a lot worse, but Elon Musk only did the one that affects JD Vance. I missed a lot. I've been busy. What did Iran do? Allegedly Iran, hacked into the Trump campaign and they probably got multiple documents, but the document that they started leaking was the document that was like screening JD Vance for the VP. So it's like a 200-page document, and a lot of it is filled with JD Vance's liabilities. So it's basically just like a big like fact sheet of like it's like 217 pages of everything bad JD Vance has done and everything bad or all his liabilities to the Republican Party. Is really funny. I mean, like, it's not really new information. This is like all publicly available stuff. So, although I think it also like included his personal phone number or something, which I think is why Elon Musk banned it, because it included his personal phone number. I'm pretty sure everything else is already public. I would imagine maybe his address isn't public. I don't know. Can't be that hard to find, but okay. Anyway, precautions in defense. Article 58 of Additional Protocol 1 obliges parties to, quote, maximize extent feasible to undertake the number of acts to assist in the protection of the civilian population. First of these is contained in Article 58, Section A, which obliges parties to endeavor to remove the civilian population, individual civilians, and civilian objects under their control from the vicinity of the military objectives. Elon's mad at the world because his son went trans? True. The woke mind virus killed him. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Requires defenders to take the maximum to the maximum extent feasible a number of acts to assist in the protection of the civilian population. The first of these being Article 58, subsection A, Section A, subsection A, whatever, which obliges parties to endeavor to remove the civilian population, individual civilians, civilian objects under their control and under their vicinity of military objectives. Actually, I'm probably going to want to Google it, so I need to keep that there. What do you think Eric Adams will get jail time? It would not surprise me. I would guess probably. If it turns out that the indictment is true, then yeah, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't. It's not like the president where like he enjoys immunity for some things and he can't be indicted if he's just sitting president and he has to be impeached, and it's a whole process. He's just a mayor. Of course, if it's true, yeah. Oh, of course it's true. Do we know that? The indictment isn't even unsealed yet, right? So we don't even know the specific allegations. All we know is like it's some like foreign influence thing. Although the way he's responding to it absolutely makes me think it's true. Like he's going around stage and saying, I knew if I stood up for you, I would be attacked. Which makes me think it's true. These allegations are entirely false. He's doing I don't know how we got to the world where, I don't know how we live in a world now where if you, like, whether it be Trump, whether it be Mark Robinson, or whether it be the mayor, you can be accused of something, reliably, and just say, no. We have this account on a porn website using your username that you used for years before you were a public figure, so no one would have a reason to fake this account. And it uses your personal email, and it has all your information on it when Democrats would have no reason to fake this because you weren't a public figure yet. This is clearly you. No, no, CNN lie. Like what? Wait, how are we here now? What's your opinion on G? Oh my God, you're immediately. I'm just gonna ban you. Wouldn't be surprised if NC win this election. I wouldn't be surprised either. I'm hoping. That's what I'm. Listen, I'm voting this year for the first time, so we got a chance. Okay, Mark Robinson fucked it for us. Anecdotally, this will be my first time voting. This will be Isaac's first time voting, right? So, this will be some of my other friends' first time voting. So, like, anecdotally, I know a lot of young people who are voting for Kamala Harris, and it'll be their first time voting. Yeah, Mark Robinson fucked us. A lot of people hate Trump, and I think voter turnout is probably young voter turnout is probably going to be pretty good, considering all the funny memes about Kamala Harris, all the brat Kamala Harris memes. I think voter turnout for young voters was the highest on record in 2020 for Joe Biden, and that was fucking Sleepy Joe. So now that we have Coconut Queen Kamala, I'm expecting higher young voter turnout. Now, Gaza might fuck with that a little bit, but I think people aren't as angry about that anymore. Ignore on my screen 2 very Gaza-related things. Actually, it's a Hezbollah-related thing, technically. The reason we're reading... well, technically, it doesn't specifically have to do with this conflict, but we're only reading it because of the Hezbollah thing. Orange Man bad. True. Okay, where were we? We got the first one. Qualification here says such relocation must be compliant with Article 49 of the Geneva Convention, which states that individuals or mass forcible transfers, as well as deportations of protected persons from occupied territory to the territory of the occupying power or that of any other country, occupied or not, are prohibited regardless of their motive in every demographic. However, these evacuations must comply with Article 49 of the Geneva Conventions for which states that individual and mass forcible transportations, as well as deportations of protected persons from occupied territories to the territory of the occupying power or that of any other country, occupied or not, are prohibited regardless of the motive. However, Article 49 also provides that the total or partial evacuation of a given area, if the security of the population is imperative or imperative military reasons, so demand, may be undertaken. There is a further exception. Provided for if total or partial evacuation of a given area, or I don't need that, for total partial evacuation of a given area is security of population is imperative military reasons of demand. Hello? Oh, what's up? Hello? Hello? Electronics, Quirky at Night. Hello? I used to have more of the FNAF script memorized. Your thing's lighting up green. I think it's a me issue.
Does he hate me?
I can hear you now.
Oh my god. Well, was there anything big in the leaks?
No, I mean, like, it's a leak, but, like, all this stuff is, like, that, like, Trump's own campaign team was able to find on JD Vance. Like, it's not, like, necessarily anything we didn't know. I can send you the link to it. It's just, like, some of it is just funny stuff.
Also, there's allegations that you're listening to music while you're doing this. Are these allegations true?
I don't think I would ever
denied that. Why? Yeah.
Wow, just like Amaranth. Remember when Amaranth was on a podcast and she was Amaranth ASMR streamer came out and said they watch movies while they do ASMR, and people got offended. But it was really funny because it's like, what are you offended over? Did you want them to like have full attention?
Yeah, I know it's dumb, but I mean, I don't even like. It's just background music. Like I have background music playing on my stream because it sets the vibe, you know. Like whenever I read, and then I don't want to listen to the non-copyright music. I want to listen to actual good music, so I just play my own music that you guys can't hear.
It's weird to see you actually have more than 2 viewers on so like a study day.
Stream,
That's
yeah.
so rare.
Yeah. It's wild.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna text you something later.
Okay. Well, damn. What the fuck? That ain't right. That ain't right. A number of issues rise with regards to this provision. First, Article 49 applies only in situations of occupied territory and those persons protected by Geneva Conventions 4. However, Article 58 applies to both occupied and non-occupied territories and to all civilians under the control of the party to the conflict taking the steps outlined in Article 58. Thus, the 2 articles have 2 different scopes of applications. Okay, so... Oh my god. Finally, would you support a global tax in support of those who would like to renounce their citizenship in their country to be able to leave and join another nation? A global tax? Like, do you mean should we be taxing people who do that? Or would I mean, I think you should be able to renounce your citizenship and go to another country if you want to. I think there are some countries that make it really hard to renounce your citizenship. Like, I don't think you can really renounce your Iranian citizenship. I think you're basically stuck with it. You'll probably be able to renounce citizenships if you want to. I don't know what you mean by global tax in support of those who do that. But however, these 2 articles have different scopes, as Article 49 in Geneva Conventions 4. I'm going to say GC4. Only apply to... Thanks for the 10 bits.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Orange man bad.
Orange man bad.
Orange man.
True. True. Based. Yes. That's me. That's me in that video. That's me. I hate Orange Man. Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. That's me and my fans. Traps are gay. Thank you for the 10 bits again. I appreciate it. Tax would support those who cannot afford to leave their nation. Who would we be taxing? You mean the subsidy? Wouldn't we be giving people as much? That's the opposite of a tax. Only apply to occupied territories. Whereas Article 58 territories. Whereas Article 58 is it additional protocol 1? Yeah, of AP1 only applies. Did it say to all conflicts or just to international ones? Or applies to both occupied and non-occupied territory, and to all civilians under the control of the party taking the conflict in steps outlined in Article 58. Why did they do it this way? I'm assuming like this is nonsense. I don't even know how much of this is relevant to anything.
Of additional, actually, I think this is Article 49 usually is what people use to just say Israel settlements are illegal. I think there's probably another article too that says they're illegal, but I think Article 49 is part of it. Israel's like cope that the settlements aren't illegal is basically that they're not doing forceful transfers. It's just the settlers choose to move there, so it's chill. Of additional concern is the idea that relocating civilians from their vicinity and military objectives, as noted earlier in this chapter, the definition of military objective is not fixed and can change according to the object's location, purpose, or use. It seems unfeasible to that a party to the conflict would be able to ensure that civilian population was not located near a military objective if it is not possible to know what is always going to be a military objective. I guess realistically it wouldn't be every nation, but I guess everyone apart from now. Best viewers likely ban evade or restricted. Furthermore, in densely populated small states, it may be physically impossible to ensure that civilian population moved away from military objectives during times of armed conflict. In such instances, regard must be held to the maximum extent feasible. Okay. Additionally, it may be hard to relocate the civilian population from city to military objectives when what is considered a military objective is can change and is not always known, or it's not can change, may also be possible to fully ensure that civilian population moved away from military objectives during times of armed conflict in small states. In such instance, regard must be held to the phrase to the maximum extent feasible. Like attacks for everyone in a nation a part of NATO in support of the... I don't know what you mean by attack. Who are you taxing? Are you taxing the people who renounce their citizenship? Or are you taxing the people who come into the country after renouncing their citizenship? Connected to the obligation in Article 58 is the obligation in Article 58b, which provides that parties to the conflict shall, to the maximum extent feasible, avoid locating military objectives within or near densely populated areas. Requires that parties to the conflict to the maximum extent feasible shall avoid locating military objectives in densely populated areas. This builds on Article 28 of the Geneva Conventions 4, which prohibits the use of individual protected persons as human shields. It's built on Article 28 of the Geneva Conventions 4, which forbids the use of individual protected persons as human shields. Article 58 extends the road to the entire civilian population. This prohibition on the use of civilian population or civilian objects as shields for military objectives. As with Article 58A, this provision may create problems for highly densely highly urbanized or densely populated states where there is little physical space and little choice to locate military facilities in proximity to civilian populations. Many countries certainly seem to run afoul of strict reading Article 58A. The passage of time, growing population, urban sprawl would likely result in certain military objectives. Finally, initially built for our urban centers, becoming part of metropolitan areas. This also creates potential problems for small states. Remember when Isaac said it was impressive that I had more than 2 viewers on a reading stream? Yeah, back down to 1 on Twitch at least. I think there's still some on YouTube. And some come in on Shorts sometimes. And there's some on Rumble. There's 4 on Rumble, but I don't think the Rumble viewers are real. Rumble viewers, say something if you're real. I mean, like the citizens who are already in the nations a part of NATO, could get a global tax on your income to help people who want to renounce this. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think a better immigration system would be, we should just expand legal immigration. I don't know if we necessarily need that tax to support people when, we could just expand legal immigration and more people would be able to move here. Obviously, only the richer people would be able to move here from those countries, but, those people generally have higher productivity, which ends up helping us more. That's an interesting fact about immigration, by the way. Immigration is essentially, traditional, or I was going to say traditional logic. It might seem intuitive that, the poorest people from countries move to America. As Donald Trump said, they're not sending their best. But in reality, they are sending their best. Now, their best is still low productivity and low pay compared to Americans, the median American. But immigration is essentially a normal good, meaning demand for it increases with income. The higher your income is, the more likely you are able to be able to afford moving to America in the first place. So immigration to America is essentially a normal good. The immigrants who come here from poor countries are high productivity relative to where they came from. They are obviously low productivity in comparison to Americans, the median American. Finally, Article 58. C is more generally what a provision obliging parties to the conflict to take other necessary precautions to protect the civilian population of individual civilians and civilian objects under control against dangers resulting from military operations. Is a more general provision which requires parties to take other necessary precautions to protect the civilian population and individual civilians under control. Alright, fire. We'll definitely read more of this book. I really like this book. But I think we probably should switch over to the other book now because it has more specifics on this stuff, whereas this is kind of done. I don't need to know about this right now. These are broken. Don't need to know about cultural property stuff right now. There we go. Okay. I definitely want to read later in this book. Where's the table of contents? The 3 types of armed conflict, to go over that, because I don't fully understand what different articles apply to the different types of armed conflict. Oh, they have a table of contents. Are you kidding me? It's split between 2 pages. I'm going to zoom out. Oh, it's still split between 2. Oh. Okay, how zoomed in can I get before it? Okay, it's so messed up. There's probably just a table somewhere else that I can use.
Also, this table, now that I'm looking at it, kind of looks bad. But I actually, I wonder if I can... Oh, yeah, there we go. Effects of Article 1. Armed group is NLM. Don't know what that means. Non... What's up?
I just debated a communist, and I need to vent. I need to vent.
Yeah, I think I'm probably about to debate someone on the pager thing. We'll see.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh boy. Oh boy. Is that gonna be the one Loner Box debated?
No.
Okay. Well, good luck.
That guy was awesome, though.
Wait. Just also a quick thing. I watched your review of the pager debate that Loner Box had. It was very funny. I'm just saying, quick thing. It's just I'm Israeli, okay, as you know.
Yep.
Every time you play a video with sirens, please mute it because it's like really like it's you know how I had your video on the background and I went to to the bathroom and then it's the moment you started playing the fucking sirens in the video and I thought and it's just terrifying for an Israeli to hear that. I thought they were shooting it at. I'm just saying, please mute or at least review the video or at least give a warning or something. I just don't want to hear sirens all the time. It's like very triggering. Just saying. You can understand. I'm sure you can understand.
Oh yeah, do you understand how children in Gaza feel every day when they go
That's right.
without food because you're starving them?
No, I
You're
mean, yeah, if I
them?
was a streamer and I had like a Palestinian fan or something and then I played Hava Nagila, I understand they're like, genetically traumatized. I understand. Yeah. No, that's right. That's right. Every missile we send, it has like Hava Nagila on it. That's what the pages played before they exploded. That makes it interaction, by the way. That we played Hava Nagila, which is a way they interacted with the pager.
Oh yeah, that makes it.
Actually, it is a booby trap. Yeah, you actually are. Yeah. But either way, I debated a communist, and I'm like, he's insane, right? Like all communists are insane, of course. That's a given. But he was like, I mean, the commies were like the Soviet Union wasn't communism, and it's actually capitalism because they had gulags, and that's slave labor, and slavery is capitalism. Like, that was the type of guy I debated. Yeah, he was completely insane. And then I'm trying to like argue, we have studies that the more economic freedom you have, the more likely you are, or there's a connection between liberal democracy and private property. And then he said, I said that, and he saw the study, and then he was like, the nihilists when they read a study, they have to bicker about the words. So he was like, oh, actually, well, when they say property in the Congo, the king who had property, right? It's the private property of the king. That's private property. He actually killed a bunch of people, so that's less freedom from having private property of the king. So actually, the study is false. It's like, and I don't know how you talk to people like that. And the most insane thing, he gave an example. He told me, sample, this is what I'm doing. It's like if I read a study that said water is healthy for you, I would be like, well, actually, if you drink a gajillion gallons of water, you're actually gonna die. So actually, the study is bad. He said that's what he would say. I don't know how to talk to people like that. And I thought, I'll be honest, I took an L. I was like, you're gonna criticize a study. I'm sending you a study. You're just gonna criticize it. Please prove to me that you're competent. What's an R squared? And he actually kind of knew what an R squared is. He didn't define it well, but he knew what it's supposed to be. No, that's fine. So I don't know how someone who knows what an R squared is can say that that's what they would say when they read a study that says water is healthy. It's like, I assume he's vaccinated. I told him, you're vaccinated, right? When you read studies, or if you ever read studies, I don't know if you ever read a study, but if you read studies about like COVID vaccine and whatnot, are you just going to be like, oh, actually, if you vaccinate yourself a bajillion amount of times, that actually is going to kill you. So the study's bad, guys. They never factored that in. They never, like, it's retarded. That's the most insane. Even if you take your interpretation of private property at face value, your argument is insane. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to talk to people like that. They're just like very low IQ, very IQ. I don't know how you talk to people like that. Oh my god, I just needed to vent. I just had to vent. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you.
Pager debate. Damn. I mean, I can try to steal, man, the anti-pager position. Look, here's the best argument against the pager attack. Okay. The timing, dude. Next to the election, bro. Really? Really? Really, though?
Do you Hey, do you know of any like reports or anything if they were only given to
I don't
Hezbollah's
follow
military
that.
wing? Or
I don't follow Lebanon, no.
damn.
I stopped following even Gaza, basically. I know a little bit, but not anything that you probably know. Yeah, but I mean, booby trapping, right? I mean, look.
I haven't read
Ken
super
Roth
far into the
and a bunch-
booby trapping thing so far. I know it's probably not a booby trap just because they were like remote detonated explosives and there's no like actual interaction. Like it's not a apparently safe
Yeah, I
object
mean,
that somebody interacted
what would be
with.
like? How does that violate like legitimate sabotage? Like, why is it not an example of legitimate sabotage? That's to me, I don't understand.
And then I also
And that's another thing. It's just like so dialectically bad to call it a war crime because like everyone is like, oh, I want Israel to be more surgical, and then Israel does the most surgical fucking thing in existence, and it's
Yeah.
like, actually, that's a war crime. Israel's evil terrorism. It's like, okay, dude, you just hate everything Israel ever does. You cannot. Nothing would be good for you. You think Israel should just sit there and take it? And I mean, look, if you want to make the utilitarian argument of like, oh, every time Israel retaliates, it's just more suffering, and it can actually not improve anything, so it actually should take it. I mean, that's you can make that argument, but it's just actually make it. Don't make me like second guess myself. I don't know. These people are insane. They just hate Israel. That's why, like, I see AOC and I cannot respect her because of like her positions on Israel Palestine. She's insane. I don't know. I don't.
But she has
I
massive
like her.
bahungalungas, bro. So
No, I don't. I'm not Alex Stein. Okay, I'm not. I cannot go there. Yeah. What is it? He called her Big Booty Latina or some shit. I don't fucking know. That
yeah,
guy's
big
insane.
booty Latina. Yeah.
That guy is insane, dude. That guy is actually abhorrent. Actually disgusting. I don't know why Jubilee had him on. I don't watch that video because of that. I didn't watch that video just because he's in there. I don't. He's a deplorable guy. I don't know who he's like legitimate in political speech. But okay. Yeah. But
Do you know anything about why they might not violate the manually in place thing? I read like obvious thing on it, but it didn't go that far in depth.
I don't know.
He just said like
didn't do a deep dive.
Yeah, he just said like, oh, because they went through like
I mean,
various.
look, the burden of proof is on the people accusing them. The burden of proof is on the people accusing them. Like, look, sabotage is obviously you can have manually in place sabotage. No one would call it a booby trap. So even if it was manually in place, I think the interaction is a necessary condition, right? Or is it just like a disjunct? Right?
Well,
it doesn't need to violate literally every part of it. It needs to just violate one necessary part to not be. So can you show me the law? Maybe I'll read it.
Yeah. There's also like the exception, Article 7, Section 3, which like gives the exception if they, if they're placed in or close proximity to the military objective, then it some booby traps are okay. I think, yeah. Without prejudice to the provisions of Article 3, which is basically saying like, oh wait, no, I should pull up the full thing. It is prohibited to use weapons to which this article applies, this article being the one that prohibits booby traps, in any city, town, village, or other area containing a similar concentration of civilians in which combat between ground forces is not taking place, or does not appear to be imminent, unless either they are placed within close vicinity to a military objective, or measures are taken to protect civilians from their effects, for example, the posting of wartime sentries, the issue of warnings, and the provision of fences. So Israel probably satisfies subsection A here.
Yeah, but even the manually in place thing, is that like a sufficient condition? Like if they were manually in place, then now it's a booby trap? No, it's probably
I don't remember. None of the things I've read have gone super far into the manual in place. And I think the manually in place thing, like, I think it covers. There's some, isn't it like a subsection of the other devices thing? I don't remember exactly.
I don't know, but either way, you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, for example, a booby trap necessarily is a thing in the universe, right? And the beepers were a thing in the universe. It doesn't mean that like now it's a necessary condition, but it's not a sufficient one. So yeah, they just need to prove a sufficient condition, and obviously it's not with interaction, and that's a necessary condition, and they don't have it. If you don't have a necessary condition, you're not that thing, period. So that's all you need your argument to be. But I don't know, I would look into what the IHL rules for sabotage is, and like see how people can argue that doesn't fall straight into it.
I haven't looked at this.
But even if it was a war, like some war crimes are like based. I mean, if we had, I'm using Avi's analogy. If we had like the gas mustard that ends all wars immediately. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's illegal, but I'd use it.
Yeah, Isaac. Base. What if we had a utility
mean-
maximizing war crime? Like,
No, I mean, really though, right? It's just like you need to argue beyond like, oh, actually, I can twist the letter of the law to be this, therefore you're bad. No, I mean, it's obviously not bad in this example. Even if you think it's a work, like it's just obviously an immensely amazing operation
yeah.
pulled off.
But have you considered
Also-
it's indiscriminate? Because what if a civilian picked up the pager?
That's right. I'm not talking to you. You justified baby death. You justified baby. I'm not talking to you.
True. Oh,
You're actually
okay.
getting that guy talked like Hassan. Am I crazy? He talked like Hassan when he's mad.
He did. Yeah.
Is he like a Hassan fanboy or something? I don't know.
I have no clue. I haven't seen anything from him prior to that debate. Apparently, he's popular. Like, it's like 13,000 subs. I didn't know that. I had no clue who he was.
How?
I don't know.
I guess.
But
the
it gives me
blind
hope
leading
every
the
single
blind.
time. It gives me hope. I see people like that, and I see people like Demon Mama and Vosh have like successful careers, and
no.
I'm like, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
If I'm like dumb or if I lose a debate, people don't care. I will.
No, I mean you're exactly the type where you're dumb, you're not entertaining, you got bad argument. Yeah. Based Biden head in the background.
True, I know. Yeah. I bought
We
it
need a
right after
Kamala.
he dropped
We need
out.
a Kamala laser eye.
They haven't they don't really have much Kamala Harris merch yet, or maybe they do, but
Yeah, they have the hat, the Team Waltz hat.
yeah, but they
The
got to
kid-
start
that's what the
selling
Harris hat.
coconut merch, but they haven't.
Really? They are?
No, I said they have to start selling coconut merch, but they haven't.
I know, that's why. Yeah, I've been saying this. They have to start selling coconut merch. Look, what's up with that? They need to tap into that. Like, I want an unburdened shirt. Come on, that's epic.
Yeah.
What? Use the memes. Don't hide from them. Use it. It's epic and it funds your campaign. So do it. Yeah,
Have
that's
you,
my take. I'm
seen any of
100% buying
the-
Harris merch when I'm in the U.S.
The Chappelle Roan controversy.
No,
Oh, do you know who Chappelle Roan is?
isn't that the singer who said?
Yeah, she's just a singer.
She said like both sides or some shit. Retarded
Yeah,
shit.
she did. She just did like the retarded like both side thing. She was like,
Yeah,
fuck
yeah,
the
people were
policies of the
talking,
right,
like-
but also fuck some of the policies of the left, transphobic, and especially Palestine. Like it's like
Oh,
okay,
great.
dude. I don't know what she meant by transphobic Democrats, but like, like
I mean, it's just you don't need to know. It's just are the transphobic Democrats in the room with us right now?
yeah, I know.
That's the Twitter line, but yeah. I mean, it's just you don't need to. You can say whatever and it will sound. If it sounds right, then it is right. Right? You know how conspiracy people talk, where it's like, oh, you want me to just believe Israel did nothing, had nothing to do with this? Okay. They'll read about like I don't know how like the Nord Stream pipeline was bombed. It's like, oh, you want me to believe that Mossad had nothing to do with this? Same people who assassinated
Isaac, join the
JFK.
call if you're gonna ask about this. What were you saying? Sorry.
Oh. No, I said it's like the same. You don't need to be literate to say stuff that sounds good.
Oh yeah.
No. I don't know. Sad. Sad. Very sad. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're reading a lot about the Patriot attack thing.
I just read. I found this. I started reading this book. I started on chapter 7 because it's more relevant. It's just called International Humanitarian Law. Like it just goes over. It's like a relatively basic introduction to all the articles and all the
Nice. Wait, who?
obligations.
Wait,
Emily, someone.
what's the last name? I want to know the last name.
I got it. Emily Crawford.
Okay.
Thanks for the 10 bits.
Sounds
Why is
fun.
Kanye West?
Not Crawford Steen, nothing like that. Crawford Berg, nothing like that.
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
No, they mentioned, they gave an example in here. They even said Israel violated IHL, but they said it was a weird example. They said in 1990 or something, Israel did indiscriminate attacks in Iraq when they were launching missiles to liberate Kuwait. I don't know the story behind that, but
In 1990?
or 1991, whenever Iraq or Kuwait was invaded, but
Oh. Yeah, that's 90, 91, 92 area. Or 93? I don't. You're talking about the Gulf War, right?
yeah.
Oh, I don't. Wait, actually, what year was the Gulf War? It's embarrassing that I don't know that. Wait a second.
I think it
Gulf.
was 1991.
I know. Okay. Because I know stuff about it, right? With the highway of death.
Page. First of all, I don't even know
and
if
Saddam and
the hog
Kuwait,
regulations 1907.
ever, so,
I don't.
okay, well, that's
I'm
interesting.
pretty
I
sure
don't
those
know
have
if Israel
been
violated IHL
superseded
there,
by the
but if
Geneva
they think
Conventions
so,
and by the
so be
additional
it.
protocols. I've never
But
heard
yeah, okay,
anyone
so
refer
are
to
you
the hog
reading the chapter about like
regulations.
booby traps and whatnot?
This book doesn't, but I downloaded another book that does have the chapter in booby traps.
Oh, okay. And they cite case law or something?
I don't know. I haven't read the booby traps thing yet.
Okay, that's good that you do the research. That's good. But I would look into, what's like an example of legitimate sabotage, and I'd be shocked if that's not one of them.
Yeah. Have you spoken
There've
to
got to
Avi
be
before?
examples of like individual. Like, look, there had to be examples of individual times where people were assassinated via their like devices or something, right? And so if it
Probably.
happened once and it was legitimate, obviously doing it like 40 times is going to be legitimate, like 2,000 times, right? Like if it's okay to one doing it on an industrial scale, that's not
Yeah.
going to become indiscriminate all of a sudden.
Oh, wait, also, do you have any...
Unless you could say, you go. Sorry.
Do you have any clue what Channel 12 is? Is that a common Israeli news channel or something?
Yeah, Channel 12 is okay.
Okay, I read the Times of Israel reported on their report that apparently they were able to choose which ones to remotely detonate based on how likely they thought the person was a militant. But I can't access
The
Channel
bad
12
one is
itself.
Channel
like
14. Anything that's from Channel 14, don't read. It's retarded.
Okay. I don't think I can read
They're
anything
like-
from Channel 12 itself. I'm pretty sure all the Channel 12 stuff is like in Hebrew. At least I couldn't
I
find
can
it.
translate anything you want. I can translate anything you want.
Well, if you could find the original report for what's meant, I can send you the thing it's mentioned in.
Linking to? Yeah.
Yeah, I sent the link in general. It's quoting Channel 12, but like when I search for like the quotes that it provides, it just comes up with more articles citing the Channel 12 report. So I don't know if just the original Channel 12 thing is only in Hebrew or...
Well, let me look. In general. And I'm tired. I haven't slept, so give me a second. Report: Hezbollah pagers were detonated individually. Attackers knew who and where their target was. Ta-ta-ta. Where's the Channel 12 thingy? Look at
if
the
you
word
scroll down a
12.
bit, it says Channel 12's report. It says that it
Yeah,
went on.
here. Channel 12 claims. And then Channel
like,
12's
there's
report
a few
says that on
quotes.
October 10. They don't link to it?
That's a lie. Link a source.
Let me look it up. Give me
They
a second.
purposely
Give me a
kill
second.
children.
Let me
Damn.
look it up in
Link
Hebrew.
something link something about Channel 12 thing then.
Bipirim Yadu. Huh.
They said they were citing like a foreign source, or foreign security source, which I don't really know what exactly that means.
So I'm looking at N12 right now.
That doesn't preclude that they were remotely detonating each one individually. Or chose which ones to detonate based on how likely they thought that they were militants.
Give me a second. Looks like here. Wait. Here. Okay. Okay. I think I found the article. So let me just send it to you. You can translate it.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to read this thing? Here, I sent it in general. This is the article. It's in Hebrew, but you can translate.
Yeah, I have Google Translate. It should be
From 5 days ago. So when's the Times of Israel thing? From September 21st. And this article is from September 22nd. So maybe maybe updated? I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but they say here. They say here. Let me read you the relevant part. They say here, 20 grams, 20 invisible grams. Okay, something like that. And then the purpose was to create a mechanism that would know how to receive a signal, and explode the, whatever. it needed to go through airports and even not be noticed by Hezbollah and blah blah blah. It's 20 grams that you open with the device, and they're not there. They're simply not there. I don't know what that means, but okay. And then here, and it is indeed hard to explain up to what resolution and detail was the operation came down to, whatever. Every beeper had its own unique serial number. What do you call it? A security element or what? Some
foreign security official
person.
is what it translates.
Yeah. Okay. That's how we could control who we hurt and who not. The accuracy level was extremely high. Those who were hurt, those who were hurt were only the people who had the beeper on them. That is, they knew with who they were, where they were, and that way the person in the supermarket wouldn't be hurt. Basically. So that's what they're saying here, and that's N12. So I don't know, maybe that. I don't know. I don't know what they're referencing because I wasn't listening. I wasn't giving attention. But it looks like this. Maybe there was like a televised,
yeah, I think they're quoting like the same female operative. I think they say in the Times of Israel article as well that like some female.
Oh, the Times of Israel.
It was dreamed up by a brilliant female operative aged less than 30, and the title of this one is "A Brilliant Female Officer." The explosive devices in a fear of being exposed. So,
okay, that's likely this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah, this looks like it. Looks like it. Sam, you're an Israeli correspondent. That's right. I found this guy. He has like a lot of interesting economic takes. His name is what? Let me read it. Jason Hickall, something like that. I like. He's based as fuck, dude. He's based, dude.
Yeah.
Weird stuff. He got like.
Does he have
10 million euros from the EU? Huh?
Does he have stuff to read even? Does he know how to read? I don't know.
No, he has like a book or something. He must be smart. Yeah, God. Did you know that he was born in Eswatini, or how do you say the country?
I think it's
Eswatini. He's a third country in Africa, but he's British, so yeah, epic.
Have you spoken to Avi before?
Yeah.
Do you think is he like willing to come on stream at all? I think it would be useful for something.
Oh, maybe I'd shoot the shot. Just email, just DM him. I mean, I just do that.
Yeah. Okay.
You can DM him on Discord. He's open. He's nice. And yeah, I think he'd love it if you had like a list of questions and then you just asked him in like this quick succession, and then he'd answer as honestly as he can. But be prepared for like some, super exactness. The guy's very exact. It's like, yeah, which is probably good, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think of the Talk to a podcast?
What do I think of it? I really love.
I just noticed you don't have gooning in the title anymore. So what's up with that?
I don't know. I just haven't been including it. Sometimes I need more space for stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, she uploaded a new one 2 days ago.
Do you know that Jimmy Carter?
Let's go. I'm oozing with excitement.
Official with Pookie. Haley's jealousy issue.
Let's go. So happy. I'm oozing and jumping and vibing.
You're oozing, jumping. Oh my God! There's Talk to a merch. I gotta fucking buy
Let's
this.
go.
Shit.
Oh my God.
Are you 21 or older? Do I have to be 21 to buy the Talk to a shirt? What the hell? This is
Look at these polls, dude. Look at these polls. They're so real. They're bending reality. These polls are so real.
North
They're
Carolina
so existing.
Harris tie. Wisconsin.
Bro, this poll is so real. Look, I've seen Rasmussen polls that put like Kamala +1 in Minnesota. It's epic. It's like if Rasmussen says so. You like every poll by Rasmussen, you can read an ad 3, and that's probably where it is.
Have you seen the Texas race? The Senate race in Texas is actually pretty close.
Yeah, but it's deep within the MOE, so I'm not super optimistic.
Sure.
That's my take, but may not be. I mean, I'd love to see it succeed. I'm just not high hopes right now. Right now, not high hopes. Oh, by the way, did you see that Micah interviewed Destin?
I did. I saw. I didn't watch the whole thing or anything because I think I was about to stream when I saw
epic.
it. Yeah.
I just opened stream and then I see my boy Micah, epic, based chat, based guy.
I think, as far as I'm aware, the pages were only given to Hezbollah's military wing.
Oh my god! Did you see Vivek on the Lex Friedman podcast?
I didn't watch it, but I saw he went on.
It's in my feed. It's like YouTube is like raping my feed, like trying to make me watch that. I'm not gonna watch that video. I'm not watching that video. I'm not watching Vivek be a schizophrenic idiot for like 3 hours. I'm not doing that. I have better things to do. Maybe not. Oh, by the way, the podcast with the archaeology people, the Bridges podcast episodes with the archaeology people, top tier. They're awesome people. You should watch the.
What do they go over?
Maybe I'm an archaeologist. Maybe I'm like interested in a lot of fields. Like I love journalism and like very low diminishing returns.
Sure.
I'm sorry. The returns diminish slowly. That's what I'm trying to say. From reading a bunch of topics. So I don't know. There's this guy, Minute Man. He has like a TikTok and whatnot, and he debunks a bunch of pseudo archaeology.
I've seen some. I didn't watch the podcast with him on it, but yeah, I've seen his stuff. Yep.
Yeah. And then there's like Flint Dibble. I think that's his name. Flint Dibble. He's the son of another great archaeologist.
I've
He's a great guy.
No
He's
evidence
like a big guy in
that
archaeology.
they were given to anyone
he
else.
Debated Graham Hancock,
and I have seen
like
evidence
big guy in
that the pages were specifically used by the military wing to alert fighters of where they should go. I haven't seen any evidence of non-military, non-militant.
Destroyed. I'm saying like it's humiliation. It's like you see he's flailing. He's like giving him such retarded arguments, and he's just perfectly debunking them. And he doesn't look unhinged. He just looks calm and collected and based. And he has a fedora, and he looks dorky, and he's based. He's epic. So these two, they had like, each one of them had his own Bridges episode, and now they had like both of them together in a Bridges episode. So all in all, collectively, including the debate, you have like, I don't know, at least 15 hours, like about around 10 hours of content. So that's epic. That's space. I'd watch that. I might watch the debate again. That was a great debate. Oh, for real. Like he got him to admit, he got Graham Hancock to admit, like, yeah, my theory has no evidence. But maybe, and it's the Joe Rogan experience that doesn't feel bad when you say it because like the audience doesn't care. But no, everyone agreed he demolished him. Yeah. He gave arguments like, oh look, not all of the Sahara was excavated, so we cannot even, It's like it's like statistics is not a thing ever, by the way. Yeah. It's retarded. So yeah, that's interesting. If you find archaeology or debunking conspiracy theory, I like it because it's debunking conspiracy theorists, right? I couldn't care less about like what some farmer had below his toilet in Turkey. I couldn't care less, but like yeah, I just like the debunking pseudo archaeology, like the debunking conspiracy idiots. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, I see my YouTube shorts. Yeah,
and then so that's it. I'd recommend. My humble opinion. I'd recommend.
Yeah, just like 12 Angry Men.
Yeah, you should watch it, bro. It's a great movie. It's a good movie. Bro, the ending, it's a great ending. It's a great ending to a good movie. One scene, just basically one scene, really the entire movie, and the ending is pretty good. Pretty good characters.
Do they get angry?
Some of them.
Not all 12 of them?
Some of them get it. Not all 12 of them, though. No,
it's kind of a misleading title. I don't know.
I'm like clickbait, yeah. Kind of, but it's a good movie. It's a good film. It's back then they called it film. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying. I mean, come on. What's a good movie you think is good?
Cars 2.
Shut up.
Spider-Man 2.
Shut the fuck up. No, Cars is
Spider-
retarded.
Spider-Man 3 is pretty good too.
Cars as a franchise is no, wait. Cars is retarded. Cars as a franchise is retarded. You know that.
Well, what do you mean? I mean, I think it's pretty entertaining. I don't see
It
the
just
issue.
doesn't make sense. Like there is nothing there that necessitates them being cars. There's just no reason for them to be cars.
Yeah, but they get to do funny jokes about them being cars, like when they
No,
leak
but
oil.
the only time it's like semi-related is that like when Lightning McQueen pulls his tongue out and that's how he wins. And that would make sense in a human race because you can just extend your arm or something. But if he is a car, then he can pull his tongue out and then he wins or something. That and in Cars 2, I guess they explode, they kill people with the diesel or some shit. So I guess that. Right, but it's trash. It's just no reason for them to be cars, and it's like cars die of old age, and it's like, well, how do cars?
I mean,
or what was it? And they look the same, right? So in Cars 3, so I don't. It's no reason for them to be cars. This is not a good movie. It doesn't execute the concept well. It doesn't make sense at all. I mean, Toy Story. You look at Toy Story. Face challenge is unique to toys, and it's a great movie. It's like all of them, and they're great movies. They explore all aspects of being a toy of a growing adult, of a young adult, right? That's a great movie. It executes the concept well. But Cars, it's just they're cars. They're not. Oh, he's
they're
racing.
cars
Yeah,
because cars are awesome.
Yeah.
And
No.
they're racing.
They're bad.
Okay,
and I'm racist, so. No, but I mean, it's for real though. It's a waste of trash movie.
Okay, what do you think of Spider-Man 2 though?
I didn't watch it.
Damn, it's a good movie.
But strongly negative opinion of Cars. Strongly negative. And I know I'm in the minority, but I'm in the right minority. God damn it.
To be clear, fuck. What other movies have we seen? Submarine. That's a good movie.
No.
Damn.
Is that about the submarine incident from a year ago?
No, it's about it's about a guy.
Oh. Oh, like Forrest Gump.
You're welcome. Yeah, it's like Forrest Gump.
Okay, epic. Oh, so I watched it already. Yeah, that's epic. Did you ask me about when you see a movie and you haven't watched it in a while? No, that was another person. No, never mind though. Don't worry about it. Just curious, if someone asks you about a movie that you watched a while ago, but you don't remember anything, would you say you didn't watch it? Or would you say I watched it and I don't remember and take the awkwardness?
I'd probably say I watched it but don't remember.
Why?
Because I read Sam Harris's book on lying.
Oh, really? Is he a deontologist? It's like you should never ever lie because it's bad cosmologically.
He's not a... No, I think he's pretty utilitarian, but he's just like, oh, you're damaging trust in your relationships. Don't do it.
But they...
Cringe.
How would they know? How would they know?
Cringe. How would you
I'm
feel
not hurting
if someone lied
trust.
to
I'm not
you?
hurting trust.
See, this is actually relevant now because I read the book and now I don't even remember what the book says.
Yeah. He debated Chomsky. Oh, I don't think he did a formal debate with it. They had written debates.
Their email exchange.
Emails?
I thought it was emails. I thought Sam Harris released it. It was how not to have a conversation.
Oh, I'll need to read that. I need to read that. I know he has this book on rationality or whatever. Whatever that is. And then he cites Chomsky as a retard in the book.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, the limits on discourse. I think he publishes his email exchange, his back and forth here.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, who had the last word? Who won? I don't know. Who won the debate? Is the U.S. evil, the source of all evil? Wait, give me a second.
I doubt the ICJ. Well, actually, they might. I don't know. I think they've I mean, I think like ICJ experts have commented on it, but I don't know if they're going to do a ruling on it. I kind of doubt that they're going to do a ruling on it. But like they probably just don't count as a booby trap, at least under additional protocol. At least under like the additional protocols. No one brings up the hog regulation shit anymore, so I can't tell you about that. I could read it, but like it's a remote detonated explosive. Usually a booby trap, or sorry, not usually, a booby trap has to involve like some interaction of some like ordinarily safe object. So you know, it like the analogy I used before. I don't know
back.
the best analogy.
Back from the army. He's epic at base.
It's a oh my god, he's got back from slaughtering Palestinian children.
Yeah, all of them.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's
The
right.
innocent children. He was the one who
manually
manually emplaced
no,
the
he's not that
pages.
skilled. No, he's not that skilled. He can't. Like, it's really hard to find an innocent child.
No, a remote detonated explosive doesn't require any
It's a
interaction.
joke. I made it multiple times before. I'm recycling jokes, guys. It's a joke. I don't mean it.
If you use the phone in a way that you expected it
But
to be
yeah.
safe and you interact with it and then it
I
exploded,
don't know who
then
are you going to
maybe
debate
you
about
could
the
argue.
beepers. I mean, why? For what?
I don't. The guy's just dumbing it. It's the same. It's the guy who muted you before. Remember that?
Oh, Bimmy.
Bimmy. Yep.
Isn't he banned, or you're streaming
He's
on
banned
Twitch?
on Twitch, but if he wants to do it, I just won't stream on Twitch. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, good luck. I'll watch it, but I'll not interact because god damn, he's retarded. Shaved a few brain cells as well. Missed the head. Shaved some of his brain if he had any.
The interaction didn't trigger the explosion. That's
my
like that's
take.
the thing. The fact that they used
But
it
let
is
me
irrelevant.
update my
If they used it and that
Jason
caused the
Hickel
explosion,
Notion page.
then it would be relevant.
Bullet points. Not an archaeologist, lol. Another one. Took 10 million euros from. Oh my god, I'm typing in Hebrew. My god, I hate when that happens. Took 10 million euros from the what is it? From the EU, whatever. Okay, he's my notion.
Also, join the VC pussy. How long are you
Or
in the fucking game for?
Quote research. Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by 101.
How's the international law stuff coming around? Do you think Bimmy's gonna care? Do you really think? Why are you wasting your time? You know it's not gonna be relevant. Do you think Bimmy is gonna be like, actually, if you read the article with this and the case law establishes, no, he's gonna be like, you like genocide, you like killing people. That's all. You know these people. I don't know why you bother.
I don't know. It's interesting. It's. I mean, maybe eventually
Yeah,
someone. will-
views.
Yeah, it is free
Yeah,
views.
that's right. Yeah. Yeah. How much does Israel pay you per debate?
Depends how well I do. Depends how well they
That's right.
grade my rhetoric and my my knowledge.
That's right.
Like, is it supposed to be you interact with it, then you... Oh, I didn't mute. Then it explodes? Yeah, Isaac. My understanding is that for it to be booby trap, you'd have to do an interaction that would cause the explosion. It's not like just you interact with it and then it's remotely detonated. Like, it has to be like it has to be causal.
Yeah. But I would look into the sabotage thing because I don't know how it's not.
Do you know where that
sabotage
is
straight
in
on.
the IHL stuff?
By the way, you could just lie in the debate and he'd believe it, or he'd deny it. Like he'd treat it as normal. He's not gonna care. Bro, I have a great idea. Oh my god, I have an amazing idea popped into my head. Okay.
Yeah.
In the debate, to win it, okay. You know how Kamala baited Trump and then he imploded, and that's like it. She automatically won.
Yeah.
Right. You should say it doesn't make sense. It cannot make sense, but you should say it, and he'll believe it, and he'll implode. You should say when you debate him, according to the Cato analysis of the attack, and he'll lose it. He'll lose it. You just need to say Cato did an analysis of the pager operation, and he'll lose it. End of the conversation. He'll Not engaged. He's dead in the water. He's like dead. Nothing. You should do that. You should 100% do that. You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
I will out, dude. That's so.
You have to. Yeah, that's so good. That's so good. You have to do that, please, for me. Yeah, that's so funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so real. Bending space time. How real that was. But yeah. But yeah, I'd love to see that. Are you following the Keys, Professor Lichtman?
I mean, I've seen a few videos of him doing it. I haven't seen it super recently, but
Yeah. He apparently he hates Nate Silver. They hate each other for some reason. I'd pay for them to debate. I'd pay to watch a debate between the two. It's gonna be epic.
yeah, who has the more accurate record?
I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing where it's like Lichtman has a bad model, but the good, like the results on his side, and Nate Silver has like a good model with bad results. It'd be interesting to see them two debate, where it's like one of them argues based on principle, the other one is like, my system goes back
I'm
to the Ice
citing the
Age,
same
predicts every
thing,
election
that definition.
correctly,
Oh, just
and
join
it's
the
12
VC,
keys,
motherfucker.
13 keys, and I predicted it, guys. It's like he's epic. I love Lichtman. He's so based.
Wasn't
He's
he
not
on
even, like,
Bridges?
connected.
I don't know if they released the episode yet, but I think he said it was going on Bridges at least.
Lichtman? Oh
The Keys
my
guy.
god. Oh my god. The Keys. We got the Bridges key. We're gonna win. Let's go. Yeah, that's right. But we lost the no genocide in Lebanon key, so damn. Bro, actually, look, I say it a lot. I call people negative IQ. The guy who debated Loner, I legit believe either incredibly bad faith or actually negative IQ. Like, actually 5 standard deviations. More than 5, like 10 standard deviations away from the mean. Oh my god, Isaac.
He's been telling me to join.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
because you're
non-fan?
retarded. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm not non-fan. Isaac, you called me non-fan in the first video you made of me too.
That makes sense. I've learned. It's fine.
You want to know how I roasted the fuck out of him and he never came back, Isaac? You want to know?
What did you do?
I asked non-fan. I asked him, "Do you have any
Non-fan?
anti-fan?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "No, not really." And then I told him, "Oh, so you're the only non-fan because no anti-fans." So it's like non-fan.
Okay. Yep.
He got no response. He sent me a GIF. How pathetic.
He does it a lot. I'll send him like a big message and he'll just hit me with a GIF and I'm like, oh, okay.
Wait. It's a GIF. It's a GIF. Yeah, you're excused. Don't worry about it.
But where are you deriving from this? Like, it has to have one of one. Like,
what do you mean by 101?
Like, so like what I'm gathering from what you're saying is like it has to have like interaction explosion, right?
Yeah, there has to be some level of interaction, I think.
But it says approaches an apparently harmless object, or an apparent performs a safe act. That's or, not and. So, or they could just have it on him. Approaching it would be having it on you, right?
I think I think the approaching the harmless object thing would be like if you rigged an apparently harmless object to explode. Again, it would have to be if you interact with it. I don't think it's just if you have a remote detonated explosive on you.
Yeah.
But why? I don't understand that, because you can make the argument that or approaches an apparently harmless object would be being violated, because you do approach it, like, you don't assume it's going to explode when you have it on you.
Okay. Under CCW Amendment Mines Protocol, a booby trap means any device or material that is designed, constructed, or adapted to kill, injure, and functions when a person disturbs or approaches an apparently safe. Yeah, disturbs or approaches.
Or approaches. Right? Yeah. So or approaches mean that them
I bet
it
the
could
approaches
trigger
is for a tripwire. This would be only the matter for people who
anything kill you without you being near it? Wait, what do you mean? No, they're not.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is that that part would be violated, and if it is just or.
No, how would anything kill you without you being near it in the sense that you are approaching it? Like, what do you mean? That's not what they mean, obviously. Like truly, how can anything hurt you if you're not near it? You have to approach it to be near it.
It depends. I mean, you can make an argument. You know, long range
It
stuff.
doesn't depend. It never depends. You have to approach something. To be
Technically,
near
yeah.
it.
Technically, the
Unless you were
sniper
born
bully
next to
does get really close to you, but the sniper himself.
Unless you were born next to it, you have to approach it to be near it. It's just definitional.
I mean,
I wish there was.
I would guess
on
like
that. Actually, there might be.
Like the approach thing, like I said, is like for a tripwire. Like if you're approaching like a object you think is safe and that triggers something.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
But I would
Let's see
imagine
if
there would
there's
still require
international
interaction.
cases on. Has there not been any like cases on booby traps at all? There has to be some, right?
Isaac, you know who you remind me of? You know
Who do
the
I?
Cam Higby guy? He's a total idiot.
The who?
Cam Higby.
Cam Higby?
Whatever.
No, I don't
guy.
know. Also, here, let me switch to my good mic.
He's not. He's like. He just talks like you, but he's like pro-Israel too.
Okay.
And he's like, but he's like pro-Trump, so I don't think you're. Oh, you're pro-RFK or some shit. So
No, I'm not.
you're insane.
No, I was pro what he stood for, and then he came out and went against everything that I liked him standing for.
Yeah, I told you. All right, maybe I did. I don't know. I was right.
No, I don't think you ever made that argument. No, listen, I did not expect. You could have told me like he's paid by like the Mossad. I could see that. I could never see him endorsing Trump. That was crazy.
So obvious. That was so he's gonna sell.
It was
us
near
to
the end.
United
Near when it
States.
was obvious, but not whenever we were talking. Whenever we were talking, that was like.
Look, I can prove to you because my opinions are copy paste what David Packman says, and he said since the beginning, RFK is a Russian, not Russian. Trump is like he's just gonna be playing to Trump because Kamala wants nothing to do with him. He said you can check.
I don't know. It's just 'cause, like weren't they were like fighting at one. Yeah, Trump at one point called Kennedy the dumbest member of the Kennedy family.
Yeah, and like and Vance called Trump potential Hitler, but
Well, yeah, but that was like 4 years ago, not like 6 months.
Oh, if you say so.
Booby traps. Okay, here's summary of the order of. Let's see what this one talks about.
Wait, but not fun. How would you respond to someone saying like, you know, all these people, Ken Roth, Amnesty, AOC,
Yeah, Amnesty, AOC, all non-biased.
Like, yeah, all of them say it's a booby trap. So
I would just say you're like appealing to authority. Can you like provide that the argument that they were making, like, you know, if you're like saying like such and such expert gave this argument, then like that, you know, argument can have some credence behind it, but you have to actually give the argument they made. You can't just like cite them and say what they say is true. That's just.
You could also, and do this at your own risk. You could also say, I don't care. All these people also say that Israel's apartheid or any other thing. And then the person you're debating is going to be like, wait, but it is. And then you shift the debate to that, and maybe you're more prepped on that topic. Because they're bots. They cannot like argue independently. They're going to go with you wherever you want them to. So, yeah, that's another tactic, but it's risky.
Wait.
I would not.
Okay, so I'm reading the definition, and I still, I hate how vague and how broad they get, but implanted devices designed to kill, injure, damage, and which are actuated, is that the word? Jesus, by remote control and automatically after a lapse of time.
Okay.
Wouldn't that,
no.
Would that part fits, right? We would all agree? I'm trying to figure this out in real time. I did not look into this until right now.
Not fun. That's your thing.
What thing? Sorry, I was reading.
That at the end of the definition, it says that it would be designed to kill, injure, or damage, and which would be controlled by remote control or automatically after a lapse of time.
Is that part of the other? Well, it's not after a lapse of time.
Here, I can.
Is that
send,
part of
I'll
the
send you
other?
the
Is that part of
screenshot.
the other devices
part of-
thing?
This is just the definition of booby trap on the IC.
Were you sending in general the private DMs?
No, I was just gonna send a private. I can send a thing here. Open chat. Listen, I just hate these. Here's the exact thing, but here's the link.
They're based. They're epic.
And then here's the link. I'm looking
Why
at
are
the
you
case books.
sending me a screenshot? Like,
Well, because that's the exact part. But then, like, if you want to look into it, there's a link as well.
well, I can read. Thank you.
Listen, it's either that or a red circle. You know what I mean?
It's good. It's good.
My leg's cramping. 1 second, gonna die.
I don't think this requires some to be manually in place munitions, which I don't necessarily think these meet. But I have to read more on that booby trap thing to know exactly why. I just know Avi said that they don't meet manually in place munitions.
Yeah, the pagers would not meet the standard of manually in place munitions. The DoD law manual states that other devices do not include munitions that are not manually in place as munitions that are remotely delivered.
This is just under booby trap. That's not under manually in place munitions, though. Where are you seeing that?
What do you
I'm just
say?
looking at the definition of booby traps under their
Casebook,
definition.
IRGC. Any device. Where is this from?
Can you say they were manually in place?
That's such a broad argument. There's too much.
I mean, look,
CCW
this is from the
Protocol,
what's a
Article
legitimate
2,
form of
Section 5.
sabotage, then that doesn't fall into booby trapping then, under this sense. Like if I hack, if I hack into like a Iranian computer and I make it explode, is that like booby trapping now? Because it's by remote control, and I don't know. Maybe
I think the part of it has to be.
with
Doesn't it have to be something that like wouldn't normally be a target? Isn't that a part of it?
Well, now we have
Assume-
evidence that Israel like knew about the targeting, about like the people, because every pager had a serial number, so they knew where it was. Presumably that's based on the Times of Israel reporting or Channel 12 reporting, and they were pretty reliable. Or at least they're basing it on a source. But either way, I mean, look, even if I don't know, I mean, if you have something that's only used by military people because it's a military object.
I did see the argument. I don't see. I'm not like
manually
looking into this.
though. It's just
No,
not
I'm not arguing that. I'm saying, how do we know that it was only given to military? Because I was reading from an international law expert that if it was given to like the non-military wings, that it wouldn't be. But Non-Fun said
So
it
when
was.
you say given, do you mean ended up in their hands, or because it was bought by Hezbollah?
I haven't.
Yeah,
I
but
haven't
there
seen
could
any
be
evidence of a non-militant being having possession of the pager.
So the argument was that like there
political
are
wing.
people in
But
Hezbollah that
even if
wouldn't
they
be
did-
considered military targets.
Yeah, so there's only people in Hezbollah's military
The
wing
military
would be
wing.
liable for status-based targeting, which means they're liable for targeting no matter what. They're the only people
Because they're like CCF, right?
Yeah, the continuous combat function. Yeah. The other like strictly political people who don't have a continuous combat function may not necessarily be liable for targeting, status-based targeting. But to my knowledge, I don't think any political people were harmed. Or I shouldn't say weren't harmed. None of them had the pager like intentionally blown up on them. They might have been collateral damage, but just because they were near someone who did have it, or because their pager was activated by mistake, or they.
Oh.
But I mean, I don't know. I just don't see how this falls into manually in place. Because what do you think of? You know, when they wrote this law, that you were thinking.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing anything like. It says it also includes. Oh, okay. Now I see what you're saying. The also includes part would covet that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think these are two different. Okay, the notes I have says booby traps are defined in CCW Amended Mines Protocol, Article 2, Section 4, as any device or material that is designed, constructed, or adapted to kill or injure, and that functions when a person disturbs or approaches an apparently harmless object. And then later it says the pager also do not meet the requirements that other devices as defined in Amended Protocol, Article 2, Section 5, which other devices means manual in place emissions. But this is a different.
Wait.
Imagine the way.
Wait, other
imagine that
devices
Israel had-
means manually in place munitions and devices designed
devices.
to kill over like by remote control. What overlaps of
Mine
time when
says,
it does.
I think we're studying different things
that
because
Israel
mine
hacked
says
into,
and
like,
devices
Iran
including
computer.
improvised explosive devices designed. Oh no, we are quoting the same thing.
Well,
Yeah. Wouldn't that fit?
Imagine Israel hacked into
Well,
an
manually in
Iranian
place. I don't think these are
computer.
manually in place.
Wait. Imagine. Yeah, I agree with that. But either way, I mean, imagine it. I don't think this is like exhaustive. Has to be a short summary. This cannot be like full definition. Because imagine. I don't know. Israel, like fucks with like the supply chains of Iran, and so it managed to get like some computer or something, to do its thing. And then like when the time is right, they exploded to kill like one of the hackers that Iran has or whatever. Is it a booby trap now? It's not manually in place. It's not. I would
So-
never call that a booby trap.
What is your hypothetical?
Israel like fucks with the supply chain of Iran. They get a computer to be Trojan horse or whatever, and then like some Iranian hacker is like working with that computer, and then Israel decides the time is right, and they explode the computer and kill the hacker, and whatnot, through remote control. So it would.
Yeah, I feel like that would fit booby trap pretty easily.
How's that manual in place? No.
Oh, we're talking about the manually emplaced.
Well,
it's weird because it's like.
So how would that be?
I was talking about the booby trap part, not the manually in place part. But for manually in place,
part of booby traps, right?
It can be. It doesn't have to be. It includes it, but it doesn't mean that every booby trap has to be manually in place.
So you're saying if it's the other part? No, it doesn't.
I don't know what this
performs an apparently safe act. I mean,
the Geneva Convention. This is like the casebook on it.
Performs an apparently safe act. I mean, if you're doing the hacking, you're liable for targeting. I mean,
it's just A to Z glossary booby trap. This is not. I don't think this is. Hold on. If I search my quote, does it come up directly from a?
I mean, we had the same quote, so I mean, we were working up the same thing.
No, this quote that you linked is different than my quote.
Which one?
But this doesn't. Fuck. This still seems back to obvious tweet. A booby trap means any device or material design constructed to adapt or kill or injure, which is separate than it doesn't have like the or it doesn't have the booby traps also include manually placed devices designed to kill or injure. My understanding, which I don't know, he might be studying this. I don't know. We can just check CCW Meta Protocols 2 section.
What I'm looking at for the here, I can see this one as well. This is what I'm looking at when I'm looking at what other devices means. I put it in general. That's where I'm getting other devices from. And it's like manually placed munitions and devices designed to kill, injure, or damage, which are accutained by remote control or automatically after a lapse of time. Like, if that definition is correct, I think we would agree.
No, this is one of the quotes I have is the Protocol 2 quote.
Wouldn't we agree that it's a device designed to kill over a lapse of time?
No, it's remotely detonated.
Sure,
it's
we
not
just
over a
don't
lapse
think
of
it's
time.
manually in place.
Well, or by remote control. I was just saying we would agree though
it's
that
definitely remote control. I don't think Israel was there individually.
So we would agree that fits, right?
No, it's not manually in place. I wouldn't think it's manually in place.
No. Other devices means manually in placed munitions and devices designed to kill. That's what I'm saying.
No, you're reading it wrong. Munitions.
Are you saying it's both of these? Like, it has to be okay.
Easily so.
That's worded horribly.
Interpretation. Easily straightforward interpretation. No, obvious interpretation. What manually in place devices like? Also, I don't see where they say and.
It's on the link. It's the most recent one. The most recent one. It's the database. Whenever you want to look at the definitions.
Okay. The one you sent me doesn't say that copy.
That's the first one. I know.
Well, that's evidence that my interpretation is correct.
What? They're both from the same thing.
Wait, but the second one would require interaction. Booby trap means any device or material designed, constructed, or adapted to kill or injure, unexpectedly when a person.
If in their summary they give my interpretation, that's evidence my interpretation is correct. Just straightforward. Yes. Just just say yes, so we know.
What?
That if in their summary they give my interpretation.
What is your interpretation?
That it's and is in the second part, not of.
Oh, like it has to be both a manually in place munition and a device designed to kill.
They also include this and that. Like the end there functions as an or, right? Like I can say women.
That's what I'm. But why would they not use or? They use or. So I mean, I'm not arguing. Like I can agree with that for the sake of this conversation.
Wait. People use and to mean or all the time, right? Like
I know, but they used it.
Women and children get out. Like
it would just be weird though, because they use or in the literal previous paragraph, like in the definition that I'm trying to get more definitions from. They use or, so why would they switch and an or? It would just be really weird. I understand what you're saying though.
They're retarded.
Also, the next article, Article 7, Section 3, does provide an exception. It prohibits the use of it unless either A, they are placed on or in close vicinity of the military objective, or B, they are taken. Or measures are taken to protect civilians, for example, like warnings and stuff. So they probably satisfy Section A of Article 7. Article 7, Section 3 of Amendment Protocol 2.
Article 7, Section A, you said?
Article 7, Section 3 of amended Protocol 2.
Jesus Christ, amended. Protocol. 2. Okay, Jesus Christ, I hate these.
Wait, can you link it?
Yeah, can you? Because I'm not finding this.
What, amended Protocol 2?
Article 7, Section 3, Amended Protocol 2. Yeah, I'm looking for it, and it's hard to find. Wait. Protocol Additional. Is that what I'm looking for? No, because Article 7 in this is protection and care. Please find this. Just...
Yeah, I can link this.
Articles.
Which quotes it, but I can probably find the original thing.
They should have the source, right? On God.
Oh no, like here it is. It's at the bottom of this.
Non-fun is typing. There we go. Thank you. Thank you.
Without prejudice to the provision in Article 3, it is prohibited to use weapons, which articles imply in any way, in any city, town, village, or other area containing similar concentrations of civilians in which a combat force, in which combat between ground forces is not taking place, or does not appear to be imminent unless either, A, they are placed on a close vicinity of a military objective, on or in, which, I mean, they were placed on a military objective. The
Wait, where is this?
Well, they were placed both on and in the military objective. The pager itself is communications and it's a military objective.
They defined a booby trap. Wait, they defined a booby trap. If you look at Article 3, general restrictions of the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices. Okay, I can send it here. Let me send it in the side chat.
Yeah, this is amended
If you read
Protocol
this,
2.
they say it's prohibited against civilians, but let me just read all of this, okay? Article 3, general restrictions on the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices. 1. This article applies to A, mines, B, booby traps, and C, other devices. 2. It is prohibited in all circumstances to direct weapons to which this article applies, that is, mines, booby traps, and other devices, either in offense, defense, or by way...
Wait, where is this? R2 is different, or my 2 is different.
I sent it to the side.
Okay, I'll check. Sorry, ours is...
Oh yeah, defense or by way of reprisals against the civilian population as such, or against individual civilians. 3, the indiscriminate.
Wait. You're on Protocol 2. I feel like amended Protocol 2 might have came after.
Okay, I mean,
I don't know. I'm just completely shotting in the dark. I just was wondering why me and non-funds are different than yours.
Well, this is because you're on CCW Protocol 2 and we were on amended Protocol 2.
CCW amended, yeah, and amended might have came. I would assume amended came after.
Well, I think these are two different things. CCW Protocol 2 is different than it's a different.
I would have to assume amended mean they changed some things, and it's like.
Well, I think amended Protocol 2 is the same.
Right? Is it all going to be the same after?
Yeah, wait. Protocol 2 came out in 1980. Amended Protocol 2 came out in 1996. I feel like it would be the.
Are they going to have like a section similar to this that override? Like
there's a very similar one.
Wait, when they amend, let me finish. When they amend stuff, do they write like basically the same thing, or like do they only write what they want to amend? Because otherwise, I don't know why I would look at the amended.
It's the exact same except for like it has different like whenever you said like the beginning was like saying like this article applies to A mines, B booby traps, C other devices, but 2 is different. That's why we got confused.
Send me that.
It's in the link that I sent. If you click on the one that says amended protocols 2 like the Article 7 one, and then if you look on the right, they have all the articles. But anyway, okay.
I see like Article 1. I don't see the amended part.
Look at the top, the URL. That's what it gave me. It says amended Protocol 2, and it says the year 1996 in the URL. That's why I was like, this one came after.
I don't see amended.
On the right above your link.
Here. I
have
link. So okay, let's look at Article 3.
I also sent the 1981 as my first link.
Oh yeah. Okay. This looks okay. So Article 3, general restrictions on the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices. This article applies to mines, booby traps, and other devices. Each high contracting party or party to a conflict is, in accordance with the provisions of this protocol, responsible for all mines, booby traps, and other devices employed by it, and undertakes to clear, remove, destroy, or maintain them as specified in Article 10 of this protocol. 3. It is prohibited in all circumstances. So they added like this in the middle.
Yep.
It's prohibited in all circumstances to use any mine, booby trap, or other device which is designed or of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering. Not the case here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't make that
4.
argument. That'd be really stupid.
4. Weapons to which this article applies shall strictly comply with the standards and limitations specified in the technical annex with respect to each particular category. Okay, I don't know what that means, but it's probably
We'll come back to that.
because this attack was incredibly indiscriminate, so whatever. 5. It is prohibited to use mines, booby traps, or other devices which employ a mechanism or device specifically designed to detonate the munition by the presence of a commonly available mine No.
Yeah,
6.
that one's a good.
It is prohibited to use a self-deactivating mine equipped by an... no, that's retarded. I don't care about that.
Yeah, I don't even understand.
It's prohibited in all circumstances to direct weapons to which this article applies, either in offense... Oh, that's what they had in the original thing. The original in offense, defense, or by way of reprisals against the civilian population as such, or against individual civilians or civilian objects.
Yeah, we would agree that they wasn't against those.
It wasn't directed against them.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
8. The indiscriminate use of weapons to which this article applies is prohibited. Indiscriminate use of is any placement of such weapons that A, which is not on or directed against a military objective, definitely here. So
yeah, we would. Yeah, I think the first part is on. I think we would agree.
Yeah. So if condition A is not fulfilled, well, we should check if one of the other ones is fulfilled, or are we already done? Like, are we already?
Here's what I'm wondering. This is just a question. I'm not trying to because I would think I would completely agree with this, but is if this person was in a place of worship, it would still be a military objective, right? Because he himself is a military objective.
If he's lying by status-based targeting,
yeah. Yeah, he is.
Okay, because it does say in case of doubt. Yeah, so I don't think there's doubt here. Okay.
Well, no,
yeah,
I mean, if he's a militant, even if he's in a hospital, he can still be targeted if he's a militant because he could continuous combat function.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm reading. Oh no! This is gonna go.
Wait,
down
I just want to finish this.
Okay,
let's finish this page and then we can go down your rabbit hole.
I just want to finish. So we found A, definitely not the case. Let's see if B or C are the case. B, which employs we're reading about what is indiscriminate placement. Okay. B, which employs a method or means of delivery which cannot be directed at a directed at a specific military objective. That's also not the case here because
we would agree that it was directed, even if it hit civilians, it was definitely directed at these people. Yeah.
Yeah, and according to the reports, it looks like they knew where people were when they.
I hate things like C so much.
Okay, let's look at C. Which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive. Definitely not here.
I hate when they're too I would say vague, right? Like if they're like, well, the military objective has to be in proportionate to the lives. Like I hate those. I understand there's not a better way to word it, but like
definitely is not the case here because this way. I don't know of any attack in any war ever that has attacked as many people as this one, but injured so few civilians. I don't know of any. I'd love to hear if there are any.
All right. Yeah, I'd agree. I just hate whenever they leave that vagueness because there's always gonna any military attack could be defended as obviously there's gonna be a eye test, but you know what I mean.
Well, no, but it makes sense. You have to include it.
Yeah, it has to be vague though, because you can't if you define it, then they're just gonna go by the lines. Yeah,
if they dropped it, now you can nuke a city.
If it's over 500, every time we're doing 499.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, even if they didn't include it, now you can once you target a specific person, you can kill as many civilians because it doesn't have this provision. No, I mean obviously not.
Yeah.
So look. Just based on the strict definition, so here's something non-fun you should argue with, right? We can just look at this law. They restrict the use of mines, booby traps, and devices, and blah, blah, blah. And they say here clearly, right, the first condition doesn't apply because it wasn't targeted at the civilian population at large, obviously. And it's not indiscriminate because the three conditions don't apply. It wasn't excessive. It was expected to be delivered to militants, and it was, targeted specific military people. So, yeah, it's just obviously not indiscriminate, not a booby trap. Even if it is a booby trap, it's not prohibited. Even if it is.
Are you quoting amended
protocol?
Amended protocol
2, Article 3.
Article 3. Okay. Okay, so
CCW amended protocol.
I'm
2.
reading this commentary on it. Amended Protocol 2, Article 7, Section 2. It says it is prohibited to use booby traps or other devices in the form of apparently harmless objects, which are specifically designed and constructed to contain explosive material.
Wait, I'm talking about 3, not 7.
Wouldn't that? How does that not fit 1 to 1?
No, I'm reading the commentary on it. Yeah, and it says a confusing commentary, not like official commentary. It's just like some guy who wrote a book in it.
It's also from isn't that from 1980 though? Isn't that on the first
the
protocol, not the amended?
Amended Protocol 2, Article 7, Section 2. It's from 1996. This is a new.
But we're not talking about Section 7. We're not talking.
Okay, I was looking at what I.
No, I know you guys are talking about a different section. I know.
Well, no, we're talking. Let's be clear. We're talking about Article. We're talking about Amended Protocol 2, Article 3.
I was looking at the Wall of Armed Conflict. Is that from 1980? No, it's not. Okay.
Oh my God.
Wait. We're talking about Amended Protocol 2, Article 3, and Section.
Oh, we're back to 3.
And both.
I jumped to 7.
Well, I thought you finished that one, but.
Well, we were not finished. We were on the last one.
Wait a second. My God. Not fun. I'm just saying, even if it is a booby trap, based on Article 3 of Amended Protocol 2, it looks like even then it's allowed.
Sure.
Even if it is a booby trap, because it doesn't apply the conditions they specify prohibition don't apply. It is not a targeted civilian population, and it is not indiscriminate based on the 3 conditions they outlined. That's all
I feel like we got to talk about Article 7 thing too, though. That is the more important one.
No, wait.
Let's read it.
I just wanted. I just said, yeah.
I'll read it.
The commentary on this, they provided an exception, but a confusing prohibition in Article 7, Section 2 forbids booby trapping, quote, apparently harmless portable objects specifically designed and constructed to contain explosive material. In other words, a belligerent may booby trap a camera, but it may not manufacture booby traps to appear like cameras. You may booby trap as many cameras as you can find, but you cannot employ factory-made exploding cameras.
Didn't they make an factory-made exploding pagers?
Pager, yeah.
No. I think.
I feel like that fits 1 to literal 1.
But
it might not be booby trap because it doesn't. Because interaction.
Wasn't the theory that they had the beepers and they just made them like explode, but they didn't have a factory?
It wasn't like.
I thought it came out that Israel themselves was making them. I think the New York.
Oh yeah, it did come out that. I remember also seeing that Israel themselves. So if Israel themselves did make him, it does seem like it was in violation. Am I crazy?
What section of 7 are we reading?
Article 7,
Section 2.
But he found something that like goes in more depth about it.
Provide an exception. They provided an exception, like I mentioned earlier. If they are placed on or in close vicinity to the military objective, which they are literally placed both on military objectives and in a military objective, since the pager itself is a military objective. It's a communications network, and the soldiers are obviously military objectives.
This is assuming it's a booby trap in the first place. Wait, and whose commentary is this?
This is law. It's from a book, Law of Armed Conflict, International Humanitarian Law, by somebody.
Okay, legit. Read the title. Okay, this is assuming it's a booby trap.
Which, I mean, if you can booby trap a camera, like, I think we can argue a pager is a booby trap if a camera can be a booby trap, right? Like, it would be the same.
He didn't mention it. I would think the camera would require interaction again. It couldn't just be. It couldn't be a remote detonated camera. It'd have to be
a camera, and you'd like place it in a house, right? This is what I think he's talking about. Like, you'd manufacture a camera, put it in a house of someone, and then like once the person walks in, you explode it. But right, like that sounds like a booby trap. But if you sabotage it, like to distribute it among the army or whatnot, then it's not manually placed. That's what I'm arguing. It's not manually placed. What the beepers were. So it's not a booby trap by that definition. Like you can manufacture booby.
Also, isn't that exemption the exemption you read of? They are placed on or close in vicinity of. Isn't that only applicable to Section 3? So that wouldn't be applied to a Section 2.
Look on the positions of Article 3. This entire well, that's Article 3, not Section 3.
Sorry. No. Article 7, Section 3. Sorry, that's what I'm talking about. But I'm saying you were talking about the exemption of it's exempted unless it's placed in close vicinity. That's only to Section 3.
If it is in close vicinity, it's exempted.
Yeah, that was only, but that's what I'm saying. That exemption's only there for Section 3, not for Section 2. That's what I'm saying.
No, I think the.
Or is it for all? That's what I'm saying.
Section 3 or Article 3. It says without prejudice to the provisions of Article 3. Section 3 is the is the thing that mentions the exemption.
Here's
I don't
okay.
know. I don't know exactly what they mean by without prejudice to the provisions of Article 3.
Here's what I think it's saying, and tell me where I'm misleading. I think it's saying here that like this section, right, section 3, it is prohibited to use weapons in which this article applies to in these areas,
unless
they're placed on. So would that exemption go to? That's what I'm saying. Where does the exemption go to? Does it go to section 2? Like, is it all encompassing, or this is where I'm getting
it
confused.
says this article, so I would assume everything mentioned in Article 7.
Why does it include this? Is the Article 3 throwing in?
I don't know what exactly.
I do need. What do we think that means? What do we think that means? Alright, guys. Someone Discord call the ICJ leader.
Someone sample DM Alfie.
Yeah, please drag him in. He's in the waiting room.
Oh, he's gone.
Well,
the amendment protocol, 1990 amendment to Protocol 2, besides making it applicable to Common Article 3 on conflict, in addition to Common Article 2 conflicts, requires state parties provide penal sanctions for persons who willfully. Okay, blah blah blah. Although Protocol 2 is not customary law, it's significant because it affirms the lawfulness of the use of mines, booby traps, and other devices. Wait. Although Protocol 2 is not customary law, it is significant
but the conventional thought of booby traps is that you put it in a house and it's like a seemingly innocuous device and it explodes. It's not like something you carry onto you and it explodes as like an attack. It's just not. When you sabotage a computer of Iran, right? That's not booby trapping. Even though like we manufacture the computer to be like a bomb, like I don't know if we manage to get a bomb somewhere.
I can see the argument for it being. That's what I'm saying. I don't have like a lot of like knowledge on like what is and isn't a booby trap.
Okay.
I'm not like I'm just saying I genuinely don't know which way to lean on this. I need there to be a ruling so I can be spoon fed my take.
Sure.
I'm just really
do you think non-fun? Do you think you read more than me about this? In Article 7, Section 2, let's say it is a booby trap and let's say it is prohibited by Article 2. Does this override the exemption in Article 3? Or
that's why I'm confused.
If it's prohibited in Article 3, I don't know because I don't know
what they mean.
I don't know what they mean.
No. It seems like it would override it, right? Because like Article 3 doesn't say it now it's okay. It just doesn't apply. It says it's prohibited if it's indiscriminate. It's prohibited if it's targeted civilian. It's targeting civilians. But if it's not one of these, it doesn't say now it's okay. It just doesn't comment on it if it's not. And then we wait and we say, oh, and Article 7 says it's not okay, and now it's not okay. But I'm not sure if the Article 7, Section 2 there applies, and I'm not even sure if people could call it a booby trap. I don't think the booby trap definition applies. It's not manually placed. Hezbollah chose where to put it. Perfectly fair game.
Okay, AI says that without prejudice to the provision of Article 3 in this context means that the prohibition described in this section applies in addition to and does not override or negate the provisions outlined in Article 3. It essentially means Article 3 remains fully in effect, and its new prohibition only adds an additional restriction, but it also adds an exemption. So.
But this comes after our Section 2, so it doesn't.
We are not pulling. We got the AI pull out. Oh no. That's how you know we're all confused.
Wait. But this is Section 3. We're talking about Section 2, which came before. So the prejudice to Article 3 wouldn't be relevant here, right?
Here's my question, okay? I feel like it could easily be seen as like legally okay if every single target would be a military target. But let's say, right, that when the pagers were handed off to like a politician of Hezbollah, would that be easy one-to-one? Like, what do you think is on that?
I mean, if you're a liable target, you can get the fuck out.
Yeah, well, like a politician wouldn't. That's what I was saying. A lot of legal scholars have said that if it was like a politician of Hezbollah, it wouldn't be considered a legitimate target. So that's what I'm saying.
Well, he wouldn't be considered a legitimate target, but you'd have to prove that Israel was acting with purpose to kill him, rather than he just incidentally picked up the pager. Like, it's fine to kill him or harm him as collateral damage because some amount of the pagers are going to get into the hands of innocent people or whatever. But like that's incidental collateral damage. That's not.
Wouldn't the argument be that like they don't have control over the distributing of it, like they would have no way of knowing?
Well, one, it seems like they probably did have a way of knowing because a pager had like a serial number and like GPS or whatever. And two,
Like, it's fine to accept some level of like risk, to accept some level of collateral damage. So if they, I think it's reasonable to assume that 90% of these pagers are going to be in the hands of Hezbollah militants, and if you blow up them, then like some innocent people may get hurt or may carry the pagers. But like that's the same thing as like an airstrike. Like some innocent people may get harmed, but it's still okay as long as it's not disproportionate. Which in this
I feel like
case
the difference
it was.
between the airstrike and like this though is like the airstrike comes from like one or not one, but like it comes from a single bomb that was targeted at a militant that just happened at a civilian. But like in this circumstance, it would be a pager that was in the hands of a civilian that went off.
Well,
that's why it would be
but
like
the argument would be like he just happened to have it. Like he's not targeted; he just happened to be affected by it too. Israel's not acting with purpose to attack that guy. It was incidental damage. They were acting with either dolus indirectus, knowledge that he would be harmed, or dolus eventialis, just recklessness, and didn't consider it.
Yeah, if they have reasons to think they're targeting a militant and they happen to be wrong, it doesn't mean now that we're targeting someone who's not a militant. They targeted a militant, they just happen to be wrong.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, all these things are also examined ex ante based on forecasts, based on what the commanders could have reasonably expected. The results don't matter. Although the results in this case were pretty good as well.
If only,
but...
haven't they still not claimed it?
Yeah, I think it's against their policy to officially
I'm
claim
interested in the
responsibility.
booby trap debate. Like, does it by the letter of the law or like by the or whatever of the law?
What's the legality on that? Can you just like I'm completely off topic, but like, are you able to just infinitely like attack and never claim responsibility as like someone under like legal restrictions? Like obviously terrorist organizations will always do that.
Well,
but,
I mean, you're still responsible for it, even if you don't confess to it. Like,
I'm saying, is there any legal writing on that? Like, you have like a responsibility to come out. Like, that's what I'm just saying. Is there any like
I
legal
don't know if
writing
you have
on
a
that?
responsibility to claim responsibility.
All right, let's see. Let's look it up. Is there any legal? I would assume not, right? Because if there was, Israel would have been.
I don't know. Well, Israel doesn't sign on to some things also, so.
Is Israel signed on the amended protocol too?
I don't remember.
Probably.
Fuck, I should remember.
I don't know of any mines in Israel, so probably.
And I think
well, I mean, I know in
some of
previous
it probably
reports-
reflects customary international law as well. Like,
I know some mines, like in some areas of Israel, but that's not really.
I don't even know. I don't even know if international law is meant to deal with situations like this. It's never a war crime the first time. Remember.
If you're the first to do it, that is true.
Exactly. Also, like the law only says like you have to take feasible precautions. You don't have to do every single possible thing to minimize. Just feasible precautions. Yeah.
No, I'm just curious. My main concern right now, my main curiosity right now is it a booby trap? And if it's a booby trap, is it prohibited by?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need them to come out. This is why I say I need like. Oh, I need someone to do hearing on this. I don't care who.
An argument. It's not manually placed. It's just not manually placed. They move it around.
It depends on how broad and how vague you want to get with manually placed.
No, it doesn't.
Because they manually placed it in the hands of Hezbollah, right? So
okay, and then they.
And it was used on Hezbollah.
Manually placed anywhere.
Wait,
that's what. Can we find that? Look for that.
You should read it. You should look into like the sabotage. Like I think the Red Cross has like some section on sabotage.
Yeah,
I want to see
it and read and see when that's like would fall under sabotage.
I
just don't think it's a booby trap. I'm sorry, it just doesn't fit the definition.
I could see how it could, and I can see why it couldn't as well. It all depends on how you interpret it, and that's why I need a judge too.
What do you think manually?
Because that's what I'm saying. It just depends on how vague you go out with manually placed. If you giving it to Hezbollah, I'm just saying giving it to Hezbollah, putting it in place.
It depends on how vague I am with my definition of a chair. You're a chair, but no, under no reasonable definition of manually placed, it's manually placed.
Giving it to, I feel like giving it to them for them to use could be considered in placing it.
Oh, it just needs to come from you in some way.
No, it was directly given to them for that reason. It was directly placed.
I mean, I can directly give an artillery shell into Hezbollah's head. Like,
you know, there's a difference between giving and like attacking.
Oh my god!
I was talking to Nova. My bad.
Okay, well, okay.
Make Nova not talking about.
My god. Okay, whatever. What's an example of not manually placing something? And don't tell me like throwing a bomb at them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, firing any missile wouldn't be manually emplacing.
Just don't give me an example of like throwing a bomb or firing a weapon, like something like you know that is not like moving at high speed.
Like any other, like I'm trying to think. What do you mean? Like just any attack?
Oh, okay.
I feel like any attack would not be considered placing because you're not like. I feel like placing means like it's not being used at its first.
Okay, let's imagine Israel has a spy in Iran. Okay, he has a disk on key, whatever, and it has a virus in it. So it moves. He goes to one of the computers, puts the disk on key in the computer, installs the virus, goes away. Minutes later or an hour later, the computer boom explodes. The remote control or an hour later, whatever. Is that a booby trap now because he manually placed the virus? No, that'd be a legitimate military operation. 100%. 100 bajillion%. A bajillion gorillion %. It's not a war crime of booby trapping.
So how did
he manually place the thing?
So how did the virus get into it?
Huh?
So how did the virus get onto the computer in your hypothetical?
The disk on key. I just don't. It's just not manually placed. No reasonable person can define. Oh, they gave it to them, and then
listen.
Like a year later,
I could see how it could be that. That's all I'm saying.
How the fuck? Look. You just think. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. I'm holding my phone right now. You think the manufacturer of my phone manually placed the phone in my hand? Just to be clear.
I think you could make the argument that it manually placed it to the store that you got it from.
You're retarded. You need IQ. You have negative IQ.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, China. My shirt right now was manufactured in China. China manually placed the shirt on me right now, right?
Whatever I'm saying, whatever the next chain in line, like the next line in the chain of distributing.
This is
the shirt was from.
No,
I'd consider that.
I bought this shirt from Billabong, okay, from their store. This shirt was not manually placed on me by Billabong. No matter how hard you try to argue it, it's just not manually placed. I'm wearing a Miami.
There's a lot of steps of
Miami Heat's hat. I'm wearing a Miami Heat's hat. Okay, it was not manually placed on me by the football club I went to for 7 years ago in Miami.
Okay.
It's just not. It's just
to
not
be
true.
fair, I don't really think it was manually placed either. But like this would Israel literally specifically set up a company to manufacture.
That's what I'm saying.
These
it was
to
distributed directly to
sell
them.
Hezbollah.
Who cares? Who cares if it was a? I agree.
Here's what I'm saying. I don't 100% believe this, but you have to be able to see the argument.
I agree with no. I don't see it at all. Look.
Okay.
Wait, not fun. You agree? There are companies specifically designed to sell shirts, right?
I guess. I guess, but it would be more analogous to say like specifically designed to sell certain types of shirts to only one customer.
Why are you hedging? Wait. Let me. Why
because they're only selling to Hezbollah.
Because you're missing you're making it think like they made a pager company for the entire world and specific ones got to Hezbollah. It was specific for this reason.
Even then, I wouldn't say it's manually placed by the other guy. It's just not. It's just not reasonable at all, ever. No. If I'm wearing
someone pull up the definition of manually in place.
They don't define it. They don't.
Wait. Just to be clear. If I'm holding my graduation book, okay, what do you call it? You call it a graduation book or whatever, right?
Sure. Yeah.
That's on my shelf right now. It's been manually placed by my school on my shelf right now.
No, it's been manually placed by you. It wasn't made specifically for you. You're missing that part of the argument.
Of course it was. I'm a student.
No.
Yes.
It wasn't manually made for you. It was made.
I'm holding right now. The.
It was manually. No, wait. It was made for students. Yes. If your argument was that it wasn't manually made for students, I'd say yes, but not for you. The same way I'd say it wasn't made for this person at Hezbollah, but it was made for Hezbollah, right? You would agree.
Right now I'm holding my birthday card that I got from my grandma.
No, wait. I feel like that hypothetical fit really well. Yeah, it wasn't made specifically for you, but you are a student.
God.
It was made for students.
I'm holding right now the birthday card that I got from my grandma 2 years ago. That's been manually placed by my grandmother now in my hand.
When they gave it to when they gave it to you.
No, if I move it around, if I like if I
Yes,
play with
because
it,
the
then
line
I'll
they
play
still
with it,
came from
right.
them. Without them giving it to you, you would never have your hands on it.
Oh, when you say booby trap, you mean some trap.
No, we're just talking about purely about placed. We're just clearly talking about manually in place.
I'm trying to clue you in. So they use the term manually in place in the context of booby traps, and I'm trying to clue you in by like showing you what people mean when they say booby trap to clue you into what manually in place means in the context of booby traps.
A little non-fun. What about you for that hypothetical? Because I do want to see this. For the hypothetical of the grandma giving him a birthday card that he moves around. When you say the grandma manually placed it,
I would not. I think I would
the
say
word
manually
fast,
in place.
right? It can mean a lot of different things. It's vague. The word fast is vague. Like because fast humans are nowhere near like.
I have a
fast
definition for it, but it's
mediums.
not like it's a dictionary
Right.
definition, not like a military one. So I don't even know if I want to say it.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever actually define manually in place.
Here's the
in any of
definition.
these.
Okay.
Oh my god! Wait,
Here's
wait,
the definition I see.
Wait.
I was just gonna say the definition.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm trying to clue you in into what the reasonable definition of manually placed would be. Because think of it like this: if I said the word fast, right? That like there are fast humans, but even the fast humans are nowhere near as fast as like a fast meteor, okay, or some shit. So fast is relative. So if I see it, the word fast, we can debate it on isolated from the context. But if we see the context is about humans. Obviously, it doesn't mean fast for snails, right? Fast snails are no like don't. So yeah. So when we say booby traps, imagine the paradigmatic booby trap. Imagine the normal booby trap, and they're talking about fucking mines as well. Yeah, and they're talking about they're talking about something you place and it looks like a normal thing, and then once you get closer, it's like boom, exploding because it's like you put it inside a house or something. They don't mean devices
put it in your
that are
pocket,
used by the military. They don't mean devices that are used by a military on the regular. And then explode as part of sabotage.
Well, it's also used by civilians on the regular.
No, what?
That was the whole argument.
These pagers?
What,
They were
pagers?
not used by.
I'm just saying in general, civilians use people use pagers. I think like we wouldn't make the argument that they don't.
So number one.
Also non-fun.
Well, civilians use guns as well. So what? If you sell the guns to Hezbollah, it's a military gun.
One second, non-fun. I'm distracted now. The person in your Minecraft parkour just fell and flew themselves back up, and I'm actually outraged.
Oh yeah, they do.
Yeah, it happens. I don't know why.
Also, okay, but here's the definition that it gave me online. It's manually in place refers to objects or materials that have been intentionally placed or arranged by hand, rather than being placed by machines or natural processes.
Wait, are you just citing like Oxford Dictionary for this, or are you citing,
yes. That's why I'm saying it's not. That's why I even caveat. I was like, I wouldn't say it's nothing militarily. But I mean, I would agree under that definition. It was an object that was intentionally placed there.
Wait, Israel can hack into a computer. It doesn't mean civilians use.
Yeah, but they are. The difference is though.
Hack into a military computer.
Israel made it with the intention of giving it to Hezbollah, and it. That's what I'm just talking about.
By hand. You said
no. Sorry. Let me repeat. No. Typically, it refers to objects or materials that have been intentionally placed or arranged by hand, rather than being placed by machines or natural processes.
Oh my god.
Under that definition, I feel like it fits, but I don't know if that definition will fit militarily. Well, wait. Are you gonna say it's not intentionally placed in the hands of Hezbollah? It definitely is.
A bunch of things are intentionally placed. You're abusing the word intentionally placed.
Well,
what does
I feel like this is so clearly
Hezbollah bought
what
them.
What does placed mean?
Oh, universes off.
Are you gonna say that I know, but not fine. You would agree. Intentionally placed does fit here. Like it was definitely intentionally placed in the hands of Hezbollah.
The hand is also intentionally
These weren't
placing.
placed.
Right?
Hezbollah bought them. Like I don't know. Like if Israel was like secretly like placing munitions.
I feel. So you're telling me you don't agree that the intention of these was to get?
I want to be clear. Super clear.
Yes.
They say or placed by hand. You agree it's completely redundant then, right? They're retarded for including that caveat, right? Because placing by hand is intentionally placed.
It's arranged by hand. It's just saying that it's made.
Oh
it's
my
talking
god!
About
You were. Oh my! Why did you just say that? Why did you just say that?
Because if you let me continue, I would have explained why that's there.
Explain yourself. Explain.
Thank you. It's because that's about the part of the word that's manual. I want you to know that it's not being automated. That's the point.
No, that's not what I asked at all, though. What do you think I asked?
You were saying why don't you think it's contradictory, or why did they even put arranged by hand then? And I was saying because it's trying to point out the part of manual.
Okay. Well,
okay.
It's an or. Wait, it's an or. It's not like a necessary part. It's an or.
Because the intentional part means that it wasn't like automated. Like it wasn't automatically put there. It was intentionally put there.
Even if it automatically was put there, it was automatically manually placed.
Well, then the argument would be then it wasn't placed by machines though, or natural processes. That would be the automatic part.
So if the people who sold it to Hezbollah were like cyborgs, then it's not manually placed.
What? I mean, is Cyborg a part of this operation?
Well, I mean, they're automatic, right?
Anyway,
Hold on, just from the DoD Law Manual War, other devices do not include munitions in devices that are not manually placed, such as munitions that are remotely delivered. I don't know exactly what remotely delivered means in this case.
well, that would even fit even more, wouldn't
like
it?
like a bomb or something.
But not
right?
munitions that are remotely delivered. But like, I don't know if these are considered remotely delivered.
That's
Wait,
what
would bombs be included there?
remotely.
I think
maybe
remotely
grenades? I
delivered
don't
might.
know.
It
has to be like no human
mines. I think
drone.
it means,
Yeah, it has to be something.
I think
that
it's
just has
like
no
supposed to
human
be
interaction,
mines
right?
that are remotely placed down, not like yeah.
Oh, but they have a
Mine through
caveat,
becomes
especially for
prohibited.
mine. Wait, no. It can be because they have a specific.
We need.
caveat for
All I'm
mine.
saying is we need
Wait.
newer war crimes. We need a new Geneva Convention.
No, it's not a war crime. It's not a war crime. We need a.
No. I'm saying we just need newer writing on this because it's so.
Yeah.
There's so many problems. That's what I'm saying.
We need a Geneva Convention that says like if your country starts with an I and ends with an L, it's okay to do anything, even that'd be epic.
From a
And now
this is
you're all
from the
thinking of a
Liber
country that's
Institute,
fucking fine now.
but I don't.
Yeah.
They all they cite is the DoD Law Manual War, but they don't explain
like
where.
the site.
It says the law does not prohibit a saboteur in uniform or wearing another distinctive sign from emplacing an explosive that subsequently
And also,
kills or
wait,
wounds an
Isaac,
enemy.
you agree my usage of manual
Well,
impression is reasonable,
I feel
right?
like
You may
this-
say yours is reasonable as well, but you
Yeah,
agree
I
mine
see.
is-
I completely see both sides. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
on one
agree
side.
Yours is reasonable. I'm just saying we both agree I'm reasonable. So if we were to vote on it, I would be reasonable. You would not be reasonable.
Okay.
This is the type of person that votes for RFK. I'm telling you, it's like brainworms. It's like it's like yeah. It's what do you call it? Yeah. It's transferable. What do you call it? Come on. I had it in my head. Come on. Infectious? Yeah, I think so. Something like that. You're infected. You got infected. Seek help. Seek a doctor. Manually remove the brainworms. They were manually placed by RFK there. Made just for you guys. Okay. I'm joking. I like you.
There's really nothing new on this. I can't find. They're like I'm looking at court cases just to see if anything else is new. It's been like.
Well, I don't even trust the court. Like if the ICJ said this was illegal, I honestly would not put much credence in that.
Wait, what? Wait,
Sorry,
rewind.
For similar reasons, just to be clear, the law expert says for similar reasons, the law does not prohibit a saboteur in uniform or wearing another distinctive.
That's what I was about to ask.
I don't know exactly
Hezbollah
what they
operate
cite for that, but
also does Hezbollah use uniforms?
I'm pretty sure.
Also, I'm assuming when Israel
wasn't the video like wasn't the videos of pagers?
Areas.
Yeah, I was about to say the videos I saw were of people that looked like civilians when the pagers went off. I don't think that would fit for them.
If you use uniforms, you're not.
You're reading it incorrectly.
You can be
They're talking about
offline
a
or like off
saboteur.
shift.
They're talking about
You
like a
don't have to be in
spy.
the
They're talking about like someone who's like putting the weapon. They're not talking about the people who were eventually targeted.
Oh,
They're
okay,
talking
I
about
got
the
you.
people who placed the bomb.
The
Yeah,
people who placed them.
I'm not sure that would apply because I don't think when Israel sold it to Hezbollah, they were just wild guess. I don't think they were wearing IDF uniforms when they did that.
That might have added some problems.
Well, I think it means like a saboteur would be wearing a uniform.
I think
it probably means the uniform of the enemy combatant. I would guess that makes
don't-
more sense
I
with the
think they
context.
just don't
but
think
I
of
don't know.
something that like again forever. If you look up booby trap, I'd be betting money on this. That if you look up booby trap on Google Images, you're not gonna see anything. That you're gonna see stuff like, oh, it's a normal room, but this thing.
I think the first news article will probably be Israel.
Probably.
Well, now okay, I'm talking.
That's what I'm saying. It's a little swayed now.
If you filter it to be like from a year ago.
Yeah,
before
here's the
war
first two
started.
articles that came up when I looked up booby trap,
Okay,
and it was
if you
outside
look it up-
Israel's
if
booby
you look
trap
it-
war is illegal.
Yeah,
Pager attack on Hezbollah war was a sophisticated booby trap.
You obviously, I meant to imply what paradigmatically is considered a booby trap, not what news media is considered after the war. If you filter from a year ago, and you look at examples of booby traps, you're not gonna find. You're gonna find stuff like you walk into a room and this thing is a trap, and you touch it and it explodes in your fucking face because it's controlled by fucking. whatever.
Alternative
I will
way.
say this is a
Look up
person. This is a professor
example
of international
boobies.
law, and they think it's pretty clearly. So like obviously there are. It's not like an easy answer.
Yeah, I know the two. There's like two
professors are
experts that like say
retarded.
this is a violation, but they're retarded.
Yeah. So to
They're
say like
all-
there isn't, it's
everyone
not
has
reasonable
lost
on
their
both
mind
sides.
in IHL and Israel. I don't trust any like experts to do anything.
I'm just saying you have to
Honestly,
agree
bro.
that both sides have reasonable like reasons to
No,
think this.
no.
Depending, didn't the
Not fun,
expert
do you
say it was
think?
indiscriminate?
I think I don't know which one you're citing, but I assume the argument would be that it could be considered that. I don't like those arguments though.
I think they.
Do you
anyone
think it's a booby trap, Cam? I'm not. I called you
I'm
Cam,
saying I see
retarded.
both sides, and all I'm saying
No,
is
I'm asking you your opinion. Gazing.
yes,
into
I
your
see
soul.
both sides. That's what I'm saying. I see why
I'm
it would be
asking what
considered
do you
not.
believe? Look, I see both sides. Of
Okay,
liking
okay. Then here, let me explain. Let me explain. Here's my opinion.
I see both sides. I see both
Oh,
sides
sorry,
of
you were
liking
asked,
the
but-
movie Cars. I see both sides. I just think it's retarded. I can see how someone can like it, right? Maybe it was your childhood movie. Maybe you think it's like maybe it's sentimental. Maybe you think Lightning McQueen is not a really retarded gay name.
I
for a
didn't. I have
character.
not
Maybe
even
it's
got
something
to it
else.
yet.
Do
I
you not
haven't
actually
even
like cars?
I haven't
Dude,
got
you're
there
crazy.
yet.
You don't like cars.
I don't like cars at all.
Yeah, nah, that. No,
But yeah, so I
don't
can
know.
see
That's
why
not. That's
people
not a
like
reasonable
cars.
take, unironically.
Okay, it's unreasonable. Fuck, I changed my mind. It's unreasonable to like cars. What? Here's a challenge for you. Here's a challenge for you. What's one thing that's seriously integral to them being cars? Like, what's something that the plot would be very different if they weren't cars?
The racing.
The racing.
It could just be an athlete running, right? There was the whole.
But
movie
then
about,
it
like,
wouldn't be
yeah.
racing. It would be
You know what,
that's
actually-
incredibly.
Of course
I
they
don't
would.
think the racing
Actually,
is valid
actually, I
because,
would
like,
think
in
there was
fucking
this
Turbo,
movie about
the
snail.
snails.
Wait, what's
Yeah.
what's the name of the movie? There was the movie Turbo. That's actually more interesting.
Wait,
because the
wait.
snails are
The
not-
entire point
Shut
of
the
him
fuck up.
racing. No, wait. The entire plot of the movie was to get a snail into a race, right? Like
Yeah,
that.
that's more interesting, right? Because it's a snail. He's not supposed to race, but he actually is, and
That's what I'm saying. And the point of this movie is he was a car that wanted to be in a race that was always going to be a car. Like it's apples to
No, but
oranges.
it's
There's a
obviously the racing is not the relevant part.
Are you
It's just
saying
the
like? But here's the
movie
difference,
is
though.
like-
What I'm saying is, if the movie was like of an athlete that drunken drove into a small town, messed up, and had to work his way to pay off his debts, and then went to a race, it wouldn't be the same movie.
It pretty much would be just less kachowed. Like it's literally look when you compare it to Toy Story, classic movie, and all the plot, all the jokes, all the stuff.
Also,
are
is it
directly relevant to them being toys? Okay, what all the points of the like the motifs of the movies, right? One of them is about they get lost, or the other one is like, oh, what do you do when the boy doesn't want to play with you anymore? Another one is like, what do you do when you're transferred to another kindergarten or whatever? It's been a while since I watched them, but it's like the plot is directly relevant to them.
Also,
being toys.
wasn't one of the
story is
major
directly
plot
relevant.
points that like the what's his name? The mentor got hurt like in a crash. Like what would it be then? That he just tripped
So
during his race.
generic, right? Okay, what if your
to be fair,
mentor
I
got
don't like-
killed in a car accident, right? None
Didn't
of the
Turbo
movie.
also
Look,
get
look,
hurt?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. None of the movie would have been different if instead of being, humanoid cars, they were just humans driving cars, right? The movie
Well,
would be
but
exactly the
humanoid
fucking
cars is
same.
cool and children like that, and it sells more toys.
And that's
so-
retarded. That's retarded. You're telling me that if I make a movie about like I don't know.
Also, wait, there are plot points that are about them being
Well, I
cars.
mean, like
which
what
is
you
not-
claim, like clearly
No, no, no,
there's
no,
some
no. I'm
value
saying
in them
none
being
of the
cars.
movie was no. It's not about them being cars because it could easily be a
Okay,
human driving
so
a car and it would be
the
exactly
way
same.
Mater
Well, it
solves
wouldn't be exactly the same.
and the
They couldn't give
case,
some of the
and yeah, it
jokes.
would not be. But also the way Mater solves the case in either the second or the third one is that the dude's
The second
electric
one.
and he notices that he's leaking oil. How would that?
Bro.
How do you do that as a human?
Yeah, maybe there. That's retarded. That's like
It's a good
you
argument.
could easily write a better plot. Just the plot sucks ass. But it's retarded. It's the movie's retarded.
But wait, you can't do that. You can't just be like, well, he pissed black, so I knew he was not like what he was claiming to be.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe you see that he's like I don't know, dripping with like Christian.
Yeah,
baby blood.
feels like a lot of
maybe
stretching.
you see I don't know. Maybe
Wow.
you see a stain of Christian baby blood and you recognize that he's Jewish or something. I don't know. You can do stuff like that. You can do something.
All right, we need
like
to have a 3-hour Cars debate.
that. No, Cars is a dog shit movie. Cars is a dog shit.
I can't stand by you when you say that.
I know,
Non-fun.
yeah.
What do you
It's
think? What do you think?
Cars
Non-fun.
2 is goated. The reason this came up is because
Thank
I said
you.
Cars 2 is an awesome movie.
No, it's.
What do you think about? Do you think that
movie?
Garfield driving like a go-kart would be wrong?
No.
Garfield Kart is Garfield Kart is also
think
awesome.
that's the
Non-fun loves a really shitty game called
I
Garfield
love
Kart.
Garfield Kart Furious
I mean,
Racing.
your profile picture, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Look, I mean, I'm just objectively speaking. Toy Story directly, like
Don't
it's
say
so
objectively.
integral.
Don't say that. Whoa, slow down.
Objectively.
I don't like non-fun. Non-fun.
I don't know. None of this is what your mom said when I was manually placing my cum into her ass.
Okay.
That's right. Look, in reality, if you're connected to reality, okay, instead of saying objectively, I would say the case in reality is that Toy Story is so integrally about them being toys. It's not like about some one guy said the word "hoy toy" and that's like you.
Well, is it integral though? It could be the exact same.
No.
It could just be humans.
The argument you're giving me is that, like, let's say we're arguing about if Toy Story is like it's like integral to the plot that they're toys, and the argument you're giving for why it is integral is that some character said "hoy toy" and that.
No, the argument is that so many of the plot points, like the twist, revolve around core aspects.
The point so much. You could easily make the movie about some, German Nazi racer who's like assassinating people.
Well, no,
That
why
makes
are we
them,
even like
some
presupposing that like the
people.
fact that they're cars has to be like relevant to whether or not it's a good movie? Maybe they could have been something else, but it doesn't change the fact that it's a good movie.
It's so obvious that it's just like a bunch of corporate like. It's not.
Wait, yeah, that is a good. Yeah, there's so many movies that could just change like a simple aspect of the plot and still be the same movie. You wouldn't say that makes it a bad movie though. You should have another reason other than that.
Give me one movie that I think is amazing, and like when I watch it, it's like, oh, actually,
Star Wars didn't need lightsabers. It's not an integral part of the story. They could have just used swords.
No, I'm not saying every part of the story needs to be. The main premise of Cars is that they're cars. That's why the name of the movie is Cars. The name of Star Wars is
the main part is the plot. That's not the main part. The main part of A Bug's Life isn't that they're bugs.
No one calls the name of Star Wars is not lightsabers. No one calls
Star Wars would be the same if they were just operating off of one planet and they were never in the stars, and the Death Star was just a building meant to take out a city.
It wouldn't be completely different.
The Death Star would just be a building that was meant to take out another building.
How can it be an intergalactic empire? What?
That's what the part you would change. It would just be a city empire.
No, then it's not a movie in space. That's a big.
Yeah, this is the argument that's the same argument I'm making. Yeah.
No,
it wouldn't be a movie if you took out the cars.
No, you could have a human driver, and then it's not weird.
But you're saying like
good argument. There are actually good arguments that you could use. There are actually good arguments, but I'm not giving them to you because you're like you're retarded.
We need the good arguments on this.
Yeah, you want the good argument?
I don't need a good argument on this. It's a little too debate wordy for a debate about cars.
The good argument is that in the first movie he wins by like pulling his tongue out, and that you could not
that can
do
be
that
done in a race. What do you mean? That's the easiest. That's such a stupid argument. That's probably the stupidest argument.
If you're a human driving a car, how do you pull your tongue out in a race?
That's such a stupid. That's actually stupider than any argument made. During a race, you could stick your tongue out. What if it's just a normal race?
Human driving a car,
but what if it's just a race?
What if it's a really long tongue?
Human driving a car, I mentioned 5 times already.
Also, what if the premise of the movie is that he's a supernaturally long tongue and he can extend it 6 feet in front of him?
Also, what if I just stick out a rake outside the car? Does that count?
What?
I just stick a rake outside the car just to give myself an extra inch. I think that fits.
Well, but that'd be interesting then. That'd be interesting. But that's
someone
different.
Someone get this toe. I don't know a single racer.
All the time. A rake is with you all the time. In the movie, he's like almost there, and then he pulls his tongue out as a last ditch. If you put the rake there, it's not like a last ditch. It's always been there. It's like not interesting. But also even if you say it's the main premise is them being cars and it's integral, parts of the movie don't make sense. So like in the third movie, I think he's like retiring of old age, but he looks exactly the same. How do cars fucking age? How do cars fucking die?
But did you really just ask how cars age?
I mean, they make
that might be
over time. They do it in real life.
Stupid. Look the same though. They look the fucking same. How can you
so do cars that age? The engine can be horrible, but the body can be completely fine.
Don't explain that. No, they should make it look older.
I mean, this is gonna be really easy to explain. If their cars are anamorphic, like they're like humans, I assume they clean themselves. They probably do, get spray paints. The body would be something you probably take good care of, but your engine would be something that would deteriorate over time. It's a perfectly reasonable argument.
The fucking engine.
I mean, that would be like heart surgery, though. You know what I mean? Like that's not something, or brain surgery. I don't know how.
If I watch all the car movies right now, do you think I can never see a scene where they replace the engine of one car?
Maybe they do, and maybe it's like a heart surgery. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's probably gonna be.
Actually, they literally do this in fucking Cars too. Like they have the scenes of like the engine, and they have to fucking replace it. It literally is surgery. Like they literally have the surgical.
I don't buy it.
Like,
I don't buy it.
Cars.
Isaac takes another W in the worlds of the Cars.
I don't buy it. Why? I don't know. No.
Also, why are we
no.
pretending like the rules have to be reasonable? Like it's fucking humanoid cars.
It's a deleted scene. It's a deleted scene. I found
make
it.
a movie called like Talking Dildos, and it's not
So,
really relevant.
actually,
to the
what
plot,
I'm
but
seeing
they're
here
dildos,
is-
you would say, "What an amazing, exquisite movie." That's what you would say.
What
right?
I'm seeing is it's a deleted scene.
It could be an
So they
amazing movie. It could have a bad aspect about it and still be an amazing movie. Even if I 100% conceded this, it could still be a good movie. Okay.
Just to be clear, just for the record, just to be clear, if I make like sex Toy Story, and they're all sex toys, but it's not relevant in any way to the plot. It's not integral in any way that they're sex toys, because none of their functions are specific to sex toys, and it's called Sex Toy Story. You would be like, "What an amazing!"
Oh wait.
If it was a good
Please,
movie, then
wait,
yeah,
I'm
that's
right.
not
No,
super
not fun. Wait,
relevant.
I'm right. Not fun. Wait, I'm right. I found my proof. Look at this deleted scene. They take out his engine, put it into another car, and he becomes that car. Boom! It's his brain. Chat. Nonfon, would you like to look at this? Pull up the deleted scene I sent on stream right now
When
and watch
people
it.
become older, if it's like their brain, what
It is
part of
their
the
brain.
body doesn't age with
is
you?
standard
Well, what?
community
It's not like his
service?
bones. It's
Oh.
like his face. Your face also ages when you age.
Well, yeah, but they don't have faces. They're
And
cars.
old cars look old. They have old cars.
You
that
can
look old
easily
in the
upkeep
movie.
it though. It's your body. It's not like your brain.
Wait.
It's
Can I
like
not
plastic
find-
surgery.
In the Cars movie, just to be clear, in the Cars movie, it's been a while since I watched them. Do you think there is no old car that looks old? Because if so, were they born that way?
No,
Were
they
born
could have
old?
just. I'm saying that you could, as a car, like get spray paint and make yourself look better as you
Get a
age, or you could just not, or you could just let yourself go.
Get a bajillion and one face surgeries to make him look exactly.
Also, non-fun. That photo, I don't know if that photo is from a.
Yeah, I thought it was.
I think it's just
but
a photo
it's,
of an engine of a car.
I don't know.
I think
I
right
haven't
there
watched Cars 2 in a
proves
while.
engine is brain. Engine is brain. Okay, and if that is true,
I
that's
can
an
find
internal
a line.
line.
doing something with it.
Can find a line that says like, "Oh, he got his engine replaced" or something, or "Oh, I'm having just problems with my age."
I'm not seeing it. Well, yeah, you could have problems with your engine. You could have problems with your brain.
No one says I have problems with my brain. I have to.
Well, obviously it's not worded like that.
What
People
do
say
you
like I
mean?
have schizophrenia.
I'm sorry. I forgot your vote for RFK. Yeah. People regularly say about him that he has problems with his brain. So yeah, if you think that's
Okay.
a normal thing, yeah, that's fine.
Wait,
vote
you
for him.
understand? You're mad about the terminology though. You're not mad about like the
No, I'm
meaning.
mad about
You would
you
agree?
voting RFK.
No,
That
wait.
was a
You would
joke. That was
agree
you
that
voting
people can like talk about having problems with their brain. You're just mad about how the way they say it. Like
No, you think that's the cause to vote for them? No, so I understand in your worldview that's like a normal thing. Yeah.
I have proof that it's the brain and it's a video.
Yeah, well, you didn't get the dig, but okay. Look. Obviously, there are So your argument, just to be clear, in the third movie when he's like old and retires, your argument is that he got perpetual face surgery, but and all other cars in the town as well, but specifically the cars that look old in the other movies, they specifically are the only cars in the movies that chose not to get face surgery. This is so insane. This is beyond.
What do you mean? I don't even know what you mean. Like
What do you- even I think
face surgery,
old cars and cars look good, didn't they? They just looked like old version of car. Yeah, like
they
No,
look like
are
old
there
version of
Are
cars.
there no baby
But I'm
cars?
pretty
they look
sure
completely
even
fine.
I thought
Yeah.
there was like
baby
a
cars?
Look
I
at
don't
this
know,
car right here. Like
tomato
this is an
supposed to
old car, but it looks like its body is perfect.
No, let me look. Wait, give me a second. Oh, Cars movie.
Like this
Old
one, even
car.
I'm looking up. Like this one looks like even like this one. Yeah, like that one right there is an old car. That van.
Geriatric car there, like that is like is old and like shaking and whatever. Pretty sure in the movie
Hudson,
they're like super
the blue one?
hesitant and they like drive slow and like they look old. And by the way, they look fucking old. They look old. Shut the fuck up. They look
I'm trying to find this. I'm looking up old cars from car movie, and all I'm getting are clean looking cars that are just old.
No, I didn't
I mean,
say they
this
have
one's
to be
got like
dirty.
the orange
Motor
one has like
is
a little
dirty,
bit
he's
of rust
young.
on him here.
I didn't say they have to be dirty. They look
Even
old.
that though, even that looks pretty good for an old car.
No, they look
Wait,
old.
why are you Sample? I thought your issue was that the cars didn't age. Like now it looks like
my issue is that the cars don't age, and I'm saying the cope that Isaac gave was, maybe he just got a bajillion and one face surgeries, but
No.
the age
The
of
argument
engine is
is-
the brain. He has problems with his engine.
No,
That's
no.
where the problems
The
are.
argument
yeah.
I am making is hey, don't strawman me in a cars debate, okay? The argument I am making, okay, is that the body is something that is very easy to upkeep of a car. They could just get spray tans. They could just get like the wrapping. Like a body of a car is something that's easy to maintain. So it would make sense that your body wouldn't age. But your engine is something that you would age over time, even if you just keep upkeeping. At some point, it is going to give out. A body is not like that, though.
And I'm saying if I can find you an old looking car like the old looking cars that you just posted, I think they look old. These are the only cars in the entire movie, even in the third movie, that just magically chose not to upkeep their other parts of the body.
What do you mean? They
even
look.
though all other cars in town chose to look exactly.
Wait, what do you think they're not choosing to upkeep? Like the way they look?
They look old. They look
well,
old.
yeah, but they don't
look
look. They don't look
car.
like destroyed. They just look like they're old.
I didn't say he has to look destroyed.
Did you?
It's an old
I mean,
car. This car looks old.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not to get into the psychology, not to get into the psychology about the car, but what if they just want an old car? Do you think that every car should?
You don't write a character that retires and looks like in its peak. You don't do that. No,
that's actually a common trope is someone retiring at their peak. Rocky.
No, but he's not retiring at his peak. When he's retiring, he's like, okay.
I'm just saying you don't write someone that retires at their peak. And I'm just saying you can.
When he retires, part of the plot when he retires is that like he doesn't
as fast as the newer cars. Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't have it in him anymore. So why would he look exactly like he began with, in the first movie?
Because the part that he can't keep up is the engine, the horsepower. The new cars have higher horsepower.
I didn't ask why would he do it. I'm asking bad writing. It's a bad.
What do you mean? If your engine is your brain, you can't upgrade that.
Oh my god! I said it's bad writing. It's bad writing.
What do you mean that makes perfect sense?
If you make your character look. If I read a movie where LeBron James retires because he's like so, he's
my goat will never get bad. But
even if it makes whatever. Even if in that movie it makes sense for humans to look younger or whatever, it would be bad writing if I make LeBron James look like he's looking right now because that's a beast. That's a beast. He can still do it even if his brain is like retarded. He would look old if he's retiring.
I don't.
If
Maybe you don't know cars though.
Make it old.
Here, no one's saying it. The argument though is different. For a human, you can directly determine their like athletic output by how they look. With cars, it's different though. The argument was that his engine couldn't keep up, and if your engine is your brain, you can't replace that. It's perfect writing.
No.
Yes, he could look at his physical peak. A car can look at it like a physical peak, and then you can open the hood. I'm sorry, can you not find a car that has a really expensive body and you open the engine and it has like a V6? 4 cylinders?
I feel like in Cars 2, wasn't there like the plot where like they were blowing up cars' engines with like the laser fucking thing with the new fuel?
I told you that's like one area of the plot.
But no, I'm just saying deliberately. Can we we acknowledge that, right? It makes perfect sense.
Maybe.
Well, it does, because the cars were still alive, and if you blew up their brain, it wouldn't really make sense.
Based on the fucking oil that we're using for the cars or the gas, whatever. Like I agree that, but that's not. You could easily write another thing in and it would lose none of the hook. Okay, the main movie, the first movie, there's zero
before we move on.
The first movie that make it integral for them to be cars and not like people inside cars. There's none, and it's bad writing. Go ahead.
Before we move on, can we agree though? It makes perfect sense why a car could look the same as it always looks, but have to give up because it's not at the same engine output.
Based on your conjecture.
Also, didn't they shoot the tires? Non-fun. Oh yeah, but it just came up on your stream.
Even if it was the case that it would make total sense and whatnot, this is still a specific mechanism in the car universe. So they need to make it explicit in the writing.
It seems like it's very explicit. Even in the kill scenes, they only take out the tires. Non-fun, doesn't that make it seem like they're explicitly not targeting the engine?
I don't know, I guess.
And non-fun, wait, the final scene of the movie. No, wait, I'm talking about non-fun. Non-fun. In the final scene of the movie, the bomb is attached to the engine. Why do you think it was attached to the engine, non-fun? Just saying.
Who attaches bombs to people's brains? What?
I mean, you would attach them to like their head or their like chest. You would go for the most vital area, wouldn't you?
People attach bombs to people's not
vital areas, and if your engine is your brain, that is a very vital area.
Show me one suicide attack in history where the bomb was attached to the brain.
You're saying, well, one second. Why are we comparing it to humans though? They're cars. They go for vital areas. If your most vital area is your engine and it's easily able to go to, of course you'd go for it. Just because no one goes for the head for bombs doesn't mean they don't go for vital areas. We're not gonna anatomically compare them car to human. Yeah.
You're retarded.
I think I'm making perfect sense here.
I don't think so at all.
Just because no one's ever attached a suicide bomb to someone's head doesn't mean that they're weird for going for the vital area. Also, we don't even know what the heart is of a car.
Even if you think the other parts of the movie make sense, which they totally don't, they don't. Everyone's coping about it. Even if they were to make sense, this is still a specific part of the plot. It's still a specific kind of fact in the car universe, which you have to establish via writing. You cannot leave it to speculation of retarded Discord users. Don't interrupt me. You cannot leave it to the speculation of retarded
what you're saying is just wrong. They did do this.
Me. Do you know English?
I know, but what you're saying is just wrong.
No, it's
not. I can let you keep going. No, you're saying they shouldn't be. You're saying it should be left up to interpretation. They don't leave it up to interpretation.
A movie in which kids can just make their dad shrink. I should establish it in the plot before they do it. I should just establish it in the plot.
Maybe it's a movie for kids. Should they break down the science of why they're able to do it?
No, they should just say, "Oh, you can do it." By the way, or they should be like, "Oh, my mom, she went to replace all her parts, but her engine. Oh, bro, our engine is so old now." Something like that. But none of it, because it's bad writing. It's a bad premise. It's
what
a
is
boring
not
movie.
explicitly proven or stated?
I don't know why are you guys are such shills for corporate.
No, wait. What is not? What are you? What do you want to be explicitly stated? That's all I'm asking. What do you have? What do you want to be?
This entire movie is obviously just.
No. Wait, I'm asking a specific question. What do you
How
want
does this even
specifically
preclude
stated?
it being good? I don't understand.
No. We'll get to yeah. What is not being specifically stated that you would like to be specifically stated? That makes it bad.
That the engine is what's necessary, but you can look.
Okay, good. There's a specific scene
that a car can be like super old and worn out, but look exactly like it did in its peak. That's.
I think basic knowledge on cars should tell you that.
Do you think kids have that?
That they know the engine is what gives the car power? Yes, I think they would know that.
They also
not the
know
body.
They also know the wheels are integral, but if you kill the wheels, the car doesn't die.
The car can't move though, which is also a plot point of the movie that kids would understand. Yes,
the movie would be so much better if it was just a human driving the car and the human got old. Because the human got fucking old. Dude, the human is old now. The car looks the same, but the human's fucking old.
But I'm
sense.
saying, okay, the part about being old though makes perfect sense. The engine can no longer keep up with newer engines. That's something that would happen with cars.
No, I'm saying the movie would be so much better if it's just like a normal
Boom!
human.
Get fucked, sample. Here's a video of a car getting old.
Actually,
look, this car right here. This
so
car
why
right
did
here.
Lightning McQueen? Wait. So okay, that's actually a
Hold
point.
on, look at this fucking car, and then this is the
Why did Lightning
flashback, and then it
McQueen-
fades into him today, and he's fucking old. He's fucking rusty. He's fucking
Also-
old. Get fucking
That's
fucked.
perfect. That's an argument in my favor. I've been arguing.
No, I thought you were complaining
why
that cars
even
weren't
if you
getting
could find-
old.
wait,
No, yeah, you were complaining that they weren't
getting
getting
old.
old.
Your
Your
old.
argument was your argument was that he aged and he didn't get old.
I'm gonna kill Isaac. He was citing something at me and saying, "Here you go, sample, get owned." And I'm explaining to him why it's
I think you did get
explicitly
owned.
not me getting
I
owned.
think you're. I
So
thought you
literally
said that
before-
this car
think you
didn't
got
age.
obliterated.
Here's an example of the car aging.
Let me explain myself. It's totally
You're
not
coping.
at all.
You're
I literally
coping.
said before, Isaac.
You are
do
coping.
not-
There's a lot of copium going on.
I asked Isaac, why did Lightning
Non-funny's
McQueen-
coping.
Oh my God! Can you mute him? Can you mute him? Can you mute him? Okay, so I said in the movie, right, that you have like Lightning McQueen, and he looks exactly the same, and he doesn't age. And I said, how does that make sense? And I told him, so you have Lightning McQueen not aging, or at least appearance-wise. So I told you, if I can find one car in the movie that does look old, that would fall so that would be the only car in the entire fucking Cars universe who chose not to become more younger, even though why the fuck would they not? Right? That makes total sense. Oh, he's deafened. Kick this guy.
Okay, now let me explain why you're wrong. I can do it
Shut
pretty.
the fuck up. No.
listen to him.
No. You let me. Oh my god.
Wait, why is it not
I'm
okay
losing
if cars can choose
Okay.
whether or not they
No,
want to
wait.
get old? Okay, everyone's super deaf.
It just doesn't make sense that Lightning McQueen would be the only car that doesn't get old. I'm sorry, would be a car that doesn't get old, and there's only one car that does get old. Why did all the other cars in the car movie decide to get old? Or I'm talking appearance-wise. But this specific fucking red idiot is the only car that didn't choose to get old. That chose to look older.
I don't.
Why? How does that make sense? Make it
They
make
can
sense.
choose whether or not to get like paint jobs. I don't see what the issue is here. Like,
Okay.
Make it make sense. Why was this the only car who chose not to get a paint job and he looks older, and all the other
because
cars
he didn't want one.
like-
Like,
Also, your only problem with this is that humans don't have this like ability to like make themselves look younger as they
No, that's
age
not
or
what I
choose
said.
not to age. No, wait.
I said
No.
I said it just doesn't make sense plot
Yeah,
wise.
but the reason it doesn't make sense is because when
Not
humans
right.
age, their body looks older. That's what I'm saying. You're comparing cars to humans.
The real reason, if you apply Marxist historical materialist analysis,
Oh,
is
Jesus.
that this is a movie made under capitalism by a company, and they want to sell merch.
I'm just saying.
They can sell more merch if they use the same model. If they use the same model, they can sell more merch and get more profits by exploiting workers. That's what they do. That's the movie
It's
industry.
just the logics you're operating off of are logics that work within a world of humans. Though this is a world of cars. Why don't you be whimsical? Why don't you believe? Okay. Why don't you?
His name was Karl Marx. Karl Marx. You should read him. You should read him. Yeah. That's right. Get fucking owned, bitch. Get muted, bitch. Yeah, that's right. Get deafened, bitch. That's right. That's right. You have nothing. You have nothing. I'm so correct. I'm so vindicated. Thank you for sharing the old car. I'm so vindicated. Oh my god. Am I vindicated? Thank you, Not Fun. I did not. I'll be honest. I thought I will not be able to find one, but you pulled through and saved me, and now you're on my side. I know I'm right. And he left because he knows he's wrong.
I don't know what you're even
Like a
arguing.
bitch.
You're arguing that it's
What?
dumb that some cars don't choose to get old.
No, it doesn't make sense plot-wise. Why would the main character, who's retiring because they're old, they're retiring because they're old and like useless, and now this car chose to get older, but the guy whose entire thing for the plot is retiring because he's old, not getting. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Establish the universe. Establish it. Now, Isaac, you get to talk and ramble, and I'm not going to interrupt. I'm going to mute myself. Go ahead, make your incoherent case. Your cope. Oh wait, he's deafened.
He's deafened. He
He's
doesn't
still
want to hear you.
deafened. He's still deafened. Look, Isaac, you get to ramble now. You get to ramble now, but you don't get to deafen again. You don't
Thank
get to
you.
deafen.
Well, as long as you don't mute me, I won't deafen. If the minute I'm muted, I'm deafening. If I'm not able to speak, I'm not listening. Okay. Anyway, okay.
Okay, but
This
also
man.
you have 5 minutes, but because it's.
Oh, are you going at 4?
Yeah.
I know. I'm here. I'm in the same time zone as you. I just want it to be clear, okay? All the logic that you're going off of is based on his human-based world, okay? He needs to live like a child, okay? Be whimsical. Go get a bowl of popcorn, sit down, get some butter. Listen, I'm talking to chat, okay? Chat. I don't know if we have a chat. I don't know who would want to listen to this. Okay. Give whimsical
right now,
a chance. Okay. Be whimsical. Just all you gotta do is just be like a kid, believe. Okay, that's Sample Stack's problem. Okay, if it's not Israel, he doesn't believe in it. Okay, but you guys can believe. Okay. All I'm saying is believe in the whimsical truth of the world. Okay, believe that cars could be alive. Live like a kid, and you'd enjoy the movie. Don't be like Sample. Okay, don't only think that it's possible.
Sorry, I was deafened, but it was probably nothing important. What I was saying, Not Fun, is that you understand what I'm saying, right? You understand how I'm totally consistent, right?
I mean,
Non-fun. I'm talking to non-fun.
I don't see
Wait,
what the issue is.
I'm talking to non-fun. Yeah, non-fun.
Just be a kid.
Cars being able to choose whether or not they get a paint job as they get older.
If the IDF was in cars, I know you'd like it.
Established in the movie. Why is this not established in the movie?
It is established.
If the IDF was in cars, you'd enjoy it.
Shows that cars can choose.
I would.
Considering this guy chose to get old and Lightning McQueen chose to not get old.
Also,
visually, it's evidence that they can choose.
Another thing, just total side thing. Why are the tractors in the field? They're supposed to be cows, right? They're like cows. Yeah. Why are they also like cars? Like why are they also a vehicle?
Because they're not cars. They're different. Cars aren't tractors aren't cars.
Okay. What? So submarines are also like another species? So
I would assume yes.
They're like inside an animal. They're like inside a whale or something.
What? No, it'd just be a submarine would be a different being. The same way planes are. If there would be a planes movie.
Yeah, there is a planes movie.
Wait.
Yeah.
Isn't part of the movie where
facts don't care about your
ship?
feelings?
Wait.
There is a boat that is alive.
Parts of the movie, are they not on a ship or something? And the ships are also like sentient.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be a different.
Oh, they're
yes.
like on fucking whales or something.
Yeah, I mean that's what you would assume. No, again, this is your problem. This is your problem.
Whales
Sample, listen to me. Sample, no. Sample, listen to me very closely.
Right?
You are applying our logic of our world to cars. It doesn't have to be like a whale.
world. It doesn't mean
wait.
physics.
It's
in
a
our
different
world.
it's a different world where these beings could exist. There could be sentient things.
Basic consistency. It's basic consistency.
No, it's not. You're just saying, why isn't it
I'm
exactly
asking-
like Earth?
I'm
It's
asking-
exact.
I'm
You would
asking-
hate
I'm pointing to
Avatar.
the cows.
How do you like
I'm
Star
pointing
Wars?
to
How
the
do they go to
cows, and I'm
space?
asking-
How do they have
I'm
lightsabers?
pointing to
We don't
the
have
cows, and I'm
Skibidi
lightsabers.
toilet.
Oh my god.
Do you
I'm
think
pointing
Skibidi
to the
toilet
cows,
is
and I'm
internally
saying,
logically
Do you think-
oh my
consistent?
god, shut the fuck up now.
The most,
Shut
the most.
bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but
Look,
no, I'm fun.
I'm pointing to the cows. I'm pointing to the cows, and I'm saying, why are these also vehicles? And you say, oh, because it's a different type of vehicle. It's like
Yeah,
more
it's not a car. You're saying, yeah, it's not a
okay.
car.
So if you're not a human, which is supposed to be a regular old commercial car, then you're a non-human that is a regular animal, right? Humans are animals, but whatever.
Again,
right?
you're applying human
And
logic
so
right now.
If
It could
you're
be
a ship, and a ship is not a commercial car. Last time I checked,
Okay.
then it has to be a sea creature.
No,
So the
no.
right
Again,
sea
you're applying human
creatures-
logic.
can't it just be a
could
different race?
We're shooting
It could be like it could.
fucking
Here's what I'm saying. It could just be
creatures
like a mermaid. It could just be like a mermaid that exists.
having rights,
Well, wait, sample. Do you acknowledge
right?
that? It could just be like a
Having
mermaid that
fucking,
exists.
It could just be a different
storage?
race.
Is that a human?
Yeah.
Is that a
There were
creature? Is
races
that a
and
whale?
species.
Yeah,
The
Wait,
tractors are
wait.
different species. The ships are a different race. There you go. Solved. Boom.
Yeah,
You're
it could just
fucking
be like a
racist.
mermaid.
Owned. Get fucked.
A mermaid with
Why are
fucking
you-
lights and like missiles?
It's cars.
It's a car, bro. I don't know what to
Tornado
tell you.
fucking flies and has spy
It's a
shit.
ship. It's a ship. It's not a car. It's a ship.
No, I'm saying the movie's
movie
Cars. You're
is
applying like human.
Cars.
You're like
Okay,
why
it's
isn't this Cars
human.
movie? I don't like this Cars movie because there's not humans in it.
It don't
Okay, what else do you
make
like about it?
basic
There's
sense.
boats.
Bro,
It's
that are
Skibidi
alive.
Toilet is
I
like
got
the
bad news for you.
number one
It's
children's
so
show
garbage.
like in existence, okay? It has like hundreds of millions of views, and it doesn't make any fucking
You
sense. There are
agree?
literally
You agree?
there are
You
no
guys are
words. It's literally skibbities, top, yes,
skibbity,
skibbity, like.
And Skibidi Toilet is also garbage. If someone said like, "Oh my god, what a great movie!"
Yeah, that was
You
a
just
block.
lost. You just
Whatever.
lost.
Whatever.
Skibidi Toilet's
What a
garbage. You
great
just conceded.
movie.
No,
That's
not
wrong.
that. I would
equivalent
never
to
be.
conceding. That's equivalent to conceding. You said Skibidi Toilet is garbage. Your opinion for everything is
I don't like
invalidated.
that.
You're fucking fucked. Get
This is like when
fucked.
you're arguing with-
Okay, it is 4 a.m.
This is like-
I'm going to look up boobies and manually
we
place
agree
my
you guys
cock
are
into
shilling
my
for
hands.
Pixar, right?
And
You agree?
and-
Wait.
What?
Austin, you agree? You guys are shilling for a big movie, right? Like you agree? You're shilling for Pixar, who's just making these movies to sell like merch, right? We agree.
I think you're shilling for humans. That's what you're doing.
You're
Okay.
shills for big movie, right? You're shills for big movie. Admit that.
No, specifically Cars.
Non-fun.
I would
Are
fuck
you
that light
not a-
blue car.
You're defending a movie whose entire premise is to sell merchandise to children who are unsuspecting.
Ooh,
That's
non-fun.
evil.
Are you engaging in unethical consumerism?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
non-fun.
I think
Oh, no.
Cars 2
That
is a
is-
funny
that is
movie
pretty-
because it's fucking stupid. And I watched it as a kid and it's
Name
just
one
stupid.
funny thing. Name one funny thing. Oh, the gay character says "kachow." What a fucking oh my god, joke of the year.
It's
No,
stupid
no,
because
no,
it's a
I mean,
sequel to the
look,
Cars movie and it
lightning McQueen-
focuses
I'm
on
stealing
Tom
this joke from
Maynard,
TikTok.
Tom Maynard being like a
stealing this
British
joke from-
spy.
I'm
Like the
stealing this
entire
joke from
concept is
TikTok.
stupid.
I'm stealing this joke from TikTok, but Lightning McQueen, there's truly no gayer name. Like again, like what, like
That is
sassy.
true.
like,
Lightning and then
McAnal-
McQueen. Yeah.
Like sassy McAnal. Is that like that's a gayer name?
Okay, that might be a little bit gayer. That might.
Yeah,
You might have found a gayer name.
Right? Yeah, why is he like straight in the movie? Right, like that makes zero sense as well. He's gay as fuck. And that'd be actually better for kids, right? Like the gay agenda on kids. That's like something I'm for.
Non-fun. Is your Reddit is your non-fun? Is your name on Reddit non-fun?
Yeah, why?
Probably.
I just looked up non-fun. I was ADHD zoned out. I also learned you're not the most famous non-fun. There's a basketball player, unfortunately, Louis non-fun.
Damn it.
And
Wow.
and then the number third recommended was at you/non-fun. I was like, oh, this is definitely him.
Is non-fun your last name, Docs?
No, it's not.
Non-fun. Why is there a dress to impress reference on your Reddit?
Oh,
That's crazy because
funny.
I just made my own username and it was just I randomly typed Epstein. It's just not even anything. It's just not.
There's a post. I don't know if I deleted it after Kamala Harris became the nominee. I had to post on r/tip of my penis. It's asking for the video of the cum tribute to Kamala Harris. Have you guys seen that one? That one's awesome.
What is that an actual?
You know that video of her saying "Do not come"? There's a video of a guy coming.
Oh, and then yeah. I mean, that's kind of.
Also, the cars were like military-esque.
Oh
have
my
a
God.
military-esque design.
We're still
Were
here?
you fucking born into the military? Baby militants? What is this, Hamas?
Again,
Come
you're
on,
operating off of
come
human
on.
logic.
Come on.
Yes,
come
there's a
on.
caste. I'm sorry to tell you this. There is a caste system in cars. Yes. Go to
Okay,
India. Be
okay,
surprised.
gotta get here. Okay,
That's evil.
I
That's
gotta
evil.
go to bed.
And kids are supposed to understand that.
All right,
Is that
non-fun.
kid-friendly?
Schedule a 5-hour debate.
That's kid friendly. Oh, non-fun. You have to go.
Yeah.
Non-fun
Yeah, what am I saying?
8-hour debate. I want it scheduled in person. I'm driving out tomorrow. We're having this discussion.
I would not drive because that's like I would be inside a human, right? To you.
Okay, we're
Hey,
cutting
you
it
talking
here.
to me? Nah.
Great talking to you guys.
Yeah, we need this debate. We need a formal debate. This is insane.
Oh yeah, do a
This
debate
is insane.
deathmatch on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either way, bottom line, not a booby trap.
I know. Listen, I know where non-fun is. I'm driving out in my car that is sentient, and we're gonna have this discussion.
So bottom line, not a booby trap. We agree.
In the hurricane on non-fun. I'm gonna drive it in the hurricane.
We'll see.
Wait, so Isaac, wait, your personal opinion, is it a booby trap?
No, I'm leaving. Okay. Thank you for doing that conversation. Thank you all so much for watching. I love streaming. I would love that you guys watch me stream. I will stream again tomorrow, which I mean really means later today. I don't know how long exactly because at some point I think I'm having friends over. But yeah, thanks everyone. I will see you guys tomorrow. I got a lot of shit to edit now. Okay, well, thank you. Yes, thank you. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Thank you, goodbye, thank you, goodbye. I don't think I can raid people because I don't think I have any viewers.